Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. Today we have a sponsored stream sponsored by Marvel Strike Force, which you'll see the widget or the overlay on the screen tracking any kind of progress that gets made. And so if you guys do want to help out, we're going to play that game for about 2 hours later on. But if you want to help out, or if you get a little bit bored and you want to check it out ahead of time, you can always either use my link or scan the QR code that scrolls through on the widget. And so today we're going to start off with a little bit of Deadpool's Diner. I did make some significant progress last night. We got up to the 600,000 bub restore ratio or rate. And so each hour we get about 80,000 bubs, which kind of helped with that, with some of the progression. The next milestone isn't until after Cassandra Nova. So the next milestone doesn't come in until after 30 million. And so right now we have just about the best restore rate that we're going to have until we pull this card. And so we have quite a few saved up. Almost in about 6 minutes, we'll have about 400,000, which should give us a pretty good jump. Then Player Zero, welcome in. Kenny Cooks, Brigadier Blue, The Midnight Fall, OG Nerd, Nova Kurosawa, and Makoto. Welcome in, everyone. And then Makoto, I'm glad that you enjoy it. There's been a lot of negativity around the game mode. Just because it's, especially, so it feels really bad to lose. Like it kind of elevates the amount of feel bad for getting bad beat. So I've never been necessarily like overly frustrated with Arsham until this game mode. This game mode really brought to light those like bad, unlucky flips that end up costing you like the entirety of your bubs. And so then those really stick out, and so it kind of elevates the feel bad. Instead of like an 8 cube or 4 cube, which you can kind of shrug those off, sometimes you're gonna have to wait a couple hours to get back to where you were before. And then Without Wax, you said, have you spent any gold in the Deadpool Diner? I haven't. We haven't spent any gold. I'm going to do the whole thing free to play just because I play a lot of Snap anyways. And so I relatively enjoyed. I don't like the long queue times. I don't like the bad beats, but otherwise, yeah. In this, losing to Arsham over and over definitely sucks. If they get that lucky roll. Sometimes that's going to happen with Arsham. It's just, I think part of it is just unfortunate. He said I was negative at first, but I'm starting to like it. Once you get some bub upgrades, it feels better to have a floor. Yeah. Yep, and I think that's the biggest takeaway that they're going to take from it is that you want a lower starting ceiling so that you can play and lose a handful of times. Dr. Weird with the posture check. Thank you for the reminder. But I think the entry level was a little bit too high for the restore rate. And so if you lost your first one, then it just felt bad to be completely out of it. Am I late? Gambit, no, you are right on time. We are 3 minutes in, so you're right here. You popped in right away. Personally, I go to a table only when I have the double. Yeah, Makoto, I agree. That's another big piece that I think not a lot of people brought into it, because it almost feels like you should be going to the max table that you can every time, and I don't think that's the case, because then one bad beat and you're out. So I usually stay... I want to have at least a double what that next one is before I jump into the next table, typically. I like the rewards, but I think they could have made a better job with the gameplay. This constant snap, yeah, the constant snap, it kind of almost feels like you have to retreat out incredibly early, or almost full send and full commit. I was waiting multiple times for an hour just to lose my 80 bubs and wait again. Yeah, Dino, that's the piece that I think is the hardest. Is that entry level. Once you get a few upgrades, it does kind of smooth out a bit. But I think the biggest takeaway is we have 2 weeks to engage with it. People were like jumping in and trying to grind it right away, which I don't know. I'm not sure is what they designed the mode for. I think they wanted the average player to probably take at least a week or 2 weeks. And so we have Raze, TF, and we'll play it very cautiously. They're not running an Arsham deck, so that's a good start. I just did my first mill. Shang and Joy are huge. Copycatted the enemy's Dracula. So if they played it, it should be vanilla, unless it's Arsham. Maybe they had another version. Sup, bub? Oh. We have a couple of cheeky things with Bar with No Name. So we could do Doc Ock. Sometimes we could flip them like a Titania on the last turn so that they lose Bar with No Name. We're not gonna risk it.
Escaped.
And so with this game mode and to survive the later ones, a lot of times if you don't have a good feeling on that early game, sometimes it's going to be better to retreat out. So like right now we're going into the 40,000 bub range. We have almost 400,000. So we could probably do kebabs. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do kebabs. Did I notice with someone who has copycat, you can hear the ability stolen? So if like from the enemy you can? Wait, did we get a bot? Bots are huge here too. I think this game mode really values your ability to snap and retreat. Yeah, Kenny Cooks. But it feels really bad. Like you don't want to go into a deck that you're experimenting with. They missed a chance to make it kebab tier. Ook. What a missed opportunity. Looks a little body to me. Yeah, looks a little body to me. And an ad actually just triggered. I'm sorry, guys. I missed it. An ad triggered. So it is going to run here real fast. And then we'll be back. We'll kind of slow play it, but...
Oh, snap.
And then Idris on YouTube, he said, did you purchase the black border? I did not. Right now, the only money I spend is towards progression. And the black borders are nice, but you can unlock them somewhat during the diner. And so I haven't yet, Idris. Go ahead and lock in the goblin in the left lane into the Nexus. We have the ads rolling here, unfortunately, on Twitch. Kind of auto ran on accident. I definitely took an experimental deck into the diner. Yeah, and instantly regretted it. Yeah, definitely best to play decks that you know and are comfortable with. So they had the Killmonger come down. We do have the double duo, and we have initiative here. So if they play a card, then it's going to fill with White Widow, and no space for Titania. Otherwise, we're going to push it and cap them out here. Waterboy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We're playing a little bit of Diner, trying to get closer to Cassandra Nova. That is our big end goal. And we've gotten to the 600,000 restore rate, which is a good push for what we need. But overall, doing very well. We could go ahead and do magic if we wanted to extend the game. I don't know that we do. We might just skip here and next turn do like Red Hulk in the left. Unless they had a random Legion, I don't think there's anything they could do to beat us. But magic, I think, extends the amount of turns that the Bubs can double. Oh, we'll play it safe. Killmonger and Bishop feels like a bot. Yeah. It is more Bubs? Okay. We'll go ahead and do the magic extension. This is a bot? I think so. Level 1 Bidoof. Been following for 1 year, 4 months, 21 days. That is a huge amount of time. Oh, I'm glad that you're still around. Hopefully you're still enjoying your time here. Khadgar? You said, hey TLSG, how are you doing? We're doing well today. I'm excited to be able to stream. We do have a sponsored segment later on with Marvel Strike Force, and so it is still the same IP, which I think is really cool. But we have one of those that'll pop up a little bit later, and so I think it should be a good time. We can do something like Doc Ock. We're only worried about if they have some kind of like Scarlet Witch, Storm, something. Might be kind of scary. Otherwise, we can just wait and Red Hulk. Primo, welcome in. T Greenathy, welcome in as well. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. Just skip so they don't retreat. Oops. Oops. We breaking 600 viewers today? That dude though. That is the goal. Always the small, steady improvement. And so they do have the lead in all of the lanes. We can now do Red Hulk. If it is a bot, we're going to get a massive surge of Bubs really early. Which is great. I tried Copycat instead of Goblin in this deck. Won 2 games after copying Galactus. But other than that, it was usually worse. I mean, the one that you won, though, was huge. And so we are going to swing all of the locations against the poor bot fella. And we will grab 163 bubs right off the jump. So that puts us a little bit closer to that next tier. Because I think right now we're at 581,000 bubs. We can do the ice cream table. But we don't have enough, so if we went all in, it could be really negative really fast. I think the only benefit here would be that there would be more bots and less humans to match into. We would still want to play it really conservative, though. We're going to jump into at least one. Turn 3 Galactus is pretty crazy. I could imagine. What's been your dinner bub usage strategy? Typically, I stay on the lower tables, so I usually want to have at least double, if not triple, the amount of bubs to be able to enter that room, so that if I get a bad beat and I lose it really big, then it's not gonna full sin, and I'm not gonna have to be out of the game entirely. I also take a look at where those thresholds are. So right now, where I'm at is the 600,000. For 1 hour of regeneration, most people are going to be jumping into the kebab room. After that, 400,000 is a little bit harder to jump into, so I don't think there's going to be as many players. So I try to take into account where the active players are going to be so we can finesse bots a little bit more often too. All I see is Arsham game after game. Yeah, that was my experience last night. Was like every single deck was Arsham. And this deck does okay against it, but depending on the tech choices that they make, it can beat it sometimes. And then Rin, welcome in. Play 2 tables lower than your max. Yeah. Yep, if you're going to be playing for extended times. Oh, no Discord notification? Rin, I entirely forgot. We'll send it out now. Better late than never. Also depends on what random cards they get. Yeah. Yeah. And so that's really tough, especially when it's Arsham every single game. Every deck is Arsham until you swap to Hawk. Yeah. Yep. That is very true. The biggest, I guess, issue that I've had with the game mode is that these bigger tables take longer to queue into. I think eventually there will be enough players that it won't be this way. But 15 tables is a lot to kind of spread out any number of active players that you have at any given time. And I've actually, depending on their tech choices, this deck can lose to it. So Doc Ock sometimes can be problematic for this deck. Sometimes a Leech, a Lyeth on the last turn can a lot of times steal the games away. Long time to find players should get bought. Yeah, it should. So they said that the way that it should work would be if it goes over 3 minutes, it should auto queue into a bot. I don't know that that's the way that it was working, because I think KM said he had a 25-minute queue or something crazy. Also, the higher tables are generally the sweaty people. You play mini mirror matches. Yeah. Yep, and I feel like those are the 3 viable decks. I think there's the 4th in there as well, D-Touch. And so Hawk, Ajax, or Arsham is what I see primarily. Kitty Pryde, Athena, Angela Core also still puts in some pretty good work. If we can't find matches, we may not be able to. We do find into a real player, so 51.2k right off the jump. And it is Arsham. So we have to be very careful, because we could end up losing all of our bubs very quickly, because it elevates very fast. I use Surfhawk, still good? Yeah. The Surfhawk is still really good, especially into all of the Arsham that we're seeing. Right now, without any of our clutter tools, I think our hand is on the weaker side. And a lot of times I try to get the general pulse of the strength of our like outs and our game plan early on. Otherwise, it gets you get really invested really fast. Retreat, yeah. If it increases the stakes, which I think after turn 3 it auto increases, we'll probably retreat. Otherwise, I'm okay to stay for a little bit. Silver Surfer with Hawk? Yeah. Yeah, Silver Surfer with Hawk works pretty well. And a lot of the Arsham decks have started teching in like Eliath, a lot, or have Legion, which make it really hard to consistently have Limbo up. Any new cards that are required for game auto doubles on 4 and 5? Yeah, 4, 5. I want to say either 6 or 7. But since we haven't hit any of our clutter, our junk, we're gonna back out of this one. Our hand wasn't great early on. We don't have the Doc Ock to guarantee that we can pull, so I don't think it's worth the increased risk, unfortunately. So we're gonna jump out of this one. And so that's the piece I haven't figured out, Waterboy. I don't know if Mockingbird is still the ideal slot in that one. Now that it's 1 cost increase, because typically you're only going to have either 2 or 4 cards that didn't start in your deck. And so it would go to 4, I guess, which might still be okay with like the Sarah line. All right. We waited a long time to find the ice cream one. We're going to try one more, see if we can get into... also drink something. Angel, we'll drink to that. Then T Greenethy with the on-screen celebration. Next up we have Brew, and they're not running an Arsham deck. We do start with our Green Goblin. We have a Red Hulk and Ajax. Said it's really funny that when I want to burn bubs, I win. When I want to win, I instantly lost all. Yeah. So we could do Nebula. I think we hold the Quinjet. I don't think we necessarily need it. And then Bean Man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then Brigadier launching into the emote only chat early. We will send you guys in. And then Tackler, you said couldn't catch the last few streams due to the time zone. That's all right. I appreciate you being here and trying to make them, Tickler. So let's go Green Goblin in the left, and we're going to launch into the emote only chat for 2 minutes as we continue to try to find our way into some bubs. I tried burning them all before bed and ended up going up 10k. Yeah, yep, that definitely can happen. And so auto doubling here with the magic line, and that magic is built into their deck, which is kind of scary. Ooh, is it Tribunal? Tribunal, maybe negative. I feel like we probably shouldn't stay for 100,000. Still going to. And so if it's a living Tribunal deck that wants the turn 7, that's okay. We're gonna rip away the +5, which hurts their like, Iron Man and all of those consistency tools. Mr. Negative does come down. Tickler, Kenny Cook, Shong Enjoyer, Fuez, welcome in everybody. So we can cap out the left lane. Then it comes down to winning one other and making sure that whatever they end up stacking hopefully doesn't have all of their ongoings. Might be a little better if we had a Doc Ock. Maybe we draw it. We'll see. Wong in the hub is scary. We do have the Ajax Hazmat stuff. So I think we may be okay, depending on how crazy this goes. Something like Red Hulk left, Hazmat Ajax could be in the works. Because sometimes they've been teching in Shang-Chi. I think that's our best line for now. Depending on how big this goes.
Behold my mighty hand.
Wait, Onslaught was randomly generated. Ooh, goodness. So we've only seen a handful of their cards. We've seen the Magic. We've seen Wong. And Negative. We have Initiative, so this lane kind of is tricky. This would be our stay, but I'm not super confident in it, you guys. Let's free you guys from the emote only chat. From the emote only chat. I guess this lane to the right is only going to be... Do we have one of the puppies? It's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess it's 20 extra power. A single Ironheart will destroy you. Sage Ironheart thing. Should be a clear retreat. I want to see it. I wanted to see it too, but that's a lot of bubs. Stay for the content. See, the bad thing about Deadpool Diner is if you stay for the content, you're completely out of bubs. So that becomes really problematic really fast. DuckDales, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Let's go into stake for a little bit. Got to get you bub up? Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to see the end of it. On a normal ladder, I probably would have gambled it. But we saved 200,000 bubs. Never stay for the content on this? Yeah. Really, Martin, what is this? This is Deadpool's Diner. This is a game mode that takes all of your cubes and throws it out the window. Oh, Kenny Cooks. Wait, who's the bestest of boy? Is it Lockjaw? Or is it Cosmo? Cosmo? Well, we'll have to agree to disagree. I think Lockjaw's the best of the boys. All right, which one do you want? We have 4. I've been loving your counter copy. I have been enjoying that one. The hip. All right, let's jump back into Deadpool's Diner. Playing a little bit of enjoy the stream. Angel, I appreciate it. Is there an over the air tomorrow? I don't think so. I think the next patch is on the 30th. But we don't know if there's going to be very much balance change that comes in with that. Wait, number 3, please. Oh, someone else said hip. Okay, I'll change it, Kenny Cooks. I'll change it right after this. I think the next patch is Tuesday. Yeah. Yep, should be on the 30th. But the last few patches we've had didn't include very much like balancing. So we'll see how much is included that one. I think that's the launch of Alliances, which should be nice. He said Lockjaw is also a good boy. He's the most regal boy. So they have our Red Hulk. Unfortunate as it is, but it is what it is. Dream Dimension here is unfortunate, but we do have magic. We have our Shang-Chi to take away whatever they get in the Gamma Lab. Remember, it's 2 weeks long. Yeah, the mode is 2 weeks long, so there is quite a bit of time. Looks like Gabriel ended up switching to Arsham. They went to the dark side. Thunderbolt's tower is probably fine. We could do 3 left. That way we get a Hulk over there. And then next turn we can magic into Dream Dimension. How's the deck serving you? It does well. I'm a junk enjoyer. And so it's served well for the last several days. The only downside to it is like Limbo is really hard to keep intact in a lot of like places and a lot of times. So their copycat scales horrendously over the course of the game. We could do Viper in Dream Dimension, but I kind of think we go Magic in mid into like a Doc Ock in Thunderbolt's Tower on 5. Real Raptor, welcome. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Josie said clog on mid. Probably the right call, honestly, but we chose to go Magic instead. And they went Leech on us. Loki incoming. So we do get the Hazmat. We don't have the Shang-Chi anymore. Real Raptor, you said I got all the way to Cassandra Nova variant just by going up against bots. Yeah, if you get to a certain like room, especially if you got there early, then you're going to see very few real players, a lot of bots. So I'm not feeling super confident here. Because if they have a Shang-Chi, they can win the left lane. We could win mid potentially with like an Ajax. But then it comes down to, can we outvalue them in like Thunderbolt's tower as well? Jump out of it. Final table is bot Fiesta. We could Doc Ock right, but it got leached, so we wouldn't pull anything. And then Kragu, thank you so much for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you for the vote of confidence and being here to support the channel. That helps us towards our Partner Plus. I think we were like 20 away, maybe just a little bit over 20. And so that helps us reach that goal a little bit easier. The queue times are painfully long. Yeah. Just get 2 mil buffs. Easy. And then Kenny Cooks, thank you for the gifted sub over to Ook as well. Huge support. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. Just now, Harry was donating 200 million bubs after they were done with the grind. So did he get the variant? And he had 200 mil left over? Really fun to try and play around Leech, Doc Ock, Legion, Blob, and Loki at the same time. Yeah. And I think this game mode definitely brings that frustration to light. So you have to definitely play it. You have to play it a lot more cautious almost. Is it still worth farming bubs after the variant? Do we get anything? So there's a leaderboard, so it's going to be similar to like if you were farming the ranked ladder. It would really be the only thing that you'd get is just like bragging rights. He spent like 3K to get the card, and he played his way to 5. Yeah, I could see that. And so left, right, we can do this. Cap out mid. And then I think Doc Ock in Shadowland next turn, since we have the scaling piece of Nebula.
Oh, snap.
It's a couple colored distress borders. Yeah. Yeah, the distress borders kind of look cool. And since they're high up on the ladder, then or on the rewards, you'll know that you grinded them out and earned them, since you can't get those anywhere else. So it just looks like a worn out border. I haven't seen it on a card necessarily yet. They're terrible. I haven't seen them on a card. Do they look that bad? Steve Pierce, he said, Yo, TLSG, didn't realize you were doing these on a separate channel. More content to consume. Thank you so much, Steve, for being around. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm trying to keep tabs on the YouTube chat a little bit more than I was before. Saw a guy with Cassandra Nova variant today. Some people grind. Yeah, and the advantage to really pushing in and grinding it out early is those tables eventually you'll reach mainly bots if you jumped into them early enough. Over time, it's going to end up being where there's a lot of real players, and so then it gets a little bit harder to grind at that point. But if you can get out ahead of that curve or ahead of that, like that, I guess that the majority of other players, then you get I think an easier finishing grind from there. All right, we can do Viper, send White Widow over. We would be able to do Green Goblin, but we can't this turn because of Icebox. I'm a little hesitant on giving them the extra energy from White Hot Room, but also if we can end up capping out one of the locations, that's a little bit better. They do have Loki on curve. They have 5 cards that it impacted, which is kind of scary. Depending on where they want to drop it, we could try to position like a Nebula, maybe a Titania to push their way. And then if they pull 2, Green Goblin Sins, Doc Ock counterfills, I think we're okay. We have to worry about them having White Widow of their own, Debris, potentially the double clog here with like a Green Goblin Titania. What deck uses Copycat? Really just almost never know how to play Titania. So with Titania, I usually use her very late in the game. So I usually use it as one of those like guaranteed able to pulls versus like a risk. Surfer Athena deck? Yeah, Surfer Athena deck is a pretty good spot for Copycat. So Doc Ock in mid doesn't feel great because we're going to have Shang-Chi left. There is a chance that they pulled magic from Loki and we can pull it out of their deck. A little hopeful though. They filled the icebox instead. Never mind. Green Goblin comes over. The debris is tough. Into the Shake and Quake. Sins Nidavellir over to the left lane, which is fine. Doc Ock pulling in, tapping out mid. No, there's nothing we can do. We can win one, but not multiple. The Quake was kind of big brain. I mean, I don't think the Quake made that big of a difference, right? Arsham special. Yeah, unfortunately. We're getting hit with the Arsham special today. We had almost, I think, 600,000. We're burning them down at an increasingly alarming rate. May need to break out something new. TLSG, what did you get from the premium mystery variant? Ooh, I haven't actually pulled it yet. I saved it for you guys. Bring the Hawk. Bring the Hawk and Arsham will disappear. I promise. Got a rare variant from it. Yeah, I think most of the time you end up getting rare, but you have the slim chance to get super rare. And then Big Batch Balinese, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'll keep saying it, but I think Negative Panther is actually good for this mode / meta. I think it can be. It's also, I would kind of be worried that we would end up getting Eliath from the Arsham, because a lot of times they will run Eliath, and so then you might end up losing your like Arnim Zola Black Panther stuff. So then I feel like I would maybe overstay my hands sometimes. But I do think it could be some really big power that it can swing. And it's easier to know if you should retreat early. I got a stupid Uatu. I wish Uatu was relevant, but he pulled Warlock Flaviano. I wish Adam Warlock was viable too. Real Raptor with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate it. Did I also run it with Hawk Mystique? So it has a lot of different playlines. Yeah. Do you have Shang-Chi in yours? I know a lot of negative decks started teching that in, and all of these like variances really mess with my head. You drinking water? Yeah. Yeah, we're drinking water. I did wake up at like 3 a.m. today. I've been caffeine free, but if we dip too much, we may drink a little bit of coffee. Few times is the final boss in the diner, potentially. No, so it was the dogs. It rained here, and my anxious dogs were barking, so I had to let them upstairs, and then by the time everyone got settled again, I was up. Hydrate with a rum and Coke. Maybe, maybe later. So this is an Arsham deck. They have the Quinjet, which is super unfortunate. We do have Nocturne. We have Hawk Mystique, which is great. I don't think we're going to snap just yet, but I do think we have a pretty big chance here. So maybe we do something like Angela, Hope Summers, both in mid, and then surprise them with a big Hawk to the left. Snap. Bean Man and Primo with the snaps. We will gladly oblige. We're gonna hit them with the snap back. They will be able to flood a lot of junk and a lot of stuff with the Quinjet. Maybe they have Coulson and Loki. Why would we expect anything else besides the perfect curve? We will see if we can match that. Okay, so we have the Hope Summers. We have Thena in the left. Both of these end up being decent resources for us. And Eliath could be kind of that surprise big brain play. We also have the Juggernaut to push their last turn stuff away. And of course we have the Hawk Mystique line. You have the best hand against Arsham. But sadly we're still worried. Sadly we're still worried about like not being able to have enough. So Eliath, always very scary. I think we are good against the blob stuff. But Eliath, maybe Legion, maybe some other crazy stuff could best us. We do get the bestest of boys Cosmo now. So something like Nocturne Cosmo that allows us to just freely float the Hawk to the left. Sub for Thena. Thena's in a really good spot right now because a lot of decks that run like Kitty Pryde or movable cards are a pretty big counter to junk or clutter style stuff, and also it allows you to counter the Arsham. And so I think Thena decks are in a really good position as well. I was playing Kenny, I do need to switch that. Black Bolt made us lose our Mystique. It's tough. I got tilted out of playing. Oof. But I was playing Cassandra in the greedy Hawk deck and still just lost constantly to the Arsham cheese. I could see that. So, Hawk to the left, we win that lane without a shadow of a doubt. We don't have Mystique anymore, so we're looking for Eliath, maybe a Juggernaut to help us kind of safeguard one lane. But we'll see. We'll see. Left lane, the big Orca into War Machine and Surfer. Wow. I was playing Black Bolt Annihilus deck for most of Deadpool's Diner. Ooh, wait. Wait. It's the Eliath top deck. The beautiful Eliath top deck. So a blob is not going to do anything for him. Oh, that is the perfect top deck against Sinclair. We're gonna send him, I'm sure. Let's go ahead and play Eliath into mid. Shang-Chi doesn't bother us. Blob. None of the nonsense does. So I get its Elysium, but that was 13 energy on 5. Yeah, it gets kind of crazy pretty quickly. All right, let's lock this in. Let our Thena scale. They do triple drop. They stay it out for the 180. The Enchantress. Ooh, wait, that was incredibly close. Wow.
Victory.
He said, Bean Man, you said I was gonna say you should put Chi in over Eliath. I do like the Eliath. It kind of helps you control some of those last turn levers. Not gonna lie, I would miss Marvel him. No, we're not gonna leave him marveling. All right, let's set our avatar. Because I did switch it off the bestest of boys, and I never picked it to the correct one. So for this one, it's this one, right? Hawk Thena. I set it to Cosmo, and you said the fourth one. So I want something with kind of like a we'll do the Cosmo back. Open the variant, yeah. We're gonna open the variant. I was just setting the avatar before I forgot. All right. So I didn't pull any of my rewards from last night when I grinded. You just wanted to flex the channel points? Alright, so we get the decent death. And then let's see our premium mystery variant. Maybe. Thinking awfully hard. Nullified Storm's not bad. We have a lot of really good storm variants, but not a bad one. As we queue into this next round, we're gonna run a quick set of ads, and then we will be right back, you guys. Storm has many good ones. Yeah, Storm has really quite a few good ones. So we can look at the Storm variants real fast. Oh, that doesn't clear it up either. Oh. I guess maybe that's a little bit. No. So we have this one that we just pulled, the super rare. We have the hero one, which was the ultimate variant. I think it came from a bundle, and so it's really hard for me to not use that one. We have the Savage Land one, which I think was another bundle back whenever I was spending ridiculous amounts. We have another Storm Chaser, which was another bundle. Storm's had a lot of bundles. And then the Jim Lee one, which is kind of cool. Looks kind of nostalgic. And then the baby one. We have quite a few of the ones that I typically enjoy. Let's jump back into some Diner. Somebody asked what my strategy has been for the Diner. I don't like to jump into a game mode unless I have like at least double, if not more, of the required bubs. Because it's too easy to have a bad draw, have a bad game, and you end up out of the mode entirely. And so I like to stay at least one or maybe two rooms back, depending on how tilted I am. Was the hero one a bundle? I thought it was. I thought it was a bundle. Maybe it was a gold bundle. I was trying to all-in burn, but I kept winning. Sometimes that's the way that it's gonna work, especially with 2 weeks. So like going like right before you go to bed, with 2 weeks to be able to engage with it. Like every night before you go to sleep, you can just burn all of your bubs, and I think you'll make quite a bit of progress. So next up we have Villela. They aren't running a Hawk deck. Ooh, was it for a login? May have been. Maybe it was for free. I don't remember what it was from though. All right, so they have the Kitty Pride as well. So very similar builds. We do have the Angela Thena. I'm gonna go ahead and snap into it because we have our like power engines, so we can scale 2 lanes, and then we're just looking to win one of the other ones after that. Sorry, I didn't catch it, but what's the winning conditions for this deck? So the winning conditions primarily are that Thena, Angela, Kitty Pride are like your core power engines. You have the Cosmo to stop any kind of on reveals. So like if you leave out your Hawk early, you can protect it with the Cosmo. You can Mystique to copy the Hawk, especially against Arsham. We have the Juggernaut to kind of help protect us in one lane if we have one that's been that's a big win. And then we have the kind of rock slide clutter stuff. But the biggest piece hinges on how much this engine and how much power this engine generates. Yeah, 8 hours is enough to fully regenerate. Yep. Kragu, you said my strategy is about 1/3 of bubs. Then before going to sleep or not returning to the game for 8 hours, go all in until losing. Yeah. Yeah, at that point, every win is a bonus. So they have Hawk Mystique. Wonder if they have any of the rock stuff to go along with it. Get so much energy, why not play another card? I don't think we need to play another card. We have quite a bit of scaling already. Cosmo was our only other line, and I don't know that it did much for us playing it early. And by only playing 2, we got the 3 on Thena instead. And so it left these as like flexible pieces for us later on. But they do have Cosmo plopped into Castle Blackstone. Can we ever outshine the Hawk here? They have the Nocturne as well. This may be a complete mirror match. No, they have Jeff. We don't have Jeff in ours.
Snap.
Wait, the max we can go is 82.72 in this room? So we can't win mid. So we might as well stay. How many times can people snap now? In this mode, it's once each, but it's auto snaps on 4, 5, and 6, I believe. I think they have a Juggernaut that could beat us. Eliath goes off after they reveal. I think this is risky, but I think it's going to be better than like the Juggernaut Cosmo stuff. And since it's only an extra like 1,000 cubes, I'm okay staying. So the Thena comes down, the Juggernaut comes down as well. And so could we have scaled past it? We were up to 16. We could have outscaled mid. Fortunate. Shang on the right, maybe? Yeah. A lot of these decks ended up dropping Shang-Chi from what I've seen. Took your advice about going all in before bed, won 100,000 bubs before losing despite starting at pizza. Yeah, yep. I mean, before you go to sleep, it's going to regenerate by the time you wake up anyways. And so you might as well full send it at that point. My goodness, do we really have 100 people over on YouTube? You guys, thanks for joining me. Or if you're in a job where like you're not going to be able to reasonably play for 4 to 6 hours, maybe 8, then it makes sense to full send it before work too. I was just playing an extra 30 minutes more than expected. Yeah, the only downside is if you go on too big of a run, then you're going to be playing for a while. That I've been doing bubs all wrong. Got to wait 8 hours now. That's one of the tough parts about it. Is if you do it wrong, it's really tough. How do I apply those borders? So if you go to like custom card in the editor, you can apply them. You can only use the border on one character, and so make sure that it's a character that you want to have it on. But otherwise, you can go ahead and send it. I can't play at work, but was able to play a few matches of Dunplink beforehand. Galatus, you said, how do you feel about the event? I don't necessarily feel bad about the event. I kind of like it. It gives you something else to kind of play in and play for. What I don't necessarily care for about it... Oh, in Dumpling. Oh, gotcha. What I don't necessarily care for is how bad it makes Arsham feel. Because you're seeing, or at least I am seeing Arsham almost every single game. And so it becomes very taxing. And sometimes they're going to get lucky outs. And those lucky outs, are, if they cost you 4 or 8 cubes, will feel really, really bad. We can save the Juggernaut. But I'm not sure if we do. Maybe it's like a Juggernaut Korg. And we'll see. Okay, so Juggernaut didn't do us any good. I wanted to leave the door open for a potential like Hawk top deck next turn. Into something else, but the Snowguard Bear on Central Park is unfortunate. We're going to jump out of it. I see him almost every game, no matter what mode. Yeah, but I think, so for me, I don't necessarily mind him on like Ladder or Conquest. because if I lose that one, I can jump into a new one. With this one, if we get a bad beat from Arsham and we're out 8 hours, or I guess an hour to get any like regeneration back, that feels much worse than losing like 1 round on Conquest, losing 1 game on Ladder. Is it really that OP? I don't know that it's necessarily OP as much as it can tech a lot of really strong tech cards. So like your Leech plays, your Blobs, your Legions, Doc Ock, all of those can become very frustrating for the vast majority of decks. And so I think it probably hinges on being really strong, but more so annoying. And so like last night, there were 2 games that I lost in Deadpool's Diner to Arsham, but both of them ended up being like 8 cubes. One was an Iron Lad, that top deck Luke Cage, which swung 2 lanes back in their favor, and they casseroled me. And that just feels bad, because it was the last turn, it was the lucky top deck, and it was the randomly generated card. And so it just gives more of those feels bads. But on ranked or ladder, ranked Conquest, it doesn't necessarily bother me as much. Here, if it kind of cuts your bubs in half, or for some people takes all of them, it can leave even more of like a sore taste in your mouth. You can play 2 Shangs on 7? Yeah. Yeah, it can do some really crazy consistent things. And it's flexible enough with the energy that you can change the like core cards of it to fit whatever you're seeing. So like Leech right now has been pretty strong, so you start seeing a lot more of that. You start seeing Doc Ock to counter any kind of like Hawk build or counter style build that maybe Korg left was risky. Yeah, but I like rotating the Korg and getting as many rocks in as we can. So we were gonna send it regardless. Pusher, you said I had the WinCon versus Arsham and they got a random Galactus. Yeah, those losses always feel bad, and it elevates it in Diner because it is like limited on the number of times you can play. So if you get bad beat 4 times and you're out, then you have to kind of sit and stew on it. He said, I bet retreat on 1 against Shim is optimal if you look at cubes gained versus time played. Probably. I honestly wouldn't doubt it. But I play Ultron, so I overstay because I just don't draw him. So I lose or Leech ruins him. Yeah. Yep, and so any of those decks become really tough to play with any degree of consistency. Yeah, there's downside in the random cards, but I don't think it's big enough. Especially when it so oftentimes feels like they drew just the out that they needed. I don't mind Diner. Just wish it had a way to play without bubs, like Proving Grounds. Yeah, especially I think the biggest takeaway that I've seen them taking away from like this launch or this test is that they need a lower starting like tier or bracket. Something where if you lose, you aren't out of the game for an hour or more.
Hey, I found a rook.
McCabe, you said I live in a world where I just assume opponent plays Ock turn 5 every single time, no matter the deck. Probably fair. Probably a fair assessment, honestly. I think we need to be able to get priority here. So we're going to move the Nocturne a turn early and play Thena out. That allows us to maybe Juggernaut Cosmo next turn as our potential outlines. Those new voice lines on some cards are so good. I agree. I really like the Korg one. We are not...
worthy.
We don't have to worry about the Sebastian Shaw anymore. Okay. Giganto is gigantic. Juggernaut to protect mid, and then Cosmo left. I think is the line we want to go with. That was so unfortunate for them but so fortunate for us. The Gwynpool did come down. It looked like it hit Sebastian Shaw once, and so we still have to worry about what other cards they have. You found a rock. I wish people still made budget content. Yeah, and so I think a lot of the budget decks are still viable for the most part. It's just Destroy's been played 1,000 times. It's been covered 1,000 times. Hella, discard. All of those have been kind of played out. And so you don't necessarily see the creators cover them, but they're still strong. Same thing with Shuri decks. And then someone said, question about Marvel Strike Force. If I already have an account that hit those milestones, will you get credit for it? No. No, unfortunately, it's only for new accounts. I'm in the same boat. I had an account that was level 60. All right, so the double drop in mid. Hopefully that can body whatever they were wanting to do. Oh no, we got the Miss Marvel fist thumbs up. Unfortunate for them. But we will take the 81k bubs. Shuri Star on deck is very strong. Yeah. Yep, Shuri Star on deck. You can kind of flare it up with like Hope Summers, Red Hulk, but you honestly don't need to. The other versions still run decently well. Would you go for Hope even though I have other two in the cache? I bought Hope Summers for tokens, and I honestly haven't used her a whole lot. When she hits really well, and it's really good. But a lot of times I ended up just taking her out for something that was more consistent for like if I got a last turn pull or something. You know they're waiting an hour? Maybe. That's my bad. Coming home from work, TLSG already live on Twitch. It's the little things. Captain Goulash, welcome in. Hopefully work was quick and pain-free. And I'm glad you're able to join me on Wednesday. We have a sponsored stream today, which is Marvel Strike Force. So we'll play that in a little while. But I appreciate you guys being here to watch the bub grind. We're going to see if we can reach Nova today without investing any money. It might be that we just eventually give in and pay a couple hundred gold for it, because we did pull a couple hundred gold from the collection track, or from the reward track. So as long as I don't spend more than I think the 300 or 400 that we got, I'd be all right. Nocturne replacement, probably Copycat if you have it. Nocturne in this one, or Jeff. Copycat or Jeff I think would be fine. The biggest piece for Nocturne is that it helps you protect against like Limbo for like the Tribunal decks, the Clutter decks, and those sorts of like decks that really go high if they happen to be able to pull it. Otherwise, it's just a good value card that you can use to ramp up Angela, then move it later. Have you seen the Leaked Destroyer bundle? Yeah, so I did see the, I think it was Datamined, right? I did see it. I don't have anywhere near enough gold, but I do think it was, as far as gold bundles, it was a pretty decent value for what it was. I think Thena is worth 6,000. I think she's really good right now, but I'm not sure necessarily what that means. Kind of feels bad skipping Nocturne. Yeah. Thena, I think especially right now with Kitty Pryde being really relevant, Thena feels really good. If Kitty Pryde ever got to the point where it didn't feel as playable, I'm not sure if we would see much Thena. And so it's one of those cards that is strong right now, but could potentially fall off in certain metas. It's the same bundle as the Phoenix Panther. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anything has been as good as
Iron Man.
It was the Apocalypse bundle when it first came out, right? The thing was massive value, if I remember correctly. All right, so the Iron Man here is very scary. We could fend it off with a Juggernaut. We could hit them with an Alioth. I think might be kind of funny. Or we can do something like maybe Thena, Kitty Pryde. Thena Cosmo. think we go Thena Cosmo. Next turn, we look to move Nocturne over to the left, and we hit this lane with an Eliath. Because we should have priority by splitting into the left and the right lanes. Loki. Oof.
All systems go.
Loki's scary because they get a significant discount on the cards. In our deck, we have 3 cards. So a Hawk would only be, what, 9? But they could play it for 4 and then additional cards into Monster Island. Eliath then Juggernaut. Eliath then Juggernaut may have been the line to just completely protect out, what, Stark Tower? They had so many cards that they low-keyed. We end up being 20 power in the left. They only have to get more than 10, which I think is probably easy. I'm back. What did I miss? You missed a lot of me spreading over every single possibility, which normally you don't have to do so much. But with this one, with Bubs on the line, it becomes a little bit trickier. You don't want to bad stay more often than you can afford. But Beast Magic the Gathering, or MTG, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 2 months. I appreciate you being here, hanging out with me on this Wednesday, which we were sick again today. I'll have to go back to work on Thursday, but then Friday, with drops starting back up, I'm going to do a marathon stream on Friday. And so I plan to launch before they go live. And then I want to stream, if I can swing it, well into the night, depending on what the numbers look like and depending on how tired I look or how tired I get. And then Cho, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. The amount of Bubs I have is in the top left or is in the progress bar in the middle. The amount you have currently is top left. Let's go ahead and play out our Korg. This is a Kitty Pride deck.
Hey man, I'm Korg.
They have their Kitty Pride early. So if they have the Angela Thena, that gets really tricky really quick. Bar with no name. We have Nocturne, which can always be that kind of mind game of, are they going to change Bar with no name or are they going to leave it? Dang, hope you feel better. How do we check the leaderboard? Did they end up coming out with the Bub leaderboard? I know that it was there at some point, but I thought, I know that they were planning on doing it, but I didn't think it was there yet. So let's go ahead and do, I think we do Rock Slide. Next turn we can do Nocturne Maria Hill. Jug goes crazy here. Jug does go crazy here too. White Widow. What do they have? Kitty Pride? Just no. Wait. Why?
Victory.
I'm not sure what they were doing. I know I'm rank 1500 and lose to Arisham consistently. Are you talking about on the ladder or within the Bubs? So for the leaderboard, you can look at it from this news tab. News, and then you may have to be on mobile, but on mobile there's an option for the leaderboard. Oh, what are we doing? We're trying to get Cassandra Nova. They got Agatha. They may have drawn Agatha or had Agatha, but it wasn't an Arisham deck, I don't think. How many Bubs left to get Cassandra? Millions. Millions, unfortunately. But the good thing is if you get on a good streak, then you can get a lot of Bubs really, really quickly. Cassandra solves this problem. We're going to see if we can. And so, Scotta. So Cassandra's actually
I found a rock.
free from Deadpool's Diner. You just have to grind it out over the next couple of weeks. So it started yesterday. You have plenty of time. But you can potentially unlock her for free. Oh, you are grinding? Yeah. Hopefully you're able to pull it It may even be like if you're close to a tier and you drop down. I know you get some gold along the way. Sometimes it might be worthwhile to drop the gold on it. So we do have Hawk. We have Hope Summers to ramp into some extra energy. So next turn, maybe Rock Slide, and hopefully would be Kitty Pride. Behold, behold my mighty hand. Cosmo's fine. Let's go Hope Summers. And then see. We're not going to have any Thena scaling so far. Waiting for more bubs in 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, and then if you have time to actively play, definitely jump into some lower tables. How's your dinner run going? It's going okay. It's very much a like slow but steady grind. Rohan, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We are at the 600,000 like break point, which is the last upgrade before you end up pulling Cassandra Nova. And so each hour we get about 75,000 bubs. And so like worst case scenario, we go all in on a kebab. We wait 1 hour, we can play this one again. But we're still, looks like 14 million away. So we need to be able to hit like a good streak in like ice cream to jump up to maybe cherry pie. Trying to get the variant, but 500 mil is steep. Yeah, but the good thing though is that at 30 million, your restore rate becomes 30 million. And so each hour you're getting like so many bubs. You're getting millions of bubs. And so then you can kind of use those and leverage those. And eventually you'll hit a good streak. Lost 30,000 bubs to a cheating bot. I had that happen last night. And then Adam, you said, I love you, TLSG. Your videos feel like... I'm not sure what that means, but I appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoy the videos. And then L, you said, awesome to catch the live stream. I hope you get to be full-time streamer soon. Greetings from Sweden. Welcome in from Sweden. With the YouTube side, we have quite a bit of traction over there, which is nice to see. I played this game mode for like 2 hours and I'm already at 7.9, but I'm on vacation, so I'm having a hard time playing. So vacation may honestly be the most ideal way to play it, because then you can like wake up whenever you have time. You like full send your bubs. If you lose, it's fine. You get to sip on a drink on the beach or wherever you're at, and then when you come back, it's always there for you. Wait, no, this isn't a bot.
Hey, I found a rook.
He said I'm at the point where I instant retreat against Arsham. I think I need to wait until an over the air. It can be very, very frustrating. So Hope Summer's in the right. They had Absorbing Man. I'm thinking this is a Silver Surfer deck. So maybe they go Rude. Maybe they're trying to ramp into like Windpool. But I think we're going to drop Cosmo on the right. We're going to get a retreat. Never mind. Yeah, so the over there is not this week. I'm hoping they do something with the patch. Like maybe Cassandra Nova doesn't solve the Arsham problem like they think it will. But no, Arsham game after game definitely gets old pretty quick. And who's to say that Arsham decks don't start throwing in Cassandra Nova because it's good in the mirror? And then you're just kind of fueling fire with fire. Rohan, you said, no, I'm in Thailand, so I'm out exploring and seeing everything. Nice. I'm down at the pool with my family. Yeah, definitely more important. So it's actually hard with only like 3 hours of free time. Yep. And so in those times, I would like max send it whenever you're about to run out of time and just see if you can maybe double up. And then by the time you come back, you at least have a good starting base. And then Pong Ping, you said, I finally made it to Infinite after over a year of playing. Thanks to your mill deck. That's huge, Pong Ping. I'm really sad that the mill decks aren't viable into Arsham, because I did enjoy the mill playstyle. Ooh, we got Jay Swizzle again, which they were the one that gave us the good old Miss Marvel emote. So it would be awful if that happened again.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
And then Rohan, you said, who's from Sweden? So one of the viewers on the YouTube stream, name L. was from there. Every time I saw an Arsham deck, I went into retreat mode. Yeah. Yep, it is, and unfortunately, it's common enough that, like, if it was good but just relatively uncommon, you could, I think, do that pretty consistently or pretty easily. But when it's almost, it feels like 60% of your games or more, it's really tough. What's a good replacement for Thena, and is Nocturne worth 6,000? So Thena's a really tough one because she's like your secondary power engine to be able to spread that power across the board. And so I don't know that there's a good direct replacement for her. For Nocturne, she's flexible. She goes into a lot of decks, but she a lot of times doesn't like win those decks or those games by herself. So with the Red Guardian in the Isle of Silence, the Okoye, we could hit him with a Rock Slide. Yeah, you can definitely beat Arsham, but and to me, I don't necessarily care about the play lines for him or how like strong or difficult it is. It's just that it's so consistent, and it can be so tough to read what their potential output is. The Phantom, you said I used to play Marvel Strike Force daily years ago. It's still going. Yeah, it's still going. They have an event running for the for Deadpool Wolverine. We're gonna trade out of this one, and it does look like ads are running real quick, and so we will be right back real soon, you guys. Probably about the time. I just unlocked Cassandra. Have you got her yet? No, we're still grinding. We're still in the grind. We do have enough now to go into chimichanga or ice cream if we wanted to. I think we're gonna send an ice cream cone. I don't know, even comparing it to Thanos is weird because Thanos didn't play Doc or Leech. Thanos did have a spurt where it had like Lockjaw, Leech. So a lot of times you would Lockjaw into the Leech and it felt bad. But really, historically, any deck that's been able to cheat Leech out early has felt awful to play against.
Hey, you found a rook.
Thanos meta was the worst. Leech leader meta was also pretty rough. So we do have Rock Slide, so we're going to send them a little bit more junk. We don't have any way in hand to change Mindscape unless we draw into Nocturne. Thanos has all the worst things. It did. it was an awful time. And at one point, it was Quinjet Lockjaw, and so Quinjet made all of the stones free, which was treacherous. That should never have been a possibility. So they have Echo, and then what's Nocturne? Okay, so they can change the left lane. It does look like we're scaling over into emote-only chat. So we have, for the remainder of the 2 minutes, we will see you guys on the other side. We can at least tie Asgard. I think this is a Wong deck. It might be the Wong Assumption. But we have Cosmo Mystique, which might give us some pretty good benefits or outs. So I think I'm going to Juggernaut Kitty Pryde here. Timeout, Gabe. Just a heads up. That means you get timed out. I want to make sure that that's what you meant to do. And then we'll send the timeout. Ooh, so we push the Ravona that they pulled from Iron Lad over into Onslaught. Or into Onslaught Citadel. We don't have initiative. My goodness, we have Ico Trim with the timeout as well. All right, Gabe, we're gonna give you a 2-minute cool off period. We'll see you when you get back. And then Ico Trim has a double timeout, so you got the 4 minutes. I'm thinking we retreat out of this one. We do have the Cosmo. But they could very easily have like Namora, and without us having initiative or really any kind of big follow-up, I think it's going to be a retreat. Eno joining the masses. Wait. Is that not an eye? And then we have the double hydrate from Bean Man and Lucky Flips. We'll do those in just a second. There we go. And then, oh my goodness. I need to, okay. We're going to copy this to make it faster. You guys are wild. All right, Kino, there's your, wait, Kino didn't work either. Maybe I forgot the underscore. I forgot the I. We have Lime Hunter with your 2 minutes. And we have Cho. We'll give you guys a quick cool off, and when you come back, hopefully you'll be on better behavior. We lost 100,000 there, which stings. Oh, and emote only chat should probably be up, so we're gonna go ahead and launch off of that. Oh, and then we have the double hydrate as well. We got a lot of water, a lot of timeouts. You're free. Wait, Packers, you got 10 ads? Wait, when joining in? Or was that during an ad break? You said, so there's no emote for don't play Cosmo onto Echo? So glad you retreated. Fry, that's a good call. Would you say this deck is better than Kitty Shuri? The Kitty Shuri can do some big power plays. 10 ads is the timeout. I'm not sure that there's a good direct replacement for Thena here. Because she's like your secondary engine. You can be scaling one lane with Angela and Thena's scaling in another. And it gives you better outs for those potential draws. It was worth it, Gabe. I'm glad it was worth it. Do you think Copycat's gonna get a cost or power nerf? Right now, she's felt relatively underwhelming. And I think that will remain true until we see an Arisham nerf. Because right now with Copycat, it feels okay when you hit something good, but with Arisham every single game, most of the time you're going to hit garbage. And so I think eventually maybe, but I think as she is right now, she doesn't feel like she steals anything away from what other decks can do. You said Shuri Kitty is my favorite deck, also my lowest cube rate deck. Yeah, it's a very linear one, and so it can potentially lead to like kind of lower cube equity. How would you nerf Arisham? The Hella approach? I think you shuffle in more randomness. Because right now, the biggest issue is that it feels too consistent to get the Blobs, the Eliaths, the Nick Furies, Lokis, Coulsons. And so if there's a less of a chance of that, I think you inherently nerf its capability. I think they're very hopeful for Cassandra Nova being able to be that counter for Arisham, but it's just so incredibly flexible that I don't know that even something like that completely kills it, which is sad. I think it's tough to justify putting Copycat in when Nocturne exists, especially with Arisham running around. Yeah. So the fixes make him unusable like Thanos for a while. Maybe he may need a he may need a timeout redemption himself. Hi, how many bubs have you collected? We're at I think total. I want to say a little over 1 million. Every time I end up creeping into the 400,000 room, I end up losing pretty quickly. And so I haven't been able to like really push and elevate, but around just a little over 1 million. And then Rohan, gotta go. Thank you for joining us for a little bit. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day. And hopefully we will see you around again soon. I lost 100 million bubs at once. That is kind of sad, Raptor. That feels real sad. All right, so we can do something like Rockside Kitty Pride. Because they're not running Arisham. They had Green Goblin, probably Clutter stuff. And a lot of times Kitty Pride is decent into the Clutter stuff. Do bots play Arsham? I don't think so. But if so, it's diabolical. The grind back up was painful. Yeah, I agree. And also what I'm noticing is that a lot more people, we're getting a lot more like 10k wins versus those big like 80k wins. So it's really just trickling in, which is probably how you need to approach the mode, in that you retreat for the 10,000 or the first stake more often. But it still makes it very slow going. And I haven't faced any bots. I think because we're prime time. If we were playing on like non-peak hours, I think we might be able to sneak in some like bot wins here and there. And that definitely elevates how quickly you can grind up to. All right, the only thing that can protect our Space Throne is if we draw Kitty Pryde. Not a great set of locations. Play Angela into Killin. I got some bots playing early in the morning, but I played last night around 8 and was getting my butt handed to me. Yeah, yep. Very much same here. So we could do Hope Summers into like a Rock Slide, maybe Rock Slide Kitty Pryde if we draw it next turn. That'll give us some extra energy going to the last couple. What server are you on? I think the US or the American servers, I believe.
Kneel before Galactus.
I'm not sure how I feel about that Galactus. Into the Typhoid Mary is wild. We made him kneel. You know, just expansion stuff. You have Goliath. We do, but the issue is getting power before that. We also have potentially draw Hawk as well. I think we stay here for now, at least. My goodness. Okay, we don't have Goliath. Goodness, the Goose is wild. What is our best case scenario here? They have Loki, so they have several discounted cards. No Hawk, no Goliath, yeah. They have all of our cards for a discount. But the big thing is they can't play a whole lot more. And Typhoid Mary hurts all of their cards. But the highest power we have is what, like a Nocturne? That would be 4 for them. Hope Summers would be 3. I left for 5 minutes. What have I come back to? Just expansion things, you know? Now no one runs Cosmo, Sag. They got no 4-drops for you? From you? They have to play the same as you? Yeah.
Snap.
Is this an 80k worth stay? I think we send it. Jug them out of the location? Yeah, it's just... We can't Goliath. Goose is in play. So we can't do Goliath. We wouldn't have been able to do Hawk. They can't do anything over 3. Let's hit Cosmo in case they have like a lucky Sage. Send it. Retreat, Nimbus. The opponent ended up retreating. The Typhoid Mary, although it was a big base, it made any of the follow-up, I think, really difficult there. Just ignore the Goose. We'll take the 40. You forgot to put War Machine in the deck for Goose. Silly me. I probably shouldn't send Ice Cream. We're gonna send one more Ice Cream. I haven't had good luck there so far, but I have a good feeling. Yeah, the G-Man came in absolutely clutch for us. Murdoff, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Ice cream is such a leap. It is. From 80 to 400 is such a big leap. And then Paul on the YouTube side, you said, TLSG, what card do you think can replace Beta Ray in your new deck? It's a tough one. I would keep the curve and just try to find another solid 4-drop. Potentially Absorbing Man, because you have a lot of solid on reveals in like your Shadow King, your Shang-Chi, and slow down, and then your hammers as well. And so it might be okay for Absorbing Man. Less power, less kind of threat on the board, but I think a decent body. Yeah, it's hard to replace him because it's not going to do the same thing as well. Because even if you don't end up drawing his hammer, the opponent has to respect the fact that it could go really big. And then Marky Man, you said this is such a fun deck. The one that we're running, I do enjoy it. I mean, Mr. Negative? I mean, it's a solid value for cost, right? We're looking forward to some ice cream, guys. If we can get a bot in ice cream, it would be huge. Which Spotlight week is the best? It depends on your collection, honestly. So Copycat, a lot of people thought was going to be really big. No more Copycat? Not yet. I have a build with her whenever I get Cassandra Nova. But for right now, at least in Deadpool's Diner, we're just wanting to launch decks that we are fairly confident in. A little bit less room for experimentation. Oh no, this is a real player. Can you get a bot at any level? Yeah, there should be bots at any level to stop like excessive queue times. We do have the Arisham. Bots queue up instantly usually. Really, I thought it was. I thought they said if it went longer than 3 minutes, then a bot queued up at that point. All right, so we have Thena, we have Hope Summers, Juggernaut, we have the Eliath Potential. I saw someone say it takes 8 hours to fully regen the bubs. I got half of them back in an hour. It should take 8 hours. If it didn't for you, then that's a good thing. All right, let's continue pushing in mid, I think, with Muir Island, getting the extra value from the cards there each turn. No Hawk in hand yet, which is really scary. We do have Juggernaut, we have Eliath, which could kind of help us on the last turn. I think we stay in this one at least for now. Super rough. We'd have to be really hopeful with like a Cosmo Mystique. Ooh, Dr. Doom is big. I think they keep initiative with that. The Juggernaut matches what was over there. Yeah. They'll keep priority. Which was the only way we were going to potentially be able to stop that one. But the Dr. Doom ended up being really, really big for him. Now Shang-Chi hurts us quite a bit. Nocturne right, Eliath mid. We don't have priority, and Eliath would fall to Shang-Chi. So if they had Shang-Chi on the Thena, then we would lose that lane. I think this has to be a retreat. because the left would only be a win by 1. And if they don't Shang-Chi, us moving Nocturne out, we lose this lane. That's rough.
Escaped.
The leech on Wakanda Embassy was that tipping point, unfortunately. And we should have retreated after 4, but I did stay for 1 more. That's on me. No more ice cream. Yeah. We had our fill of ice cream for now, you guys. Now we are back down to kebabs. All protein, all the time. Too much sweets is a bad thing. So the caps were whatever it starts with. 750, 1800. I think it goes to 20,000 and then 60,000 and then 600,000 and then 30 million. Those are off the top of my head though, so just don't quote me on them. The Aeon, welcome in. Well, we're doing well. We're kind of getting handled by Arsham today. In really whatever deck we end up deciding to run, most of them have some kind of answer to it. And so even the Arsham decks don't perfectly counter Arsham anymore. I also haven't been seeing Hawk very much, which can be a big piece of not being able to win into that matchup. But otherwise, we're doing really well. We have a sponsored stream segment in the posture check from Real Raptor. I appreciate it. We have a sponsored segment later today from Marvel Strike Force. And so overall, it's been a really good day. Give Copycat another chance? I think Copycat is fine. I don't have an issue with Copycat. It's just whenever I'm in Deadpool's Diner, I don't want to big risk any of those. And so it feels bad to play decks that I'm not completely confident in. So we can go Angela Korg. Next turn would be Nocturne Rockslide. Unless we got like turn 2 leeched, which would be unfortunate. Otherwise, we want to get rid of most of our own reveals early.
Hey,
Arsham with Elysium might be a problem. Could be. It could be. If we draw Hawk Mystique, maybe not. But we'll see. And then Gunny, YouTube, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. I guess we're not doing Nocturne, and I misjudged how much energy we'd have. Let's do Rockslide first. Next turn will be like maybe a Nocturne, Juggernaut, Cosmo. We might be able to get them to accidentally cap out Savage Land if we drop Juggernaut early. Game mode overall is not great. I don't mind it. It does make a lot of the plays much more stressful. And so what should be kind of fun with that lever of the multiple snaps becomes a stressful one. Galactus? Galactus over in the left. Pull it out of nowhere and we're good. Yeah, and so I think the biggest piece is like it doesn't necessarily feel good to engage with. Like I like it because I like Snap. It's very much similar, like the same game, with a little bit more strategy and like retreating out early whenever you have a bad line. But the piece that I don't like is that it is so dang stressful. And then Brunov, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. And then Beanman, you said I like the game mode, but I cheesed it with Arsham. So I mean, whenever you cheese it with Arsham, there's only so much that you can do. So we don't have initiative here. We can change the left lane now with Nocturne. We can win the right with Hawk. So maybe we Hawk in the right, Nocturne here. That gives us an Alioth in mid. Maybe it gives us a Juggernaut and Alioth with priority for the next turn. We'll go ahead and snap into it. I think since we finally drew the Hawk, we're in a good spot. Ooh, you said Nocturne premium stat line lousy RNG. Switch it out for Copycat. Should be fine. Okay, the Alioth is fine there. The Hawk in the right. Now we keep priority going into this last turn. We can reverse Alioth them. It's a big one. That is a big one. It's been a long time since we've had one that was that big. So 163,000 that we are able to collect there. Soul Knife, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We're engaging with this very stressful game mode. But so far we're doing decent. We're at 1.36. We need just one like really solid run up past Ice Cream to be able to push to like, get close to where we're unlocking Cassandra. But it does feel like a really big leap from 600,000 to the 15 million that's needed to get to that next stage. Got your bub up. We do have the bubs back up a little bit. And then Brunoff, another sponsor? Yeah, another sponsor. How long to level 30? I'm not sure. Whenever I played it, because I played it over the summer a little bit, I leveled an account to 60, and it only took a few weeks. And so I think 30 was much more elevated, and so maybe it's like a couple of days. What was the premium mystery variant? Yeah, I got Nullified Storm. All right, another Arsham deck. We have Hope Summers, we have Hawk, we have Mystique, we have Cosmo, and we have a turn 1 Snap. And then the Soul Knife coming in with the emote-only chat. We do get the retreat from Gambling Prince. Let me enable the emote-only chat. I almost forgot. I got so excited. Yeah, the goal is to get the Bub Shop upgrade because that helps your passive regeneration. But like the next tier for me is 30 million, which is such a huge leap that it feels like I'll spend quite a bit of time right around here. But it looks like it is time for and then Soul Knife with the choose your avatar. What character would you want on the avatar? We can switch. You came and caused chaos. Oh wait, you can't tell me. Hold on. We're gonna pause the emote only chat for a second, and we'll launch back into it in a second. Soul Knife, what avatar do you want me to select? We have so many, and we have a search feature now, which is so much better than before when I had to scroll through all of them. Go with something silly. All right, so we're gonna go Pixel. I kind of like the Pixel Sabretooth. He kind of looks shocked. Pixel Korg is also kind of funny. We're gonna do that one. We'll do the Eternals background. Pickleman? Oh, we can do Pickleman. Acceptable? All right. Jeremiah said it's acceptable. It does look like it's time for just a really quick ad break, and then we'll jump back into Deadpool's Diner. See if we can continue. We just need a good run, and then these will kind of start snowballing from there if you get a couple of good runs. So we will be right back, you guys. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we will see you guys in just a minute and a half. All right, we're back right around. right around the time the minute and a half was up. Can you try the matte borders with Arsham? We can. But I so the reason I never ran Loki, like I don't think I've ever split Loki. And the reason I never ran it much was because it was very much out of the gate like a hated on card. And so same thing with Arsham. I don't run it a whole lot because it does have such a like negative connotation around it. But I can't try I can't try the matte border on it because I haven't split him. One day we'll be able to try it out for you guys. I only upgraded Loki myself 2 times. Yeah. Wait, oh yeah, we're in bumps. Nocturne could be any other good value 3 cost. So like either, well, it could be like Copycat or Jeff. Thena is a little bit harder to replace. The deck loses a lot of potency because that's one of your power engines. And so I wouldn't have a direct like side grade, like maybe something solid for a 2-cost slot like a Silk. But you said that the oatmeal Sabretooth is genuinely silly. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely very silly. Who would you swap out Hope / Alioth with? Iron Man and something else. I'm not sure on the other one, but I think Iron Man would go back into it, which was always a good kind of power play to win one lane. So maybe Iron Man and Sage goes back into it. Or Ravonna. Yeah, Ravonna could be there too. All right, with all the extra energy, we get to do Hope Summers early. We get to do Kitty Pride. So I think we'll snap into it. Head side grade with Jeff. Yeah. It's Guest Gaming. Welcome in. Hopefully you had a great stream last night. I know that you are very well versed in Deadpool's Diner. So far, I've just been like free to play, grinding it out. We're at the tier of the 600,000 tier of regeneration, which is a big jump before getting to Cassandra Nova, but at least we made it to that one. And then Cactus Rob, welcome in. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate having you here and appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So I think we go Rock Slide, Kitty Pride. Next turn, maybe like a Nocturne and Nowhere so that we can turn off Limbo. Because any deck that's leaning on Magic typically wants to have that in play or effective. You said within the next 3 days or so. Yeah, I would imagine. The jump between the 80,000 room and the 400,000 is such a scary one that every time I've jumped in there, we end up either losing or retreating out, and so then it knocks you back down quite a ways. And so it's hard to really get that ball rolling after that one. So if you have reached 81,000 tier, it regens that much. So each of the tiers when you upgrade your shop, why Alioth over Iron Man? I like Alioth as that like last turn surprise play. There's a lot of things that it can protect you against. It can protect you against like a Doc Ock, the Ajax, all kinds of stuff like that. That's why I tell people to upgrade their Love Marts ASAP. Yeah. Because that one is such a big jump that a lot of times, like even with the regeneration, you get like one game in that next tier. And a lot of times I spin it in lower. We play a lot more cautious in the upper tiers because of the risk of being able to just completely go bankrupt. So a lot of times I stay in Kebab until I have significantly over the 400,000. He said, appreciate the great content and glad to see you live. I'm glad to be live. We're enjoying streaming. I'm glad that I've been able to do it a little bit more often. That's because of the sponsors that I've been picking up and being able to take on. So today's is Marvel Strike Force. We'll be able to enjoy that game here in a little while. But it definitely allows me to be sick from work more often. Schwak, she said, I wish you were less toxic. Sometimes I wish I was too. That Ajax deck is so tricky to beat. But Arsham a lot of times has found ways to do it. And so I'm not even super confident in that deck anymore in that matchup. Whereas before it was like a solid 80% win rate for me. They've been able to tech in cards like Doc Ock, Leech, Legion, and it just makes me always second guess my in-game plays on that one. How many colleagues know about your separate life? None. None that I know of. So I mean, maybe they do secretly, but we're all socially awkward data analysts, so nobody has told me anyways. Next up we have Brew. You said you've probably heard this, but Dara felt very guilty over taking all your pubs yesterday. No, so that was a big misplay on my part. I hadn't heard that, but it is good to hear. There was several lines that I could have won. So had I played a little bit less fearful and went both Green Goblin and White Widow, we could have capped it out and won. Had we went not Hazmat, we had the Shang-Chi line. And so it was just a big flop on my side, which was unfortunate. But no, like it's part of the game mode. There's no need for him to feel guilty. Like we were about to take a break anyways, and so we were full sending it, knowing what that could lead to. He said could have filled on 5, but I wouldn't have sent it. Yeah, it was a good game. It was just a bad read on my part. So the Ravona, the Magic. So this looks like maybe the negative deck we were seeing before. And so I think we snap into Brew here. So with the rocks, with Korg in hand, I think we go ahead and just increase the stakes as much as we can. We have Nocturne that's going to rip away Limbo, or at least threaten to do it. And then Gambit's lucky card. Thank you for the reminder for the Hydrate. People make it seem like he needed to take it easy on you. Yeah, no. Like he definitely didn't. Like I know that I know that he felt bad because it was all the bubs I had. But we queued into the table that we queued into. Like I didn't feel bad about it at all. Ooh, and so Cactus. Strike Force is actually not the puzzle one. Strike Force is one, it's a team builder, and so you get to interact with a lot of the Marvel IP in some kind of cool ways. Double Hydrate. Ooh, we got another one, Kenny. So you get to interact with the Marvel IP characters in a really cool way because you build up your teams as you recruit them, and so they have synergy together. So like one of the early game ones that your like goal to build into, or at least it was when I played, was Sinister Six, and so that one is one of your like big power spikes because they synergize well with each other, and it buffs up each individual character so that they do something better together. It is very grindy after you get to a certain point, but if you enjoy the Marvel IP, then I got a really cool kick out of like seeing the different characters and being able to interact with them. He said Snap is my third Marvel IP game. Yeah. How many gold have you spent in this event? None. So I'm just playing it free to play Odyssey. Since I'm not going to be first, that I think went to Dara. Since I'm not going to be first at pulling Cassandra Nova, like I feel very comfortable that I'll pull it within like 3 or 4 days. And so I don't feel the need to spin to speed up that acquisition. If everyone spams Hydrate now, will TLSG have to chug his drink? I mean, maybe. Hydra King coming in with the emote only chat. We're going to send you guys over into the emote spam, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Did I smell Destroyer at X Mansion? For who? Gladiator? That's not bad. Ooh, and we take out their Thena. We have to look out for Iron Man coming into play in the Onslaught Citadel. We have Juggernaut in our deck somewhere. We either Nocturne or we Hope Summers to set up the ability to scale next turn. But I think we Nocturne here. That gives us the flexibility to at least place something into danger room. Ooh, it's a silk. Interesting build by Arrow Enjoyer. So this will allow us to do Kitty Pryde plus Eliath on the last turn. We have a decent power that we're spreading across the board. Yeah, I love to look over and see all of the emotes flying through. So it's definitely one of my favorite channel point redemptions. We have just another few more seconds, and then we'll launch into we'll free you guys from it. So the single drop in mid, Captain Marvel. Okay, so Silk bounces over to the right. We should maintain priority here. Since we didn't get Juggernaut, something like Eliath here. Kitty Pryde left. We will free you guys from the emote only chat now. Eliath mid stops a potential Iron Man, but them running Silk Captain Marvel, I'm not sure that that's in their build necessarily. Delinquents. Would it maybe be better to Mystique Hawk? Sorry, not sorry. Would it ever be better to Mystique Hawk? Maybe. We have initiative, so we're somewhat worried about... It's a Gwenpool move deck. Now we can say... now we can say words like heck and darn. Oh, Soul Knife, you grabbed the emote only, so we are launching into the emote only chat. Maybe it's worthwhile to do Hawk, because if they do Iron Man, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 32. I think the Hawk would beat it. You know what? I do kind of like that line. We'll see. Maybe it's not the right one, but it's for some big bubs. If that's Shang-Chi in mid, I may cry from all the bubs that we lose. That sting, that stings just a little bit more because my first line would have won. My goodness. So Eliath here would have protected this lane. The Kitty Pryde here would have been 8 less. Well, would it have won? 8 less in the left would have been 16. Maybe it wouldn't have won. No, I don't think it would have won. Got the hydrate reminder? You gotta remind me to hydrate here. Gotta appreciate the silk though. It's a nice silk. Very least. It is a nice silk. Unfortunate as it is, take the big loss, and that almost drains us. We have enough for 1 kebab room. We may get a big downgrade here in a minute. We have the second emote only chat, so you guys are here for another 2 minutes before you get freedom. Oh wait, pumping zombies, freedom again? Yeah, you got freedom at least for now. Chi as always, so long above, and then Lazarus and Lazarus with both of the emote only chats. And Lazarus again. My goodness, I get to increase. I need to. I I need to increase the cost apparently, because that is an awful lot of emote only chats. My goodness, you guys. Emote only for the is that 8 minutes in a row? I don't think we could do 8 minutes though. That's such a long time. Because it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. At least 10. I think we'll average it at 12, guys. Rough.
Oh, snap.
We're gonna be a pumper until you guys stop shenanigans. The Aeon just win. Only it's that simple. We're up to, I think, 18. There's no way that we keep it for the full 18. There's no shot. You guys will have to like refund some of those or something. But there's no way that we can go almost half an hour with just emote only. All right, so we have Hope Summers, we have the Angela, we have Kitty Pride, so we can ramp into some extra energy here. So maybe it's Rock Slide, Kitty Pride. Next turn would be like Angela, Nocturne, Kitty Pride, all on the right. So I'm gonna reject like 5 of them. Yeah. Yeah, you guys convinced me to increase the cost. Can I do it midstream?
Snap.
Okay, so Lemuria over to the right. We have 7 energy here. We do get the Hawk line, which is nice. But we can't go full send in the raft, which is more unfortunate. But I do still think we double drop in the raft for now. There could be a scenario where we end up getting 5, 6, 7, 8. So we would need to play 2 cards into Lemuria next turn. Or next turn we end up going Kitty Pride, Hawk in the left. We have Cosmo to protect it afterwards.
Oh, snap.
There's the Mystique. Oh, wait. We can't get the Nocturne. Oof. All right. Or we can't get the Kitty Pride back. So we will have 7 energy going, 8 energy going in turn 7. So we'll be able to do... I think we're fine. Could be Cope, but I think we're fine. We have Mystique to copy the Hawk. Cosmo on the left to protect the Hawk. Is what we're going with. Blink rotation into Hitmonkey is not great for him. Doc Ock pull is not great for us. Into the Mystique. It was the 50-50 of the Cosmo. Unfortunate. That may send it for us. We may not be able to win this one now. Doc Ock super rough. You said the so Bean Man, choose my avatar. You said Pickle, so are you talking about Pixel Leader? I think it's always Shang-Chi, since we didn't get the Cosmo protection, but it's only 7,000 extra. We're gonna send it. We're going to send it and hope for the best. Okay, so the double drop in mid is decent for us. Eliath may protect us from whatever they do, unless it's just good raw value cards. Hulk in the right. The Eliath and Mobius is fine. Whew. We got lucky that they didn't pull Shang-Chi. Looks like a yes to the Pixel Leader. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do... You guys that spam the emote only chat. We're gonna do one more game as emote only, and I think that's the most that I can handle. I need to have chat back. Timeouts for all of you guys. We got the pickle, and we'll go Savage Lands with it. Let's launch into another kebab. We doubled up there. If only that had happened in ice cream, we'd be in a much better state. But I'm actually going to increase the channel point cost if it lets me midstream. You guys did this to yourselves. We are going to up the emote only chat from 1K to, I think it's going to be 4,000 for now. I still enjoy it. Not 20 minutes worth of enjoyment. All right, let's have the kitty pride over to the left. The emote. Bean Man, how many points do you have?
Breaking news.
So what you're telling me is 4,000 is not enough. If it changed. I don't know if it changed immediately. But what you're telling me is that whatever it is not enough. The emote, yeah, it is at the 4,000. Goodness, you guys. All right, so we are going against another Arsham deck. We have the Hope Summers, we have Angela, we have the Kitty Pride line, which are all pretty decent. We also have Blob from the Daily Bugle, so we know that they have that up their sleeve. So maybe something like Goliath can help us against it. Maybe something like Hawk Mystique would be a line we go with as well. Hawk Trim. Okay. How high do we need to go, you guys? Because we bumped it up to 4,000. You guys are still spending it like it's nothing. So we have Hope Summers. Either way, we're taking a break from the emote only chat after this game, you guys. You guys are wild. So we have the Hope Summers down. They have Mr. Fantastic. We could do a Juggernaut. We could angle for like a Cosmo somewhere to stop the Blob from being in action. We could try for like a Cosmo Mystique too. Go with the Juggernaut for now. Never mind. We're not going to go with the Juggernaut for now. We are now very much locked into mid. Unfortunate. At least it came off of a big win earlier. We'll give him the fist bump for it. It's a big Goliath. Knowing that we had the Kitty Pride, like it was a good play. Knowing that they had a good chance to lock us in there. I don't like to be on the receiving end of it, but I respect the play. All right, you guys, we're taking a break from emote only chat. Goodness, you wild. You guys are all wild. We got freedom. I'm gonna set that it's a good freedom for at least the next at least until I'd say 10 or 15 minutes at the very least. Can't have nothing nice. Bean, you said I have so many channel points because I forget about them, and then I was cashing in on the meme. You're fine, Bean Man. Make it like 100,000 or something. If we continue to grow, we may have to. 25,000 for emote only. We could make a giant one for an hour, but then I know that I would regret it as soon as somebody reached it. Why do I see messaging in chat? Wait, what do you mean? Why do you see messaging in chat? All right, so we have the Thena. We have Org. Nothing's going to reveal this turn, so Thena doesn't scale this turn. Maybe next. So the Makari comes down. It could just be a value build. It could be a ramp build as well. Muzzy? The sound surprised me. Thank you so much for downloading the game using my code, Marvel Strike Force. It looks like you just reached level 7. And so we'll be playing that alongside you here in a little while. But hopefully you're enjoying it so far. We have Juggernaut or something like Kitty Pride Cosmo. I think I'm gonna go with. Player 0 with all the timeouts. My goodness. 2, 4, 6, 8. Player 0. You were very much. You need a break to think about what you've been doing, player 0. We'll see you in 8 minutes, my friend. Wild, my wild friend. So something like Hope Summers, we could go Kitty Pryde. We could go Kitty Pryde in the right. With Gwynpool, we're a little bit worried about Quantum Realm. They also got Gwynpool down, which is a little bit concerning. Since we don't have like a big power finisher. We'll have at least 4 in Lemuria. Mystique Cosmo. We don't have initiative, and they've already gotten the Gwynpool down, and so the damage has been done.
Escaped.
And then I'll catch the other one here. We have Sheet Evo for the 2 minutes. We'll give you just a small cooling off period because it wasn't that bad. How about a redeemed cancel only emote chat? So I had that one time with the Mjolnir video filter, and it just people ended up going back and forth so much that it ended up breaking the functionality, and then it was so hard to keep track of like what was supposed to be on or off. What could we swap, or what would Cassie be swapped for in this deck? It's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. I think I would maybe restructure it a little bit to fit in Nova. Do you have any Venom avatars? I think so. I can double check right after this. So Nico comes down, the double Nico. So they're going to be able to change Sinister London before it really gets going. Looks like maybe a bounce deck. Maybe not with Jeff. Real Raptor. All right. We'll select the Venom for you right after this. Subterranea's okay if we do end up drawing into our rocks, but if not, or into our Hawk, but if not, then it's rough. I think we go Korg left, Kitty Pryde. We have the rock that will get at least a little power in Washington, D.C. Definitely not great by any means.
Oh, snap.
Skipped on 3? I want to save Juggernaut. So if we're going to continue here, we go Kitty Pryde and then Rock in mid. Because we do have Juggernaut to disrupt them. We have Eliath to disrupt the last turn play potentially as well. Maybe a werewolf deck? Maybe. It's a Black Swan bounce deck. If we could play Eliath this turn, it would be fantastic. But how did they get 2 Nikos? The left lane was Sinister London, so it duplicated. And so they can drop a lot of cards for free this turn into like Falcon or Beast to pull them back. So maybe Bishop into that, or that into next turn doing a Sasquatch would be my guess. So it's either Hope Summers, Kitty Pryde, so that we can do Eliath, Kitty Pryde on the last turn. Or it ends up being like Juggernaut to try to displace like their Beast, but if they have the Falcon line, it wouldn't make as much difference. Jug mid? Yeah, if they had Falcon, then it wouldn't be a huge difference for us. And we'd only be able to do just the Eliath next turn. So I kind of like Hope Summers, Kitty Pryde. Oof. Looks like Juggernaut mid may have been the line to go with. So Hood comes down. Hit Monkey comes down. Then Beast. Yeah, we could have maybe messed him around, but maybe that's not the worst thing. We keep initiative. Drew Hawk a touch too late. The scary thing about the deck that Panda Sushi's running is that it has a lot of range, so it's hard to really pinpoint where they're looking to drop that power. Eliath mid is scary because it turns them into vanilla cards, so they get +3 on all of their plays. This is also a little bit scary because we don't know if it'll be enough power. I'm not confident in the Juggernaut to protect us either. They have the 2-cost Hit Monkey, the 2 free cards. Yeah, I'm going to retreat. The 9-power demons. Yeah.
Escape.
Yeah, they had a lot of good things going for that one. And unfortunately, I don't think we had a solid beat on a win. But we do still have doubled the kebabs that we can enter this one with. We'd like a little bit more. Ooh, that's because we just hit a refresh. All right, looks like it's going to be a quick ad break, and I'm going to try to get some kind of momentum going. So maybe it's that we switch off of Hawk Thena. Every time we get to the Ice Cream Cone, I'm not seeing people that are running Arsham. But I think we're going to just find something, stick to it, and then we'll go. And then Venom Avatar. Thank you, Raptor. Rather forgetful as soon as the game ends. I was about to select the Kingpin one. We'll go with the Venom one. That was in the recent bundle. It was the $5 one, so I used that. I did purchase that. That was my last purchase. And I know there's a Venom card back as well. Yeah, we'll go Venom and then Venom. Double them up. And then we're going to run to a quick ad break. We will be back in a minute and a half. So we'll hydrate in the middle of there as well. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and queue in, though, because a lot of times these queues take a little while. I've been playing your Clog deck. Play that so I can learn from the master. I was losing to Arsham with it, and so it kind of shook my confidence. And so then I switched to this because it should theoretically be really good into Arsham. And then we started seeing everything else. Did you buy the Rock Avatar? I did not. Well... I don't remember actually, Kenny Cooks. I was real confident as soon as in my answer until I started thinking about it. I don't know for sure. I'm sure we'll switch back over to the junk deck here in a little bit. But my biggest issue with it was that a lot of Arsham decks have started teching against the junk stuff. So they have the Leech, which is really disruptive. They have the Doc Ock. Both of those are really hard to consistently clutter or clog the opponent because they can do the same thing right back at you. All right, let's go Angela, Kitty Pryde. We do start our scaling a little bit early. I try not to play Korg Rockslide against Arsham, so the Hawk is surprising. I mean, you can, but it could still potentially disrupt their draw. Don't you miss Shang in this list? We have Eliath. A lot of decks aren't going to hang their heavy power out early. And so Eliath can stop it before it happens. So like the Blob. Or if we're needing to protect a Hawk. So not necessarily. I haven't felt like it was really missed all that much. I've been using Cassandra Nova for a bit, and it seems like she's only good against Arsham. I can see that. Outside of the Arsham match, if you drop her on curve, she's going to be like a good value, but not broken by any means. Oh, wait. There's a Gene Grade play. How many times did I try to play somewhere else? Goodness. All right, so we have the Hope Summers. We can Kitty Pryde in that same lane. We can do the Nocturne. I think we'll do this for now. That gives us the potential to do maybe a Eliath next turn. Maybe we go Nocturne Juggernaut next turn as well. So the arrow not hitting much for us. Decent in regular Hawk deck for draining the power of the rocks as well. Yeah. Cassandra and Bounce is spicy. All of these really spicy builds. One day we'll attain them. So this will give us 8 energy on the last turn. If we get lucky and top deck Mystique, then we'd be able to do Mystique Hawk. I think is fine. Let's go with this for now and see what happens. Actually, the Juggernaut's not great here, is it? Because it could push them into Strange Academy and then send them right back. I guess it gives us a better chance of maybe pushing that power into Tinker's Workshop. Is Ajax worth picking up over Sasquatch, Namora, and Cersei? Sasquatch isn't used a whole lot outside of like the Swan bounce deck that we've been seeing. Cersei is a fun card, but not one that I've really had much success with in the long term. And then Namora. Namora is one that I use quite a bit, actually. So we can't play into Tinker's Workshop, unfortunately. Oh. As long as they don't have Eliath, we win. But if they have Eliath, then we lose dramatically. I think that's always a risk that we have to take. And that's the scariest thing for me about Arsham is that you don't know what they're... Or Eliath. I don't know if I said Eliath or another one of our R names. Or AR names. But he's decent in a regular Hawk deck. And oh, Real Raptor Kenny said I'm AFK and that's all that I heard. They'll never draw it. We'll see. We will see. We change mid. The Shanna should be fine. I think we win mid unless they had a lot of energy to absorb here. Quinjet, not going to do it. Misty Knight. Whoa, what a flood on that last turn. Looks like the good old casserole is what we needed.
Victory.
Blob on Kamartaj would be bad too. But they ended up going Shanna instead, which is crazy. Take it. We will take the bubs where we can. That gives us 80,000 back and pushes us a little bit closer to having like the pity entry into Ice Cream. I'd like to be able to get up to like double of Ice Cream at least. What happens when you get a Cassandra casserole? I don't have anything. I don't have a witty response. I tried really, really hard to think of something to come back. But when you get Cassandra casserole, it's going to be a good day for you, a bad day for Arsham. I used all my bubs hours ago. Yeah, so it's 1/8 of your cap. So you regenerate some, it's just passively. Bluetooth, you said... He said, I apologize if this has been asked already. Will Cassandra Nova be available to obtain outside of the diner? Yeah. So after the 2 weeks, once the event ends, you'll be able to spend tokens on her. She's not going to be available for keys, at least until like a full rotation. But you'll be able to buy her for the 6,000. I got 8 million bubs. You want some? I would gladly take some of your bubs, Bean Man. I do not... I do not have anything against taking a bub handout. Having trouble with what decks to play for this? My goodness, that was a Sheep Eliath. Yeah, the decks for this are definitely, I think, going to be a tough spot of figuring out. Starting to feel tiring playing against Arsham. I agree. It's to the point where it's so common, especially in Diner, that it gets to that point where it feels like a Loki again. What's the difference between cats and commas? One has claws that end in paws. The others has... Gunny YouTube. The other one has a pause that ends in a clause. I like it. All right, so we have Thena. We can next turn do Hawk. So I'm not sure if we even want to play. That's what I was mulling over, was if I even wanted to play into New York. So we can play Hawk into one of the Bar Sinisters. He probably has 3 more in hand. That is sad, but probably true. My goodness, they're going to mill us. I'm not sure if that's a great approach, but they sure did take almost all of our cards. He just took your Goliath. He now has 3 more in hands. Oh no, we have our Goliath in hand. So we draw our last card, and it is the Cosmo. Unfortunate as it is. Okay, he probably drew all our stuff and said, what in the world is this? We're getting out of here. It's always a fun play, but it's usually not ever the correct play to do the cable into Barb Sinister. I would like to be able to get like that initiative rolling where you start doubling up. If you can win one of those big wager matches, then that gives you a lot of breathing room and you can make a lot of progress really quick. But it's just finding those openings and being patient until then. I just wanted to see your deck. I guess so. And it looks like they paid to see the deck too, because I think it doubled up from 10 to 20,000. Blobfish on YouTube. He said, I recorded my last 30 matches before I logged off. Exactly 22 out of 30 were Arsham for the event. Yeah, it's rough. It's very, very common. And then David said, I experienced more than one content creator yesterday say, did I just spend $100 worth of cold? Yeah. It's very easy to do. Like once you have it outside of that normal like US dollars or whatever your currency is into a different currency, it's very easy to like accidentally overspend it. He said Marvel Boy has some potential. Yeah, I like the brew for Marvel Boy. I'm also excited about Kate Bishop. I think she's going to be really good too. The Marvel Boy is a 3-cost 2 power that after each turn, give 3 of your 1-cost cards plus 1 power. So we'll see a lot more like Armor, Sunspot, Nebula, all maybe even Kitty Pryde, being able to scale her back up. So he might fit into like a Kitty Pryde, Shuri, Marvel Boy list. Could be interesting. Since she no longer scales that much on her own. Does $100 outweigh the pain of the mode? Is something that you're considering? It's always an important consideration for sure. I think the biggest like frustration piece for me is that it's just all Arisham. The Spotlight comes with Blob and Red Hulk, so overall good week. Yeah. I feel like everyone forgot about Kate Bishop coming out. Yeah, I think she's going to be really good. The cards that she generates are give so much value that I think she's going to be a really solid pickup. We don't necessarily need extended extra energy, right? One turn might be able to do it for us. Too much Arsham is a bad thing. I don't think it's an awful thing in moderation or within like those limits, but when it's too much, you definitely feel it. I think we go Thena Korg. Next turn might be Hawk, but it also feels like it might be a little risky. Ooh, so they avoid kill?
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Maybe they top decked an Arsham generated Leech. Leech is unfortunate, but this deck is decently Leech proof. Especially since we didn't have Mystique in hand. I kind of want to save Hawk for the last turn. continue scaling Thena. We have the Nocturne that can move, and then have the surprise Hawk drop on the last turn. We wouldn't be able to do Cosmo or Mystique if we draw into it, which is the only downside. He's got War Machine. If they generated a War Machine, then... I mean, they had the Agent Coulson, so they could have. But if so, they deserve the win. It's not a surprise if you play Rock Slide. We've already played Korg, and so he Eliath last match. He did, and he locked us in. If they generated a War Machine, we'll definitely feel bad. The Blob comes in, which does drain the Hawk a bit. Do we have initiative going to this? No, we lost initiative. The Cosmo. My inner voice never lets me down. Bean Man, he said, "This is your conscience speaking. Spend $100 on the gotcha game. Do it." 60-60 of where he's, yeah, or 50. It's a 60-60 split, Bean Man. And so I think it does. I mean, we know that it comes down to like where they end up dropping it. They also have the potential to do something else, and so we could always pivot, shift it around. Click and check what Blob's eaten. That's a good call. Absorbing Man, Loki, Mockingbird. A big one. So it could be either. I think most naturally would be... like the most natural play would be to push over to the right. Bean Man, he said, I'm cracked out on coffee and Adderall. I'm surprised I can type it all. I mean, you're doing very well considering. Just one card on the right. We could have done just like the Kitty Pryde on the right, just in case they did Eliath and nothing else. I agree, Soul Knife. Don't move her, she'll screw you over. Yeah, no fart this time. So we are getting suspiciously close to being able to play Ice Cream Cone again. But I do like the drop of Kitty Pryde over to the right, so they have to fight for both of those lanes. Next up we have C. We'll see if we can get any bubs from them. I just lost 163,000 bubs because they got a random abs man on their blob. Yeah, those are the pieces that feel awful. And the fact that Arsham is like every single match that you're going to see feels even worse. Because those are going to happen. And I think normally those are within like the realm of like, all right, it was just bad luck. But in something like this, it makes it feel that much worse. So the Altar of Death, the only thing that we can eventually get over there would be like a Nocturne. We either Hope Summers, or we go ahead and Rock Slide this turn. I think I'm going to set up a Hope Summers. The rocks don't impact Arsham as much as I would necessarily like. Jug right, so he doesn't get the energy. We could Jug right, but I'm not sure if they're sacrificing anything. Said Hope, don't risk giving them Altar of Death food. Yeah. Oh, you said that was a joke? Gotcha. Wait, the Loki into those cards shifting back in? Wild. We do have both of these. They're beautiful. So if we play 2 cards into a Teal'c on turn 5, we can do both Hawk and Mystique on the last turn. Bot play? No, definitely not a bot play. I don't think bots would use Loki. We can do Core Kitty Pryde. We could throw one of them into the Altar of Death, but I'm not sure if we want to or if we even need the extra energy.
Oh, snap.
Being Man with the snap redemption. Go for it. Maybe they were just wanting to get a pulse of like what we had, but the Loki drop was definitely a strange one. The Doc Ock. Okay. I'm never lucky with the ordering. Unfortunately, we pull into Mystique with the Doc Ock. At least we have space to play there still. But the Doc Ock is rough. So the Cosmo. As long as we win Baxter Building, if they don't have any other way to put power over there, then we could win it. There are a whole bunch of cards that they could generate that would win them the Altar of Death, but they'd have to get it. Yeah, Doc Ock hates the Mystique. Always the same thing, which is unfortunate. So the Nocturne, they can turn off Altar of Death now. Super scary. And we only played one card in mid, so we can't do a 3 after. I think this is a loss. I think we have to leave it. So the Nocturne goes over to the Altar of Death. Even if we play Kitty Pryde over there, what are the chances they don't play anything else in that lane? We could play Hawk in mid, which swings that one. But if they invest anything into Baxter Building, then we'd be lost. I think there's like a very small chance that they ignore the left lane. So we could do something like Hawk, Kitty Pryde. There's only 6 power left. And so a lot of things would end up beating that. We're going to jump out of that one. It's unfortunate.
Escape.
But he has a Red Hulk. I think we outpower the Red Hulk depending on where they dropped it. Nocturne turns off Baxter. If they go that direction, they could also just as easily go Altar of Death. But there's too many, I think, factors or variables, so there's no telling. There's no telling which direction it goes. And then Ducks Deluxe. So the drops ended yesterday at like 1 a.m. But there's gonna be a second round that activates on Friday. So 2 days from now, around I think it's 11 a.m. Central Time. So we'll be doing a big lengthy drop stream whenever those come back. But right now, I don't think there's any active drop campaigns. We have Leroy TMD, and I think we beat him last time we played against him. But I think it was a very close game. Imagine that, another Arsham. I don't know. I don't even want to like frustrate myself by counting, honestly. Now we can do something kind of cool in Krakoa. We can do like a gigantic Hawk into Mystique and Cosmo. It's pretty big, pretty quick. And since we have both of these, as long as they don't have a way to, I guess, block us, then we should be okay. How's the deck working? It's okay. But Arsham is one of those slippery decks that it's really hard to, like, even if you're playing a deck that you're intending to directly counter another deck with, it's really hard to like lock that in and solidify it. Hydrate every Arsham deck. We are going to be so incredibly hydrated here. They could Nocturne and into Krakoa and take that away so that we don't get that bonus. I don't think we necessarily need it, but they do have that option. TLSG would drown? Yeah.
Oh, snap.
You think Arsham is the most solid deck for bubbing right now? Probably. It's a high probability, but you also have to be able to run it well. And so I think that also impacts it. They didn't turn off Krakoa. Interesting. And then Zodrex, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far.
Snap.
And so our worry here is that we don't grab initiative with something like the Hawk line. So maybe we go Org Hawk. That allows us to do Mystique, Cosmo, and then Kitty Pryde on the last turn. Because we need initiative to make sure that we don't get Shang-Chi'd. Beautiful. The Korg in the right is going to be big.
Hey, you found a rock.
Because we need that priority. Yeah, we get the huge Krakoa card. I don't think we're going to utilize it. But we do get we do get a huge Krakoa card for sure. Which one is it? Anyway, it's the smallest Angela I've ever seen. But I do like the Mystique first. Probably here, Cosmo. It's not as fun, but I think it's the safer option. Just fight all lanes, yeah. Imagine having a 40 power Angela and not playing it. I guess instead of the Cosmo, what if we said we don't care and we go Mystique to copy the Hawk, the Angela, and the Kitty Pryde? Doesn't matter if they Shang-Chi. Angela's definitely bigger than the Hawk. So maybe we switch this a little bit then. This, and then this. We put the lower power in the right, knowing that we have to overcome some significant power difference here. They can Shang plus Rogue. That would be one heck of a read. You can't Shang every lane? They sure can. I'm gonna be real sad if the Cosmo line was the correct one this time, and we threw again. Because that'd be the second time for major bubs that we threw. So the Shang-Chi left. Oh no. Agent Coulson. Okay, we're good. We are good. Stressful.
Victory.
I felt the second Shang-Chi somehow coming in here. I was so scared. I think we were all clinched up a little bit. I saw the chi and was thinking that is Shadow King. Oh, that would have done it in. They just need the Shadow King. My hands are sweaty. I'm not even playing. That's what the game mode does. Like, because bubs are such a limited resource, like those big games are so stressful. I was chilling, no stress. Real Raptor knew what was what. Seems like everyone's playing the Angela Thena deck or Arsham. Yep, so I think right now there's about 3 decks that are good right now. We have the Junk deck, which is kind of intermittent because there are ways to fight against it. We have that one. We have the Thena Kitty Pryde stuff, whether that be the Hawk package, the Iron Man package, or whatever. Because that one does good into Junk and Arsham, or just flat Arsham. But we are seeing a lot of those. The Namor decks are still good, but for something like Deadpool's Diner, I'd be afraid. Because a lot of that is very draw dependent and draw reliant. And so you won't know if you have a good hand until way later on. And so you may be 80 bubs deep, or 80,000 bubs deep before you realize that you don't have an out. What the heck? Where's the other 12 opponent cards? It's either Arsham or Kitty Pryde almost every single time. So this game mode has done crazy stuff to people. All right, let's go ahead and go Rock Slide as well. We're gonna shuffle some more junk in. Not me. I've been playing a Dracula Dump deck and doing decently. Yeah, I think Dracula Dump is in probably one of the best spots it's been in a long time. The bad thing is it just can't keep up with a lot of the like high rolls that other things can do. So we do have a Hawk into Mystique line. That's not a mistake. We have to worry about Aunt May's. Maybe we go Juggernaut, Hawk, Mystique, Cosmo. We push left and right. Gilgamesh Zoo? Yeah, Gilgamesh Zoo is also viable. And then Q-Berry, you said what's the best sub for Nocturne? I would say either like a Copycat or Jeff. Jeff would be that other recommendation. Lowers your curve. It allows you to scale Angela and then impact a lane later on. So the Nocturne with the Hope Summers. The Nightcrawler, I think, is interesting. Maybe it's a full move. So maybe they have like a Professor X, Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel. But I think we're going to drop our Hawk for now. Vision's big. The Vision of Excellence. And then the Rock to the right does get +3. I'm actually a little worried that the Hawk alone doesn't win now. 16? Oof. We get an extra +3 on Cosmo. They don't play Shang-Chi. No Shang-Chi, no Rogue. I think there's a chance they Shang-Chi. And if we were to Nocturne right, I would rather do Nocturne mid. Because we haven't played anything into Aunt May's, so it's going to bump over to the right. But I really feel like the Cosmo's the play. Shang doesn't exist. Shang very much definitely exists. And with this, it looks like closer to like the silky smooth stuff that's been floating around. So I feel like we need to go Cosmo to protect the... Okay, the Vision moved to the right. The Superflow, depending on what they dropped over in the left lane, we have a decent shot here, because that's a 12 power Mystique. The Jeff, the Kitty Pride, not going to be enough. Captain Marvel can move to the left or to the right. Neither one is going to be enough. We will take the 81k bubs. Cosmo safer? Yeah, I think Cosmo's definitely the safer line there. Nocturne's more power. We could potentially backstab ourselves by moving it over here. Although we do take away an extra 3 in their rock. But big win. That does put us... Ooh, that puts us back in ice cream territory. We're going to run a really quick ad break. And then I'm going to send... I haven't learned my lesson yet. We're going to send it into ice cream until we're able to win one. And at least double up. But we're going to jump to a quick ad break. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Living on the edge? Yeah, we're living on the edge. Build a little buffer first. So I don't plan to full send the bubs here. Unless we are very confident in our hand. And so I think building a buffer in most cases is the right call. We're about 20 minutes away, which gives us 70,000. I think it's 75. So we could get back into kebabs. But if we ever get a roll going with like the ice cream into maybe even cherry pie, then we would grab the card really quickly. But we'll play it kind of tactically. If it doesn't look like a good matchup, we'll retreat for, I think it's like 52,000 in this one. Did Bestie get the Nova? Wait, who's your bestie? If Dara, then yes. If KM Best, yes. Ordinary Harry, yes. Me, not yet. We're still several million away. Without context, you sound like a madman. we may very well be a madman. Deadpool's Diner may drive us to madness. Cam used the best card in Marvel Snap to get it. Yeah. I feel like as a content creator, a lot of people were going that route. I don't mind playing the with the food names. No, Fid. I knew what you were talking about. Gamma Lab's not great for us. Typically. We can protect it with a Cosmo. So if we get more than they do and we suspect a Shang-Chi. I think we send our Thena. What do you spend your gold on? I spend my gold on typically on credits. Credits or credit bundles. Something that gives progression. Let's get back to ice cream territory. Yeah. Okay. The mirror Thena going on. Ooh. Juggernaut's not awful here. Let's make sure they don't get anything in Gamma Lab. We have Cosmo to make sure that they can't Shang-Chi us. With Harry, I can understand why he used gold. He didn't like how stressful the mode was. Yeah, and I can completely understand that. That is an awful lot of cards. I'm guessing one is Mysterio, and over to the right is huge. That unless that's a Kitty Pryde as well. Okay, Kitty Pryde over there. Maybe not as huge as I was hoping, but it does stack them into Lake Hellas. And so now I think we go ahead and send the Cosmo. Is it ever Cosmo into Hawk into Mystique? That might be our defense here. The only bad thing is we don't have a lot of rocks in their deck. Something like Rock Slide on the last turn could be big. Alliance replacement? You could build this more towards like the Iron Man side. Hawk's not big and Mystique will be tiny. I think it'll be, yeah. Hope Summer's Kitty Pryde. I'm guessing they currently have 8 power in the lake. Do we ever Hawk to gain initiative mid into Alliance mid? We could also Hawk into Mystique, but I think Alliance mid may be a direction we go with. They could Alliance this turn because they have 6 energy. I'm hoping that they don't, though. They may have Yeti. We have Yeti to see. The Nocturne comes in the left, the Kitty Pryde. Wait, do they ever scale enough that they could actually steal away Gamma Lab?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the tier 1. My brain can't read your name at the moment. I apologize. Is that Crow? Crow? Or Crux? Thank you for the tier 1. Mockingbirds? Mockingbird would be 19 over there. So they'd still have to go higher. Broho. Thank you so much for the tier 1 and the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we could go Mystique plus... We could go Angela, Mystique, Korg. They can't Shang-Chi mid. Yeah, unless we did the Korg. But if they go super heavy here, or super heavy mid, where's going to be our correct play? That would put them within Shang-Chi range, which doesn't feel great. What can I use instead of Thena? I'm not sure that there's a good direct substitute for Thena in this one, unfortunately. Korg left. We could Korg left just for a little bit of added stats. 9, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, okay, so the Nocturne. Oh no, the shadow. If we lose by the -2 Shadow Ninja, I will be so sad. No. Wait, hold on. No, we lose. Unfortunate. Had we done Korg mid, I don't think that would have been it. Rough. What do you think about Shang-Chi and Surfer? I think it's a really expensive card, so it's hard to fit it in organically without it ever feeling like almost gimmicky. Is Marvel Strike Force newly released? No, it's quite a bit older. But they are running an update for the Deadpool Wolverine crossover. Took 4 years off from playing it. Yeah, it's definitely one that I played for several months and I had a good time with it. But we did take a quick break as well. Wouldn't you have won if you cored mid? So depending on where Juggernaut sent the cards, because then it wouldn't have guaranteed that it went over to the right. So I think it would have been very potential, but I'm not sure if we would have been a guarantee win or not. Goliath mid was the answer. Would Goliath mid have won it? Would have taken away Juggernaut. They still had the 15. I don't know that even would have won it. 15, at least 18 mid, maybe. It would have been very, very close. I don't think we would have gotten it. 19 to 18 mid. Marvel Strike Force is super predatory, by the way. It becomes a full-time job if you get into an alliance. It can be, but I think if you go into it with the expectation that you're not going to spend, but they do have a lot of like offers and spending opportunities, so you can get wrapped up in it really quick. The ninja would still hurt you. Yeah, that's true. Goliath would have won had it not been for the ninja. All right, we have our Thena. We have Rock Slide. We can start scaling it after turn on turn 4. Roche is unfortunate. I think we probably turn it off with a Nocturne. Ooh, we can start our scaling. So Angela, Kitty Pryde. Next turn would be Rock Slide, Kitty Pryde. And we're pushing for the Raft resource. We get Nocturne down. Let's go and snap it. I spent 1,400 gold to get the max bub refresh. I think that's the most important goal. So the max bub refresh, is that the 30 million one? And it's easy to spend the gold, especially if you have it, but it still feels bad to, because we have a long time to engage in this one. Wait, early refresh? Is that a thing? I may need to look at the bub shop, because maybe I didn't pay enough attention to it. My opponent just played Loki 4 times against you? Floaty potato. That sounds like your opponent was only half of the problem. Because to play it 4 times, I'm assuming that you had it as well. Once you hit the max refresh, so the 30 million. All right, so this lane is super tough to win, ever. We can get the free raft resource, but I'm not convinced that they're not going to have us full clogged. So it could be something like this. But I don't know if we ever even win Necrotia. So it might be safer to do like Nocturne Kitty Pryde. Or even Hope Summers Kitty Pryde. That allows us an Goliath, a free raft resource, and a Kitty Pryde on the last turn. You generate 7.5k or 75k. The debris comes down. The demon to the left is big. But Angela's not going to be within Shang-Chi range. We can always go... Hawk would be 13. This would turn off the card entirely, so we wouldn't have to worry about Shang to the left. So then something like Kitty Pryde, Spectrum right, I think is the direction we go. Goliath for Cannonball. If they Cannonball to the right, they might be able to get it though, right? So at that point, it comes down to which direction are they going? We're going to hope for the left.
Knowledge is power.
At least we can win one. There comes the cannonball and the Titania. That's going to be under our Thena Alliath range.
Victory.
Oh, you just got to it on the reward track, Gunny. I got you. I thought you were saying you spent like gold in the bub shop to hit it, but I mean we could just end it for 38. We could end it for $50 if we were super frustrated with the mode, and just buy to 12 million bubs. And I think that's what a lot of the creators were ending up doing, because the jump from here, the Thena, the 600,000 to 15 million is such a big leap. They could have run one light right with the same plate. Yeah. If you buy the 25 million buzz, you just complete the entire track. No, 500 million is the variant, but you would jump straight up to at least past Cassandra Nova. How all of them have the Cassandra variant. So once you get to 30 million, I think that jump is a lot easier and there's less players, so you'd probably 500 million for the variant, but you're playing a lot more bots, at least earlier on. And so if you jumped up to Cassandra Nova, you were probably playing mainly bots after a certain point. Yeah. Yep, and I think that may change over the course of the event, but for right now, yeah, you can jump straight to like bot territory. All right, so we're gonna shuffle our cards. I think we protect from any kind of clutter in the left. We'll go Angela, Kitty Pryde. We're feeling pretty decent. We're gonna snap into it. Did Guest spent like $20 immediately and just farmed to 500 million. Yep, I could see that. And like the longer that it takes or the longer you wait, the less viable that something like that is. And so I think it's, if you're wanting to like min max it, I think it's definitely smart to like jump out ahead of the competition like that. So the Thena in the left lane gets really scary really fast. We can go Hope, Kitty Pryde. Next turn, we'd have 6 energy if we wanted to do Alliath. Or we can go Thena, Kitty Pryde. Next turn, looking at like Hope plus Kitty Pryde, that'd unlock an Alliath for us alongside the Kitty Pryde and keep our Thena scaling. The Cosmo comes in. It's looking like a very similar deck to what we're running. I think people were finding that it does well into Arsham, and then people switched off of Arsham. Because we haven't seen anywhere near as the consistency that we were seeing with it earlier. Because we could throw Hawk in mid, or Hope plus Kitty Pryde right would allow us an Alliath on the last turn if we had priority going into the final turn. So Ravona, the Nocturne. So with Ravona, I would think more in line with like maybe them having like Iron Man, Juggernaut style stuff. But something like this only gives us 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 power in the left lane. Or 12 more power. It's 14 total, I think. 14 or 15. So as long as their Thena scales, it wouldn't do much against them. We could try something like this. Or they retreat for the last 16,000. Yeah, Pride in mid I think would be fine. They could potentially move their Nocturne there and then play something big on top of it as well. If they didn't happen to invest into a Teelan. But we get the retreat, so it doesn't matter. It's so tough to retreat at that point, because that's like a 7 cube versus 8 cube alternative almost. We'll take it. and we'll see. Someone saved me bubs by using Kang last turn. And I saw my long shot wasn't hitting anything good. Black smoke. Sometimes it's the small things. That's all you need is like the small victories. Scata, you said I gotta go. I will watch you on my phone, which means no chatting. Scata, hopefully wherever you're going, hopefully you're not driving. But if you are, just listen to the audio. I'll try and be as descriptive as possible. I already have the variant from Cassandra from Deadpool Diner. I'm gonna let anyone that plays against me win the game. Liar Child. I'll take handouts. I am not above taking somewhere in the sum of like 13 million bubs in handouts. Getting harder to get more bubs. Yeah, people are retreating faster and much less bots is what I'm noticing. We need people like you. Yeah, people that are going in and just giving the the donations. And so on the YouTube side, I've seen a couple of the exclamation point Marvel coming through. Unfortunately, the command only works on the Twitch side, but I can probably pin the link for you guys that are curious. So if you wanted to download Marvel Strike Force using my code, you'd be able to. I think we can pin this one for you guys. We'll pin it here in a second. Leonardo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We've been fighting for our lives with these bubs, but having a decent time. Not getting overall stressed. Ooh, we get a Juggernaut from the Triskelion, which is nice to see. Their Kitty Pryde doesn't pull in back into their hand. Unfortunately, I can't play anything. I'm sorry because of this. Leo, were you here earlier when all of the emote-only shenanigans were going on? Deadpool, you said I was 1 win away, if my math is right, from Cassandra and lost all my bubs. But at least you're relatively close. So we have the 2 minutes of the emote-only chat coming in, and it has been a decent enough break that I think we can let this one go. I'm going to play Nocturne into the Triskelion. It's either that or maybe we really heavy stack in the Triskelion for now. But I like the threat of turning off the Nexus. We can always do Super Giant on 4, Hawk on 5, Goliath on 6. Let's see. Hopefully they leave the Nexus intact and move their Nocturne into Mindscape. Is my hope. They don't move their Nocturne. It's unfortunate. The Ravona comes down, the Kitty Pryde. That makes it really difficult with them having that potential lever to turn off the Nexus or leave it intact if they want to. I kind of like the mind games that come up from this. We can leave Mystique. Wait, hold on. Mystique needs to be the first card we play with Super Giant. Then Thena. Next turn we can do Kitty Pryde first and then Hawk in the left lane, just in case they don't turn off the Nexus. That kind of pushes us away from the Goliath line. But not knowing if they turn off the Nexus or not, I think we have to kind of hedge our bets a bit. Looks like we are coming up on the end of the emote, or close to the end of the emote-only chat. The question then becomes, is this enough power over here if they don't turn it off? Or is it enough power in the Triskelion? think we're gonna send it and find out. They do go full send in the Nexus. They could have Shang-Chi, right? No, Hawk of their own. They went the full send. They went Hawk Mystique, right? Rough. Eliath would have been the key. Ooh.
I am Iron Man.
Unfortunate. Just for fun. Hitting us with the non-just for fun stuff. Them holding Nocturne was smart. We probably should have saved our move until at least turn 5. But they definitely baited us. And that's one of the things I like about Nocturne, is it creates those potential mind games. Just the Eliath line, turns out, was the correct one. We could have won with the Eliath, but because we didn't know which direction they were going to go or which one we should go, they had a lot of that threat or that power on their side. So next up we have Splat, and Splat has swindled several cubes out of me maybe the last couple of days. I think I beat them once, they beat me once, but the losses always sting longer. What can be substituted for Nocturne? Either Copycat or Jeff. I think would both be really good here.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
When in doubt, fart it out. Mantra of the Eliath Brain. I mean, it turns out especially in this deck. So if it's an expected Eliath, maybe not. But in this deck, it's that surprise play. And so I think, even though it was a joke, I think there's some truth in it. All right, so the Okoye in Crown City. If we get Hawk, we have the Cosmo Mystique line, which is great for us. Juggernaut can help us protect one lane. I think we go just Kitty Pryde for now. Might even...
Squad still a little.
Maybe we should have leveraged our Cosmo over in the left this turn. And I appreciate you guys being here. We are going to have a sponsored segment later on where we play Marvel Strike Force for a couple of hours, but... but it's a game that I've played before. I had a lot of fun with it. I didn't spend anything into it, so I was able to resist the FOMO pieces that come along with the game. So hopefully you guys enjoyed as well. We can do Angela Kitty Pryde or Angela Cosmo. But I'm thinking we may not have initiative going to the last turn. Ooh, and we're doubling up on our power.
Such
Rough.
is my judgment.
It's very grindy. I quit the game. I had 23 million TCP. Yeah, I think it can get that way very, very quickly and very easily.
Snap.
So where do we think they do big power? Or do we think they do much big power? Shang-Chi on the left would be rough. Otherwise, I think we're okay. Mount Vesuvius on this diner is insane. Yeah. Supergi Ant? I think you may be... I think you may be alone in it. What do you mean it doesn't matter? It does matter. If they Shang-Chi left, it matters. Oh, but the singular hawk though? We could always do this. Depending on how big they go in the left lane. Or I guess it doesn't matter how big they go over there, right? I want to put Hawk in the left, I think is my gut here. We'll see. If they had an Iron Man that was generated, that's scary. The Doc Ock is big. The Dazzler. Oh, no. Okay, wait. That was such a roller coaster. With the Muir Island giving them scaling in Crown City, and then with us pushing it back with Thena scaling. Give him the sweat emoji. So Hawk to the left, I don't think would have done it, right? This would be 10, 17. Oh yeah, it would have. It would have been a little bit more comfortable with Hawk to the left, Kitty Pryde to the right. We'll take it though. We're almost to the black, I think it's the map, no, the blue distress borders, which I've heard are pretty unremarkable, but. Damn, that was such a close one. Such a close one. I think Hawk mid slightly stronger because it's harder for them to counter the Hawk there. Maybe, but knowing that they have to stack their power, or that we're competing for just 2 lanes, I think it might be necessary. I think it might be a hard sell. Subterranea in the Arsham, we have Korg as well, so they're gonna have a lot of rocks in their deck.
I found a rock.
So we have Dream Dimension, not great, but we do have Rock Slide, so we send more junk their way. If we can draw into at least a singular Hawk, since we have Kitty Pryde in hand, I think we might be all right. The Lechugia is also crazy here. I think maybe it's like a Hope Summers. Next turn be like Rock Slide, Kitty Pryde.
Who they dig up this time?
Nick Fury comes in. This is a good curve card for him at the least. So Rock Slide, Kitty Pryde. Next turn we could go Cosmo, Kitty Pryde. Block a potential like Blob. If we end up drawing a Lyeth, then we definitely want the extra energy from Hope Summers on the last turn. Yeah, with the big power Hawk, I think each option was a win there. It's all good. It's all good. It's just really hard to read Arsham sometimes because you don't know what's in their realm of like possibility or capability. So the Ronin comes down. It's not great. Get our first rock, which is definitely not great. Ooh, the Spider Woman is scary in mid.
Oh, snap.
We do get a Lyeth, but we don't have initiative here. This feels bad. This would bring Ronin down to, I think, 5, right? 5 and the 8 would be 13. We would beat the power mid, but at what cost? What are we sending to the left? What are we sending to the right? I think this has to be a retreat. We're going to jump out of this one. As much as I want to stay, or find a way to stay, we don't have a strong enough left lane contest for them to just play something random over there. 7, not 5. Oh, yeah, 7. Oh, so it's 15. We would win this one by 1, I think, still. Yeah, we would win mid by 1, but that's not the point. I forgot Ronin had a base of 5 now.
Escaped.
I don't know if they meant to double fist bump me. I'll double fist bump them back, though. We do still have entry into kebabs for a while. But I would like to get up back to ice cream. I wanna full send it one more time. But it does look like ads are about to start real fast, and so we're gonna have a minute and a half. We will queue up for the next game, so you may miss the beginning of it, but nothing major or important. So we will be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. I like a nice kebab myself. Me too. Like it's good protein. Depending on how you build it, it can be healthy with like different vegetables. You know, a good kebab every once in a while. But I've almost had my fill of kebabs, honestly. We've been eating a lot of kebabs lately. Gunny, you said, do you have a guilty pleasure? Mine is eating Slim Jims. I get one like once a week. I feel like I did for a while. I used to drink a lot of caffeine. Whether it was energy drinks or coffee or like energy powder. Like I consumed an ungodly amount of caffeine, but I quit cold turkey about 2 months ago. And so I'm also trying to do more consistent runs, get back in like a little bit better shape. So I'm trying to work on me. But those would be the guilty pleasures. Was previously it'd be just any form of caffeine, but I've kicked it for now. Round is a shape? It is. It is. Sometimes I go to Taco Bell just for a Baja Bless. I don't think anybody blames you for that, Kenny. Have a doner kebab place down the street from, or Donner or Donner kebab place down the street. All right, so we do have the means to start Thena's scaling now. I kind of like the idea of a Juggernaut on the last turn to try to push them into Bar with No Name.
Get out of here.
Let's go Cord, Kitty Pride. And Crunchy, you said, who can I replace Thena with?
Hey, you found a rock.
You can move your Thena? Yeah, we can move the Thena. On turn 6, as long as they don't rip this one away. But what I think is going to be like the beneficial line for us is the Juggernaut. I think that's going to be our kind of secret to win. But the problem becomes, do we ever get initiative on them? I think we're going to do Hawk to the left. Yeah, Juggernaut can steal it away. All it has to do is protect one lane. And have that lane go into Havoc. I guess Havoc could be the... Havoc seems super risky, though. Because the main reason that you keep the Thena is she's that kind of extra engine. So she's a power engine. So you don't have to play in that lane, but you can get additional power there over the course of the game. Something like this. They always play a card into the Forge, right? Do we ever do something crazy like this? Or maybe even crazier like... that. Oh wait, we haven't played any cards yet. So Sentinel... Deep Right? Wait, how many cards did we play? It was just the Juggernaut, right? So Thena move, Hawk move, Juggernaut left, Cosmo here. Yeah. He has priority. But Juggernaut should still go into effect, right? In that left lane? But I was just wondering why Thena wasn't showing that she was scaling, is what I was trying to figure out. So the Forge into mid. As long as we push their card over into a Bar with No Name, then we are fine. So the Silver Surfer comes in. I hope we're fine. We're pushing their Copycat over into Bar with No Name. Super unfortunate. The big Hope Summers coming in for him. Thena scales, Cosmos scales. We are able to swindle away the cubes with the Juggernaut. Jay Swizzle is probably not happy with us. And then Beanman, I'm back. Are we up? We're a little up, but also a little bit down. And so we're slowly chipping away at it. We're at 2.2. But I really need to get something going in like ice cream because we could jump a couple of million pretty quickly. Otherwise, it's a pretty slow grind down here in kebabs. Nah, he's happy. Look at the thumbs up. Yeah, you always know how mad they are whenever they drop that emote for sure. Player Zero, welcome back from your timeout. Time for you to go into another one. And then on the YouTube side, Gordon Bell said, "Hey TLSG, it's really cool to catch you live streaming. You were the first Snap content creator I found on YouTube back in the day. Love how you always promote interesting and fun decks." Gordon, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully you enjoy the stream as well. Definitely a little bit different vibe, but still very positive. This guy's a known sniper. Ooh, Bean Man. Wait, didn't you say you had like 100 million bubs or something?
I found the rock.
You said I love Juggernaut. He and Negasonic, yeah. Him and Negasonic can be really, really good. Gunny said the longest time I thought the Miss Marvel emoji was a good thing. No, most of the time it's like most of the time instead of the thumb it's essentially the middle finger. I'm pumping you some bubs. Be quiet. All right, I won't tell. If you say you're pumping and then we lose, that's on me. But
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Scout, you said should I gamble all of my bubs before taking a break? Most of the time, yeah. So unless you're just like way over your cap, then it might not be worthwhile. So like if you're flexing the Cassandra Nova, so if you're at like 400 million, and you're like the next tier is, I think it's 30 million, then it wouldn't be worth it. But most of the time, it's definitely going to be worthwhile. Yeah, she does have a good animation. Dara smacked us with it earlier. I guess earlier yesterday, I should say. It's funny how mad people smile at you and thumbs up. I mean, this is a substantial amount of bubs from Bean Man, so coming in big for us. Check out the Shang-Chi split. And so Jay Smithy. So Bean Man's in the chat, and he said he has like 3 million that he's donating around. So I appreciate it, Bean Man. We got the paid pumper in the stream, giving us 300,000. So now we get our chance at our chance at the ice cream cone again. But yeah, no, Bean Man shout out. We can huge shout out to Bean Man. How do I know what's my cap? So up here in the top left, if it says, if there's a slash, then this right number's your cap. If not, then you're over what your cap would be. So you're over that regeneration rate. VIP? Okay, that's true. That's true. I think that deserves a VIP for Bean Man. You said you have 8 million and don't plan on playing anymore? I could see that. All right, we have a chance at ice cream once again, thanks to Bean Man's very generous donation. We'll see. I don't think I've played a bot in several hours. Did you get up to the 30 million for the regeneration rate, Bean Man? Because if so, then you'll just continue to have like, a bunch of bubs to spend. Is it always better to play the higher dinner? Most of the time, no, Eds. So playing the higher one, if you get like one bad flip, one bad draw, you could potentially be completely out until you hit that regeneration rate. So most of the time, it's going to be better to play like one room or sometimes even 2 rooms below it. I think Symbio Bro beat us earlier. I heard my name, but it was AFK. Did you hit the 30 million regeneration rate? Can't do anything on 2, unfortunately. Initial buy-in is more than my bub count. Definitely not fully out and here while it regenerates. Yeah. You got the card and dipped. I respect it. So the Quake comes down. Let's go ahead and do Nocturne. We haven't had any rate increases yet. That doesn't mean we won't. We still don't draw, which is awful. We would almost need Hawk to be able to pressure this one. We could try a gamble of like Jubilee, but without having those ideal lines in hand and them being able to do some really big things, this one ends up being a run.
Escape.
Do you feel pressured as a content creator to have Cassandra sooner rather than later, or miss out on the potential video views? Not really. So I think like the first person to get a Cassandra video up might have some unique draw, but most people it's going to take about a week, maybe the better part of like a week and a half to unlock Cassandra. And so I don't think you'll get a whole lot of views on a Cassandra video like until that point. And so if it was like a super hyped up card, maybe if you were the first one. Outside of that, not necessarily. I wonder if the best strat is to retreat twice till we face a bot. But I haven't faced a bot in so long. Pancake. I'm not sure how that didn't get censored, but you got up to 3 mil and then bought the rest. Yeah, I can see that. Is that like a $50? You ever interact with other streamers? Yeah. So I sometimes chat with some of the other streamers. I haven't done any kind of like dual streaming or like co-streaming yet, but I think it'd be something cool, especially if we end up going full time. We'll definitely have that capacity because we'll be streaming a lot more hours. Bots are more evident the higher tier you are. Yeah, I know that, but we can't get any higher than ice cream right now, which is unfortunate. At this level, low chance to get bots. Yeah, last night, this level, we could have potentially got bots, but at this point, enough people are around here that I don't think we will. So with the first location being Superflow, let's go ahead and start with our Angela. We get Rock Slide. It was in maximum effort, and this move deck bot did everything except play multiple mana and Human Torch. Heard the rumors you might go full-time, and although I'm too broke to sub, you have my backing in principle. Scientologist, thank you so much for the support and the backing. That's honestly all that I need. It is something that I would enjoy being able to do, and by taking on that possibility, that's why I'm taking on a few more subs than I have been in the past, to try to gauge what that earning potential would be. Mystique going mid for sure. Hey, fortunately, we got the Juggernaut. Rock Slide to the left would be great. To the right, I guess, is fine. Ooh, Copycat. What did their Copycat steal? Our Eliath. So we know we're not getting an Eliath this game. Better chance for That gives us a better chance for our Hawk, though, right? I guess not, because Rock Slide shuffled our deck.
Hey man, I'm cool.
And so, like with today's stream is sponsored by Marvel Strike Force. So I'm going to be playing Strike Force for 2 hours a little bit later on, and then everybody that uses the link or scans the QR code, it helps support the channel. The more people that engage with that and reach those different metrics, like each one is the equivalent of a couple of subs donation at the very least. So with the Korg, they have the Copycat, the Angela. We don't have anything good in hand. I think we retreat out of this one. Like, I want to be able to engage with it. We do have Thena, so we have that scaling piece in the left, but I don't think it's worth it. 3-cost Goliath is nasty. Yeah, thank goodness it got whiffed. Otherwise, that could be very scary. Had we had a better draw or line, do we get a variant as well? Wait, for the reward track? Wait, the opponent retreated too? They must be really hard up for Bubs. Also, proper jobs are rubbish. Scientologists. I agree. I see if I'm going full time, I feel like it's like if I'm taking a bet or a gamble, I'm gambling on myself. And so if I get 5 years down the line and am no longer doing content or whatever it looks like, I would always kind of wonder, would I have been able to do it? So I want to give it some serious thought, but it is definitely on the realm of possibility.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Bellers,
enough.
thank you so much for the tier 1. That does get us closer to that first tier of Partner Plus. You heard the opponent's Copycat? Maybe. Maybe. As someone who worked a long time in retail, I worked retail for too long, honestly. I think any time in retail is too long, but I worked in retail for a decent amount of time, several years. I was a manager of a big box retail store, and it just was grueling almost. So they got the Hope Summers. We have Nocturne Kitty Pride. We have the means to compete in Sanctum Sanctorum when maybe they can't.
Snap.
I have 2 more years till retirement from the Marine Corps. Gunny, thank you for your service, and you're almost there. Copycat has been sweet in Arsham. Yeah, Loaf Beef. That's where I assumed we'd probably end up seeing her quite a bit, but I can't bring myself to run Arsham because it's so popular. Ooh, you worked 26 years? I don't think I made it more than 5. I did it during college and then a little bit after, and then dipped out. Consider you're a full stack dev, but you suck at interviews. I mean, that's a skill you can always practice and get better at. People are skittish. Yeah, people are very, very skittish, because it's a really big risk really quickly. Altar of Death, not necessarily great. They are running Arsham. A bot? No, it's not a bot.
Hey, I found a rook.
We haven't seen a bot in so long. And then Jinja, how are you? I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. So we have
Opponent snap.
Kitty Pride Org. Yeah, it's Roram. What are the chances of like a Leech eventually, a Doc Ock? He said, just wondering how well is your current job? It's not awful. It's data analytics.
Hey, man, I'm cool.
So I'm looking at a lot of numbers and metrics. And so compared to retail, it's a cakewalk. Like it's relatively decent or set hours, which is a nice touch. Where are you in considering going full time? I'm still looking and kind of gauging how much I could pull from it, but it's something that I definitely want to do. I just have to make sure that it's right. You versus Dara, the battle of the analysts. I feel like Dara would cook me for some reason. So I think we rock slide Thena both in mid. We have Hawk that's going to help us win one lane. As long as they don't have a way to compete for the Altar of Death, our Hawk gets really big. And if we can protect it in some way, shape, or form, even better. Let's switch to full-time streaming. He thinks Galactus is incoming. Galactus would be rough. TLSG just popping in. Where are you in the event? How close to Nova? We are a few million bubs deep. But boy, is it scary. We could do this. We wouldn't be able to do a double drop next turn. So we wouldn't be able to do like Nocturne or I guess Mystique or Cosmo and the Hawk. It's either that or we Eliath into mid, but I think Eliath always goes to the right here. Wait, we don't have initiative. So Eliath doesn't do anything for us. I think Hawk is better. Hawk would allow us to most likely grab initiative. We could do Eliath on the last turn, plus the Kitty Pride back in mid. And then far. Wait, is Roram donating to us? They had quite the line here. He's a known pumper. 1 bub ante, 8 bub minimum, 32 max. Wait, is it there's no way it's Agatha, and they all stacked because he played the Hawk into the Mystique. That would be quite the line for sure. So we could Mystique to the left, and then even if they Shang cheated, it'd be fine. It's either that or Eliath and Kitty Pride. But I think this is the line we're going to go with. Snap them. It goes to the max of what I have. So it doesn't matter if I snap. Because I only have 591 right now. Potentially up to a mil after this, though. Man, if they threw super hard and then... Okay, yeah, I think they're definitely throwing. Got a snap? No, we don't. We don't got a snap. After this one, it's going to go up to 591. The Shang-Chi just flexing all of the tools that they had. The Cosmo. For times like this, I wish I had the Enchantress like art emote. What a legend. Roram gets VIP as well. I'm going to give him a shout out because that is a fellow creator. Huge help coming our way. And so we only had 591, and so we double it up on it thanks to Roram. So it was a bot. It was a throw bot. So now we have a little bit of breathing room in Ice Cream. We also get a little good jump on this one. We still have a lot of ground to make up to hit 15, but yo, if you face me in ladder, give me 8 cubes, Copium. Roram, oh wait, I gave the shout out to the wrong player. I apologize. Oh, I can't give another one for a minute. Thank you for the heavy play into the Altar of Death. I appreciate it. We have been sweating and struggling through this event, and that donation definitely helps. But we'll give you a shout out here in just a second. I forgot the plays at the end of it. So how far did you end up getting, Roram? Have you already got the variant, and now you're just I already got the Pandart, so I'll pump you some more. Huge, huge Roram. That is, did you get it free to play, or did you like, pay a little at the start to get ahead of the curve? I spent 2,100 gold total. I could see that, and I think the longer the event goes on, the more gold that maybe starts requiring. Not even in a million bubs. The biggest jump is that 600 to 15 million. Managed to get the variant free to play without gold. Newt. That's a huge flex. Newt.
I found the rock.
Said mode feels nice, but it will take a while for some of the casuals. Yeah, I think the biggest like blocking point is definitely once you hit that 600k regeneration rate. At least there's some gold in the track. Yeah, that way you can kind of surge it a little bit at the very least. So Hawk gets kind of decent from the Lechugia. We can always Hawk, see if we grab initiative in Machine World. Maybe it becomes Hawk in mid. Let's go ahead and play Hawk in mid. I saw someone on Reddit today, 1200 collection level, and he got cast in 2 hours with only 2 losses using a janky discard. It could also be because there's matchmaking banding as well, and so like I could definitely see that. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. The gold is so helpful. The grind is more manageable. Yeah. Once you get a little bit of gold, you can get a pretty big surge if you've upgraded your bub market quite a bit. So 2, 4, 6. 6 is what they could do extra in the Lechugia. So 20. 24. Unless we got the right call with like Eliath. But I feel like that may be our only option. Does that even win in the right, though? Would be the question. Because they had Gwynpool that came down. The first one that it hit was Dazzler. They have 2 others. Let's send it the right, and we get the 200k retreat. All we needed was a little pump from Roram and Beanman to start it all off. Now we got a little a comfy cushion. Got a comfy cushion. We're at 1.3. On day 1, I think regardless of collection level, higher stakes was just all bots. Yeah. Yep, and I think the longer the event goes on, the more real players there are that will be engaging with it. So I think it gets more difficult the longer time goes on. I need to find my Roram. If we end up getting the variant, we're gonna be donating as much as we can. Yeah, ice cream is scary. Ice cream is very scary. It's a really big leap from the 80k kebabs to ice cream. I'll pump you the rest if you pump me in the ladder. Absolutely, Bean Man. I'll trade some ladder rank for some easier bub action. Next up we have Jeff, the baby land shark, Lime. I haven't seen this avatar before, so I'm inclined to think it's not a bot. A comfy cushion? I mean, everybody has a comfy cushion. Or it's always better to have a comfy cushion, I guess. All right, we can go ahead and go spotlight Jeff. Gotcha. I was on my break whenever that one came out. They have both Thena and Kitty Pryde off the jump, which is Slime Hunter dude stole my name. the nerve of that dude. So maybe it's like a Thena Org. We lose the super flow bonus. Juggernaut on the last turn could be decent. Alliath could be decent as well. Ishtaruku, you said, so TLSG, what is the bub mart? I'm grinding kebab and never use it. It's a way to use your gold for bubs. So you can buy the bubs. And so I think at the 600k rate, you could get almost the rest of the way with like $50 worth of gold. One of the things I love most about Thena is she's an Angela that isn't clunky to play into Sinister London. Yeah. Yep, you can play her and then not have to worry about it as much. So they dropped the double Nocturne. We can't do a double drop, but I think we drop a Nocturne of our own. And how do you access it? You have to get at least, I think it's 21k bubs first. And so the Nocturne into the Superflow turns that one off. Into Vormir. The Angela comes down, which can get kind of clunky. The double Org, unfortunately. We do have our Nocturne, so we can choose to turn off Sinister London. I guess if and when we want to. And I guess they can as well. The Angela split is crazy. That is a pretty nice Angela split. I think we retreat out of this one. Like we don't have a great way to finish out the game. Because we can do something like Rock Juggernaut. That scales our Thena. I'm not sure we ever overpower like a big finisher. So if they have Hawk, I don't know that we ever overpower it. We could get lucky with the Juggernaut and maybe cap them out. But with Nocturne, I think they're decently likely to turn off Sinister London. We're going to give Lime the 100, but not the 200.
Escaped.
I wish I drew Angela when I played you earlier, so I could have shown off my gold Angela with purple crackle. That does sound like a good split. I'm a big fan of any Kirby crackle. And then Leonardo, you said I'm using your Galactus list to bub up. The one with Martyr and Blink. I'm still in 890 bubs though, so it still works. I really enjoyed that Galactus list. Like it was surprising enough that it was able to steal wins away, and its like primary line was the Galactus, which is something that I've been missing ever since his nerf.
Hey, you found a rock.
And so, big fan of the Galactus list. I still have it built out just in case I ever want to run a little bit of the kneel before Galactus. I don't have Thena. Can I still make the deck? Thena feels like a pretty tough sub out in this one. Because it acts as like your second Angela essentially. So we could be pumping one lane and scaling one while Thena is scaling another. So a lot of times it feels like you could probably still run it, but I think the deck loses a lot of consistency. And then Nightshade, you said one good game on ladder for 4 cubes, then lost 6 in a row for 1. You'll get there, Nightshade. You'll get there for sure. Yeah, he has the 0-5 Sabertooth that he can weave in. So we can either do Rock Slide or we can do Nocturne Kitty Pride. We can always turn Killen off so that we can play there again later on. Would Copycat be good in this? She could potentially be good in it. You could maybe cut the Nocturne for it. Otherwise, I'm not sure what I would opt to lose. You're at 140k right now. 140k is, I think, the general area that most people are probably around is that like 100, and then those that grind a little bit heavier, maybe the 600. But I think there's a lot that are still maybe just now starting to engage with the grind. I do enjoy it. I don't have Blink, so any other replacement for her in the Galactus deck? Not necessarily. Maybe Iron Lad, but that would be a little bit... It's a little bit harder to like turn off your electro.
Snap.
So the leech into kiln. They did hit our Mystique, unfortunately. Wait, did they fix this? If we destroy our Mystique, does she scale? Does Thena scale? The Ghost Cat deck got me to 20k so far. The Ghost Cat one is fun. It's just sometimes it's such a late game deck that a lot of times it feels scary to stay. That sometimes you end up overstaying. I don't remember if they fixed the Mystique being destroyed in Vormir, like if it will allow our Thena to still scale. Hell, it's not nice. We'll see. Ooh, that's up to 400. What are we doing here? I don't like it here. What are we doing? So the Doc Ock in the left. Okay. White Ganjin launching in the emote only chat for us. Let's go ahead and switch it over. We have the last 2 minutes. That is potentially all of our bubs, I think. But the good, I mean, it's not the worst ending hand. So if they get +6, they go to 19. This will bring us up to 15, 16, 17, 18. Ooh. So if they get down to 1 card, they would win in mid with just the strong guy. So I almost think we maybe just leave Nocturne to the right. $13. Unfortunate. We knew they only had 3 cards in hand. We were gambling on the no Shang-Chi. Well, Brew. That much closer to Cassandra Nova. What a tragedy. What a tragedy, everybody. It's alright. We'll make it up. I think Anton beat us earlier. we may have to give up on our dreams of Cassandra Nova.
Hey man, I'm cool.
And I think that's probably what they will see from a lot of people. Is I think at a certain point, you get people that are just tired of the stress or the grind, and then they pay for it. And it does look like our emote only chat is gone. Let's go ahead and free you guys from the sad chain. We'll turn it around. What did we destroy in their end? Copycat, and they destroyed Juggernaut. All right. Cosmo could be okay. It allows us to do Hawk if we draw into it. Maybe we do that. Anyone else having their bubs not refill? Maybe close out of the game, bring it back in. Or if you're past your regeneration cap, then it might not there. It's not bad. At the very least, this allows the Hope Summers Kitty Pride stuff. And we block their Rock Slide, which is nice.
Snap.
I think I'm not a fan of the Distressed Borders. I have no idea what to put it on. That's what I heard, was the Distressed Borders were kind of just, I guess maybe lacking or lackluster. Pickled, you said I'm struggling to find a good deck where I'm not missing anything. I mean, the Shuri Kitty Pride stuff still does really well. It's just not covered as much because it's been around for a while. Next up, we have Rolk, who has the at least the variant avatar. I don't know if they have the variant itself. Wait till they release wooden and rusted borders.
Cassandra rock.
Potentially. I don't even know if this is on the track, actually. After this game, could you show me one of those? I don't have one built out, but I can see if I can pull one for you. Variant avatar is 50 mil. And so if they're down this low in the slums, they're like, I don't know, maybe they lost real big, and so they're just trying to grind back up. We have the Kitty Pride right. I don't know if we ever beat the raft location, so it's either Kitty Pride or Pig. Seeing the Nebula and Spider Ham, I think maybe this is a mill deck. Is Wolverine drop still an ongoing event? No, so it's off for now. The Wolverine variant's gone. There is going to be a new set that comes in on Friday. So a new set of drops will start then. That is a that is a big. How many cards are you missing? I think I'm missing 4 now. 5 if you count Cassandra Nova. Think you'll reach 500? I might, just kind of engaging with it kind of a little bit more passively. We might reach it. The -2 Mystique is unfortunate, and I think that's a lot more frustrating to play out than a lot of people probably realize right now. OP just got, just playing dinner to show off. Could be. They could be. They could now have an an Ajax. Ajax would be crazy. So they can't play anything else in the right. Our poor one-powered Cosmo. Wait, does this even win right? Probably not. 3 cards in deck. It goes up to 6, goes down to 3. No, it doesn't do anything for us. Ugh. Yeah, -3 is rough. The Cosmo's rough. We gotta jump out of this one. Unless we got lucky with like an Eliath Kitty Pride left, but we don't have initiative to stop their potential Ajax. And so I think we have to retreat out of it. Just too big here, and they have the raft resource. But I can understand the potential rage. In all honesty, the like it feeling, especially when it's like Arsham versus Arsham versus Arsham, and they get something lucky. I normally don't mind that on the ladder. In this, whenever you are like trying to work up that reward track, and then you get kind of bodied by something that was just unfortunate, it feels bad. Yeah, I think it always sucks to lose to RNG, but I think it is even worse in this, where it's like time gated, where you would have to wait potentially hours. Next up, we have Clifford, who always gives us a good run on the ladder. They are running Arsham. Start with our Mystique. We start with Hawk in hand and Cosmo. So honestly, maybe it's just a 3-card game and we're done. Maybe all we have to do. I'm playing against an Arsham that played 2 Quinjets on turn 1. I'm terrified. If you were running Clutter, if you had a Clutter deck, I think you'd be snapping into it. But otherwise, yeah, very, very scary. We have Hope Summers. We can always double drop Hawk on the last turn. Hawk plus Mystique. As long as we play 2 cards into the Abbey on turn number 5. Angela the M'Baku. Or maybe we set up the Cosmo in the right. That frees us up to do Hawk elsewhere. Or that frees us up to do Mystique elsewhere and frees up that last turn a little bit. Never mind.
Victory.
Only the 10k out of it. Which is also tough, because you play patiently for so long, eventually you kind of full send. The Kitty Pride deck, I don't have one built out, but it's like a Kitty Pride Shuri. There's a lot of ways to build it. It's just a little bit older cards. Let's look for like maybe last 30 days. So a few of them, depending on, well, both of these have one either Thena and the other a Mockingbird Sasquatch. I'm thinking maybe you don't have. The other ones may just not be ran as much. If you have Hope Summers, then a lot of like the Red Hulk, Taskmaster, Shuri, She-Hulk can do decently for you. But I don't have one. I don't have one built out. And right now the stats on Untapped are all kind of wonky. So I'd feel bad for suggesting you one that doesn't necessarily perform like I would want it to. Could you imagine OG Quinjet with Arsham making some cards 0? Same thing with like Loki. Would be craziness. I'm at 420k bubs. 15 million seems so far away. The Dark Nizzle. I stand right there with you. It's such a big jump from like 600,000 to 15 million that it almost requires either like a really constant grind or you get lucky at some point and get a good run going. So like before going to bed, I'm going to full send, you know, my entire stack. And then sometimes you're going to get a good flip from that. You said I'm at 1.7 million. I have no idea how I'm going to get to 15. Just a couple of lucky turns is all you need. So Nocturne, next turn, we have a good chance to draw into a 2 cost or lower. It's a 50% chance to be able to get the extra energy from White Hot Room.
Oh, snap.
ML, you said I'm trying to Q snipe a friend. Hopefully in the best of ways, though. All right, we have Hope Summers. We can't double drop in White Hot Room, unfortunately. Oh, you'll just pump? Well, that's always nice. Hopefully they don't add a new... Wait, are they playing?
Oh, snap.
Yeah, Cosmo could be nice here. Well, I guess we could drop Cosmo this turn and maybe protect the right lane. From like a Doc Ock, maybe? Mid would be the... Wait, I think ML... Oh, wait. MLE. Oh my goodness. I didn't make the connection that who I was responding to in chat was you. I apologize. I was taking it very seriously. We'll snap you. We'll snap you back. Rolk, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Were you able to get to? Were you able to get to? I think you were pushing for the variant, right? Were you able to reach the one that you needed? Because we're still in here, just in the absolute grind. Oh, you got it last night? I think that was probably the play. Was pushing for it last night. Whenever you could, did you play a lot of? Yeah, I know that you just queued into us a second ago. You absolutely dominated me with the Scorpion Absorbing Man. Cassandra Nova. Absolutely, like I couldn't do anything. Like I had some decent cards in hand, but they were Mystique was -3. So even if it copied the Hawk, like there was just no power there. And then Croquet. MLE, they were in chat. They said they was gonna throw. That does push us into the ice cream territory again, though. But so did you kind of jump on it right whenever the diner released and ended up facing some bots earlier on? Always cool to hear the other POV. Yeah. The at first when I saw Cassandra, I was like, it's not going to impact us that much. The Absorbing Man was unfortunate, and then Scorpion to top it all off was rough. Like there wasn't a lot that we could do, even with the cards we had in hand. There's no bots in EU at the top table. That is definitely rough. So I almost want to donate our Korg. Unless we drew Nocturne, we could turn off Castle's Emo. That's going to be the only thing we can play over there.
I found the rock.
Spent about 3,000 gold. I couldn't get games at the higher tables.
Hey man.
I do know several people have spent around between 50 and 100 dollars worth of gold to end up pulling it. And so I think the biggest thing is that it's going to be going for another almost 2 full weeks. So we have plenty of time to engage with it. But when you got to the top table, then I saw a bot, very anticlimactic. Yeah, I would imagine. Down here in the slums, I see very, very few bots. Last night I saw quite a few, but after that, at least today, I've seen maybe one. We have to make them count whenever we do see them. Oh, they do have the Thena Kitty Pride. It seems like that is maybe edging out over the Arsham stuff, or at least right now, from what I'm seeing. The Mystique is nice, depending on what else we draw into. The Rock, not so much. You said I just waited a queue at 1 a.m. last night and faced all bots. That's another strategy. What beats the Thena deck? A couple of different things, like different variations of it. Some better placed tech cards can end up doing it. And sometimes Arsham if they get a better line or better draw. Like in this one, I don't have much to really elevate my Thena Angela. And so I think we retreat out of this one. They have Ravona down. We don't have Juggernaut in hand to protect from like an Iron Man or any of those ongoings. And so I think it ends up being a pretty easy retreat, unfortunately.
Escape.
Shadow King? Shadow King can do okay, but you also have like the Cosmo that's protecting it, and it can push that power into multiple lanes. I want to say that Nil did okay against it, because you can hit some of those like engines. You can take out their Kitty Pride, and that loses a lot of their kind of steam. But with how much Arsham I've been seeing, I haven't ran Nil in a little while. We are going to run to a really quick ad break. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we're going to queue back up into Ice Cream, see if maybe we can get another lucky roll that we can get a little bit closer to the card. We'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. starting of the day, I really didn't think the diner was gonna. Nice chair. I mean, we we make do with what we have. Starting the day, I really didn't think finishing off diner was gonna be as take as long as it has. But that I underestimated how much that 600 to 15 million gap was. Have you gotten the distressed blue border? I'm not sure if I picked it up yet. I don't know if it's the 75,000 or 7.5 million reward or not. I can take a check. I can take a look here in just a second. And I'd like to run, honestly, I would like to run something else. And that sound surprised me again. But I missed the name. Thank you so much for downloading Marvel Strike Force using my link and reaching level 7. That does help support the channel. So every one of those is at least the equivalent to one sub that is being donated. And so I appreciate the support. It helps out the channel and it helps me try to gauge if I can make this full-time thing a reality. We will play Marvel Strike Force here in a little bit, but I really want to make some good progress in the Diner first. I really wanted to knock out Diner and then maybe play Nova, but...
Opponent snapped.
And so they have their Kitty Pryde. We don't have any of our great early engines, so I'm going to give it to them. We don't have Angela, Thena, Kitty Pryde, and that for me is going to be a quick and easy retreat. We just need to pump TLSG a bit more. Oh no, we can't do ice cream now. Thena, a bit on the nose. Maybe a bit on the nose. I just grinded kebabs. Seems to be the highest return for time spent. I mean, yeah, you can lose a few and it not be a big issue. So you can play a little bit like more aggressive. In kebab, once you hit 600,000, you generate almost enough for 1 entry an hour. But at a certain point, getting to 15 million feels like it would take a long time there. Next up, we have Mr. Sean. And I did switch over to the deck that I featured yesterday. And immediately get hit with an Arisham deck versus what we had before. So this one can potentially win into the Arisham lineup. We have to rely pretty heavily on Hawk, though. We have the Thor Beta Ray Bill. We have Ghost to make sure we don't reveal first. We have our Shang-Chi and now our Rogue. Ishtaruku, you said I love whenever I outplay an opponent and they go full Miss Marvel emote. Yeah, Hawk's definitely the tech card. We do not have Shang-Chi anymore because of their ham. They went ham on us. We do have Shadow King, though. Rogue in Onslaught Citadel seems risky because of Morbius. Same thing in the left lane. Maybe we go something like Thor, Beta Ray Bill. We drop Ghost, and we have several turns to draw into our additional resources, unless they rip Limbo away, of course. Said they're about to go crazy with high power cards. What, in the left lane with the armor?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Ooh, excuse me.
Oh, snap.
What? So unfortunate. I honestly thought Arsham was losing steam a little bit. Yeah, I don't know that it was losing steam so much as people were getting bored, is what it feels like now. We don't have any of our hammers yet, which is scary. You have an extra round and you have no Shang-Chi. Yeah, very true. but not incoming? Possibly.
Escaped.
There's any number of things that it could be. First Deadpool Diner game in and turn 2 ego. Huge. You better have max snapped and stayed. This was a good opportunity to add Bubs to the Conquest tour. I mean, they added it for gold, which I think has gotten quite a few people. I think quite a few people have spent gold, at least to give some kind of surge. So we have a surprise higher powered Juggernaut, unless we lose it. No. So they lost Korg. We lost our Ghost. A little unfortunate. I switched over to a Sarah control list. The Sarah control list, I think, is fine. The thing that I fear with Sarah control in a game mode like Diner is that a lot of times you don't know if you're going to have like your ideal line until turn 5 or turn 6, and by then you're so deep in Bubs that it's really hard to like stay and commit to it. How do you think Copycat is in this list? I've been waiting because she doesn't seem as good as I was expecting. I'm using Nocturne. Nocturne's probably fine. And I think until we see Arsham not as popular, Copycat will be very much just an okay card. And I think Copycat gets held down a lot by Arsham and just the randomness that it has a chance to pull into. So what do you think is the best deck for Diner? Probably, I don't know. At the mid-range tables, you're seeing a lot of Arsham. But outside of that, I think it's just what you're more comfortable in, honestly. So either Jane Foster into mid or over to the right. I kind of like mid. We're going to have an 11 power beta that starts scaling with the Stormbreaker. Hawk in mid is great for
All systems go.
Rogue. Fantastic for Rogue, actually. Just wash your hands when you're done. All right, so we have the Rogue here, which steals the Hawk. We have Copycat, which is the Juggernaut. As long as they don't go super heavy here, but I think we should be okay. Can I snap into it to make it more?
Oh, snap.
Maybe we shouldn't have wanted to, but we can. Let's see if they stay for the 163. Juggernaut move left actually beats us over in the left lane, right? The Thena is big. The Sage. We win the right with the Beta Ray Bill. The Rogue steals Hawk, so we should win mid. And I think that's a lock. Wait. Does it matter if we push Thena somewhere? Thankfully not.
Victory.
Thankfully it doesn't. Might Mo, you said hey TLSG in chat. Hope everyone's having a good day. Yeah, we're having a good day. We're slowly making progress. We started today at 1 million for the reward track of Bubs towards Cassandra Nova. We're at 3.75. And so we're making some okay progress. Nothing super flashy, but slow and consistent gains. What's the purpose of the Owner Reveals last mechanics? Yeah, you can prevent Rogue, Shang-Chi. You can prevent Shadow King by allowing your hammers to go last. And it allows you to better place your own counters in Shadow King, Shang-Chi, or Rogue.
I found a rock.
So the Quinjet on 1 with the Arsham is always scary. Brew swindled us earlier for a very large amount of Bubs. I would like very much to get those back. Okay, we get Snow Guard out of it this time, so at least we can add some value. But I like Thor to the left. Beta Ray Bill will go into Muir Island next turn. I have an interview. I have to interview someone in 5 minutes. Should I grill them on optimal snapping strategy? It depends on what you're interviewing them for, but
Wind.
honestly, I'd say yes.
Hand.
That's how you know if they're going to be a good fit. It's a cultural fit check. Do we think we can win with 12 power in the Beta Ray build to the right? I almost doubt it. Asking them their bankroll strategy for Deadpool's Diner. One question: what is your stance on Loki and Marvel Snap? It's low-key a pretty good question.
Oh, snap.
So I'm not sure on this stay. I think this should be a run, but we have the big hawk, which wins us one lane guaranteed, but we don't have a fight for another, unless we happen to draw Mjolnir, and even that is, I think, iffy. No, we'll back out.
Escaped.
Tells you everything you need to know about a person. It does. What their take on Deadpool's Diner is. Will tell you if they have a good hot take or if it's just not going to work out. How to ban other Twitch users without mod powers? You have to play the long game to be able to do that. Polo or Poyo. You have to play the game where you end up getting on the creator's good side. Work your way up, you become a mod, and then you stealth ban them. I was planning to ask Cloudflare, was that you? No, I mean, I was off that day, so it would be awfully convenient. Oh no, I can't work because the cloud strike. Yeah, I can't work because our services are out of order. I guess I'll stream. No, it wasn't me. But fortunately, we weren't impacted, and I was off that day, so I didn't even check my phone, computer, or anything. We went into absolute hiding. And then Raptor, you said pulling up on the YouTube side as well. I appreciate it. I appreciate the double dipping and double support. How's the deck performing? I only recently switched over to it. It's okay, but a lot of times this deck becomes very much late game that you know what your relative strength is going to be. And so a lot of times you might end up overstaying a bit on games that you probably had no business being in. Ooh, what a good copycat. We copied the Thena, which even if we don't use it, knowing that they don't have that scaling source. Is this deck better than the one with Namora and Wong? I think they have different strengths. This one, the strength is that it has a lot of ways to potentially counter the Arsham stuff and like the scaling of like the Thena Kitty Pride that we've been seeing so much of. And so I would say that the Namora one, if uncontested, is stronger. But this one, if the meta fits, I think may be a better choice. So we have a Hawk that we can hide into the left lane. We have our Shang-Chi that we can use on turn 6 if we need to, or if they scale. Potentially a Shadow King, potentially Killmonger. But right now, what we have in hand is not great. I am going to take the risk, though. Ghost Hunter Invisible Woman? It's a play that I've done sometimes. We'll be hiding out for sure. so we do get Killmonger, which is a little bit of health. We can always do something like Hawk, Copycat, Killmonger to try and swing 2. But if they have Juggernaut, it becomes a little bit risky. But I think we're okay to stay right now. They have a Hawk in mid as well. Now it's 11 power. I don't know that we pivot off of this line, though. How are you? Do you have Cassandra? No, we don't have Cassandra yet. We're still working on it. But otherwise, we're doing well. Do they ever abandon the Thor lane thinking we have the hammer? There's a lot of ways we lose this one. Ghost gameplay? Yeah, a little bit spooky. What can you sub in for Invisible Woman? If you don't have Invisible Woman, I would go with a higher power or impact true cost. But she allows you to like hide a Hawk, hide Shang-Chi, something like that. Your facial hair is looking magnificent. We may not have Cassandra Nova, but at least we have a very cool beard. So I appreciate it. The Mystique, unfortunately, is going to be, I think, more than we can take in that right lane once it scales with the Angela. They have a Nocturne coming down in mid as well. So Shang-Chi looks like it probably was the correct call. Unfortunate. I didn't think there was a world where they didn't do anything into Icebox. Here we are. It does look like it's the refresh time. We've been playing this all day so far. So let's go with this. I like this Mockingbird. I don't like it enough to pay 1,200 for. Copycat one is pretty sleek. We have the expensive Maria Wolf variant that was a Spotlight.
Shiny logo.
Pre-Dynasty, you said been out of the loop. Can someone give me a quick summary of Diner? Stress. So much stress. A lot of people are opting to pay like 4,000 gold or so to be able to just skip the tail end of it. Yeah, I like this Echo, but that's always a super hard sell. I like the animation too, like those like the phoenixes. Lost my words for a second. The birds on there look really cool being animated. Definitely a really good one. I don't use her very much. I don't think I've even ever split her. It does look good. How high do you have to get to reasonably be able to pay to finish it? I only want the card, not the variant. So I think around 600,000 is where the shop ends up leaning more closer. So like where we're at now, I have almost 4 million. I've probably put in like 6, 7, maybe 8 hours. Because I did a little bit yesterday, a little bit off stream, and then the 3 hours or so, 3 to 4 hours today. And so now we could finish it off entirely with almost 4,000 gold. We can get a good surge for this, and that would push us up to a higher tier. Maybe we can let those ride. Maybe. But I'd say you have to get at least a decent ways up before you can start looking at that as an option. I have 14,300 collection level. That's a pretty high collection level. For not being a super well, it's pretty high. It's kind of lonely in the YouTube chat. Raptor, yeah, it is a little bit lonely. How often do you? Yeah, I just tabbed back over. Got a shalom on both sides. But no, I see it over there. It's definitely the I don't pay as close attention to it because the primary focus is on Twitch. But wait, did I fist bump him back? Oh, root. I didn't even think about it. So we have the Invisible Woman. If we play it over here, then we can't ever use Jane Foster. The Hammer Bro line becomes really difficult to read. YouTube chat, the Forever Middle Child. There was a point where I was focused solely on YouTube, and then Twitch chat was the middle child. The days have definitely changed though. So we can always hide Shang-Chi, depending on what we think they're pushing. Can we look better in Twitch chat? I mean, it does look... I think it is a little more fleshed out. I like a lot of the features that Twitch has. That's the big reason why I made the initial switch. And then, Null, you said, wait, so can someone clarify for me? With the way the bubs work, you have to earn totally 500 mil or 500 in purse. So it's additive. So you don't have to have in hand. You don't have to have a total of 500 million. Just cumulative. You have to have gained 500 million. So Thor to the left allows us to win over here. Potentially. We have Jane Foster we could use. I don't know if we ever go that line though. So maybe it's more like hide a Shang-Chi, play a Hawk, drop some other big power over there to try to win Death's Domain. Do we need to actually play the mid-range decks or specific archetypes to go from rank 73 and higher to reach infinite? You don't necessarily have to run what's popular. A lot of times, surprising decks that are cohesive in and of themselves can win you some pretty big cube equity games because people aren't expecting it. The bad thing about meta decks is you know very well like what their 12 cards are and what that potential range for the deck is. Today's season pass mission is play 5 cost cards, 5 cost card times. Time to play Hawk 12. All right, let's hide the Hawk for now. Do we think they have a way to fight for Death's Domain? Potentially. Potentially in the... I think with Debris Hood, there's a decent likelihood that they have White Widow. Ooh, Green Goblin in Baxter Building's rough. Mockingbird gets value unless they have Eliath. But if they have White Widow, I don't know that we win left if the real Mysterio is over there, even with the Baxter Building swing. We're going to try it, though. Why are there so many bots here? Smooth. If you're in Deadpool's Diner, I would do some diabolical things. Celine, scary. Viper, do they have Hazmat? Wait, Hazmat Death's Domain would win as long as we win Baxter Building, right? Wait, Yellow Jacket. Yellow Jacket puts Mockingbird below Shang-Chi range, which is kind of big-brained, but we do have the Hawk under there as well. And so that wasn't our only line. Wait, if that's real Mysterio, we do lose. The Yellow Jacket was huge brain. Blub, you said, quick question, is the only way to get Cassandra Nova through the diner? So she's not going to be immediately in the caches. after 2 weeks, you'll be able to pay the 6,000 tokens for her. But she's not going to be featured in caches, I think, probably for a few months. So you'll be able to use collector's tokens, but outside of that, dinner's the only like free way or soon way to be able to unlock her. Gamer Snap, you said, I don't think I would have played around Shang if I hadn't seen Ghost. That's what made me suspicious. Very good game. The real Mysterio being over there, it was a roller coaster for me, unfortunately. Ooh, do we finally have a bot? It was a roller coaster, but very good game, very well played. Hopefully we grab you next time. How's your climb coming, Gamer, so far? So what do I have? 4,400 gold variants? Because they just released it. They just released the Spotlight variants into the like surge of possible shop variants. We lost our Titania, which is a little bit tough. But we have magic, debris, and this could be a bot too. Either that or they're trying to trick people into thinking they're a bot. Pretty good overall. Nihilus has been doing amazing. That's good to hear. We've been very stagnant. Like, we're making steady progress, but it definitely feels a little bit more slow go than what I would care for. And then Marky Man, he said, good evening, question for you. If you could invent a new deck archetype, see, that's a tough one, because I enjoy the toxic things that people almost despise. I enjoy the junk decks. I enjoy control decks quite a bit. And so that would be something that I would definitely think that's the direction that I like to play. And so I know that most people would not like the whatever archetype I ended up with, because it'd probably be in one of those two realms. I do like in Hearthstone, I liked the Killmonger's big. In Hearthstone, I liked the Shaman Evolution deck that just did some outrageous things, which I thought Cersei was going to be kind of in line with. Didn't necessarily have as much impact as you might hope, but I think something in line with the Shaman Evolution was super fun, because it created so many. You had to think around so many different plays, and you had to think quickly to be able to get all of your actions in a given turn. So I like the idea, but in terms of Snap, I think it could get very toxic very fast if it was something that was good consistently. And so it's very much similar to what Cersei's ability does, but she has too much variance for me that I don't think we've found anything that breaks her wide open. The Dark Nizzle, you said a YouTuber named Perry said he got Cassandra by just playing the game for 4 hours and didn't buy any bubs. If you get ahead of the curve, and either that or you play like super late, then I could see a realm of possibility where that could happen. Because if you're facing bots, it is very big bub equity being able to finesse the bots. And so you can really double up very fast. And so if you're way ahead of the curve on it, I think that's decently possible. It definitely smells bot-like to me. But we might as well get the max 152 out of it. So we could either do a Shang-Chi Viper left. Shang-Chi may not win us the right, but I don't think they swing mid back in, right?
Victory.
Oh no, you're out of bubs. Yeah, that message always feels rough. Do you want to spend gold to get back in? How much is left for Cassandra? Too much. We're getting weak. We still have 11 million. And so I'm starting to think it maybe doesn't happen today. maybe I grind a bit tonight. But maybe we look at doing a pivot and doing some Silky Thena instead. Because we will have to do the sponsored segment before too long. That's the variant. Wait, no, a 500 million's the variant. So 500 million's the variant. 15 mil is the card. I'm at almost 4. But once you're at that point, if you're facing bots, you can really finesse from like 200 to 500 so fast. But we are going to run to a really quick break, and then I'm going to jump back in. We're going to do a little bit of some Silk gameplay. Yeah, the easy bot games at the end. And I think over time that may lessen. But once people get the variant, I think they stop engaging with the mode anyways. And so I guess we'll see. But we're going to run to a really quick ad break. Then I'm going to run some Silky Thena on the ladder, see if we can regain some rank before we jump over and do our ad-sponsored segment. So we have maybe another hour or so of Snap, and then we'll do some sponsor stuff a little bit later. But we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. We are back. You've lost to a claw. Oof. Went from 200k to almost 3 million in like 30 minutes. Yeah. Sometimes you get on a good win streak and it's like you're on fire. But sometimes bots pull a fast one on you. Yeah, I did lose about 40,000 last night to a bot before we were in the millions, and so it definitely hurt a bit. But we're gonna pivot over to ranked for just a little while and see what we can make happen. And then I'll grind the dinner a little bit later tonight. By Friday, we'll have Cassandra Nova, I think, without any kind of issues. And then Kenny Cooks, thank you for the reminder for the hydrate. Should have gotten a refill. All right, first up we have Joey the Infinite. Let's see what we can make happen. The first location is the Lechugia, so we're going to avoid that one for the majority of the game. We do have several cards that can move over there in our Jeff Silk Nocturne. So we can focus one place and then move cards over and not have to get the negative downside from the Lechugia. So with Eternity Range, I think there's a decent chance that we could win it. Something like Jeff, but since we have priority, we have Silk, but I don't want to throw Silk down because it's just going to end up bouncing out. So we'll do Jeff for now. We have the Gwyn pool to use on 4 against the Arsham deck with a really low curve. So I think we go Gwyn pool into Eternity Range, or we go Gwyn pool into Thunderbolt's Tower. But I like dropping it into mid. We'll continue scaling our Angela. Hobgoblin is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. So we could do... a Nocturne Silk. But Silk and Thunderbolt's Tower feels awful. I think we're going to throw it to the left. We have an Alliath to finish off and end the game. Potentially. And they played into the left, which is super unfortunate with the blob. And so our Silk is going to bounce into Thunderbolt's Tower anyways. Super unfortunate. And then we do draw a rock from the play that we made. It's with Arsham, with Eternity Range being so weak, that Hobgoblin hurts us a lot with the -8. All they have to do is play something decent here, and then a card to push Silk over. I'm going to stick it out, because it is only one extra cube, but we'll see. Wait, are they donating? Oh. No, just unfortunate. We'll take it. We will take a win where we can against the Arsham. If we can't swing it in Deadpool's Diner, we might as well have some fun on the ladder. Enjoying the new mode? Yeah, I like the new mode. I think there's a lot of people trying to grind it out really, really quickly. And it makes your feel bad losses feel much worse. But overall, I like it. It's another thing that I'm able to grind on. We're at almost 4 mil out of 15. And so we've made good progress. We have, I would say I'll pick it up in another day or two without too much issue. But I do enjoy it. I know the beginning was rough. If you lost that first match and then couldn't play for an hour, it felt really bad. But they have kind of done a little bit of they kind of retconned it a little bit. Now you can play for, I think it's like 1 bub, and with a max of 32 win. And so, or it starts at 1 and it's a max of 32 loss. And so it smooths out that early curve a little bit. Thank you for not snapping. No problem at all, Joey the Infinite.
Opponent snapped.
Next up we have Symbio Bro. The first location is the Stark Tower. And so we'll put some of our early power there. We have the Hope Summers, which is similar to the Hawk core that we were running earlier. But this one looks to do a lot more kind of mobile power in the Silk. The Mobius for that one potential counter, and then the Chief Miles Morales is also sometimes that surprise factor that can win you games. I'm going to go ahead and play Thena over to the right. You said Hawk? Yeah, I was running Hawk before. I don't know if that was the question or not. All right, so they have Forge. It looks like maybe Surfer. We have mobile power in the Silk, Jeff, Kitty Pryde. But I think we can leverage here. So we're gonna go ahead and snap back against Symbio Bro. What is this? I haven't played Snap since Hope Summer Season, due to lag. Hopefully the lag has kind of fixed itself. So we do have the Gwynpool. Hope Summers isn't as great of a lane if they end up getting Surfer. Maybe there's some realm of possibility where we hit an Alliath into Eternal's Arc on the last turn. But for now, let's go Gwynpool, and then we'll see. The Absorbing Man copying the Broodling, so they have a lot of 3-cost cards spread about across the board. If they have Mockingbird, Mockingbird's going to be really cheap for them. So we can always do... maybe Silk into Kitty Pryde, but I don't know that we're ever going to drop Miles Morales next turn. Well, I guess we could, because we'll have extra energy because of Hope Summers. So we're going to have 6, 7, 8. This will be a 6, 7. I do want to go ahead and play the Jeff out now, though. As much as I would like it to be that potential... the Red Guardian into the Thena is unfortunate. The Nova comes down. Depending on if Silk bounces to the right or not. Or I guess no. We should always have initiative going into this last turn, right?
All systems go.
We have the easy trigger on the Eliath play. We can move... Wait, no, they scaled more than we did in the left. So if they have Surfer, there's not much we can do. We have a really big explosive last turn play. Just unfortunately we can't move it around the board. We lost a little bit, plus the Kitty Pryde pulled back in. And so I probably should have done like Silk Jeff. And then Kitty Pryde elsewhere.
Escaped.
Pokemon, you said with so much Awk, I'm running TLT ongoing at the Living Tribunal. But there's also a lot of Leech and Legion, which would rip away magic locations, right? How differently do you think you talk to people in real life than on YouTube, Twitch? I just feel like every content creator has their own unique cadence when it comes to speaking in their videos or streams. I feel like it's very much the same. I'm very, with most people, unless I'm really comfortable with you, most of the time I'm very, like, inward or very quiet. And so, I'd say otherwise I still talk about the same. It's just maybe in a much less degree. All right, so next up we have Laz. Let's see if we can steal a win here. Starting off with the Yondu, takes out our Angela. We do have mobile power, so we're not afraid of like junk or clutter so much. A lot of our power can maneuver around the board. Let's go ahead and play Jeff out. And then we'll see what happens. So the cable, it looks like mill instead of... Maybe mill instead of junk here. So if we thought Mobius would impact them much, we would play that, but I don't think it does. So I'm going to go Nocturne here. Next, we can either go Gwynpool, we can go Kitty Pryde, maybe Kitty Pryde Silk. It just depends on what they end up dropping for us here. Kalishi said, hey TLSG, that was me. Great game. I just had a fantastic hand with Forge, Brood, and Abs Band, so I snapped immediately. No, great game. Definitely not frustrated by it. It was very well played. I thought I had a really good shot. Had we been able to grab initiative, I had a super explosive last turn play with an Eliath that would be able to stop your Surfer line or your Killmonger line. But since I didn't have initiative, it ended up not working out in my favor. Had we been able to maintain it, I think it would have been a different coin flip, but it was very well played. You had a lot of power, and it was really tough to compete against all of it. So, wait, no, what do we do? We don't want Miles. We want Gwynpool. I'm gonna go ahead and throw Gwynpool down. Beanman, yeah, I was distracted talking, Beanman. I apologize. The Gwynpool definitely much better. So it ends up buffing up our Silk, which is great. We have the Miles Morales, which is going to be discounted, so that's good. And then it doesn't hit the Kitty Pryde, but it does hit Gwynpool. Or not Gwynpool, Shang-Chi, my goodness. I think maybe it goes heavy in the right lane. That's the lane we definitely want to fight for and try to win. We will push Silk out, but we have the Nocturne that can be that mobile card. Miles is going to be cheap. If we don't draw anything better, we have Miles. Never mind. No, we don't. We have Kitty Pryde. Unfortunate. The unfortunate Black Bolt. Well, we're getting bamboozled today, you guys. We have initiative, so Silk becomes a gamble if we play it anywhere else. Same with Shang-Chi. They can have stature, and they can win Crown City. I feel like we would have to do something like this, which doesn't feel great, but it is only for one additional cube, so we're going to send it. We know that they get the 4 back in Crown City, and so we have an uphill battle in mid for sure. So Silk jumping into mid is okay. Maximus wins them right. Copycat. Oh no, we lost left by 1. Miles Morales would have done it there. Copycat stole our Eliath. It was close. We're not starting off strong with this one. I thought it was in a unique enough spot that we could, especially against non-Arsham decks, that we could leverage either Gwynpool, Eliath, or cheap stuff. But so far it hasn't been promising. So maybe this one goes back into the cooker for a bit. I guess we've only played 3 games, so maybe I'm being harsh on it. We'll give it at least 10. Beanman, do you really want me to throw for you on the ladder? Because you gave me some bubs earlier. 3-5 alive? Yeah. Yeah, with priority, that would have been nasty. Hey, TLSG, do you feel this is a better version of the deck? It's very early to tell, Lakai. So it has been struggling against a few decks like already, and so I don't know. I like the Eliath line. If you're talking about the deck that I was running before that had Hawk, I'd say probably not. I think Hawk, with how much impact Arsham has, is probably like the better pick or the better choice. Otherwise, outside of that, you can get some kind of surprising big power plays, but they just haven't been falling for us yet. So the Jeff, the Kitty Pryde, it does look like they're running, Beanman's running maybe the Hawk deck that we were running earlier. Is what their cards remind me of. We can do Hope Summers, Kitty Pryde. That gives us 6 energy going into next turn. We could easily do Gwynpool drop, Kitty Pryde drop, Rock drop to get the guarantee on either Miles or one other card. Beanman flexing the Cassandra Nova. Good sub for blinking your Galactus deck. Iron Lad, I think, would be the only thing that would even be comparable. It's not a great sub, but I think it'd be the only thing that would be close. So we go Gwynpool, hide the rock, and play Kitty Pryde. I think that allows our Thena to scale here, right? Is only the face-up cards at the end of the game? Or something like that? Maybe not. So the Nocturne in the right, they have the ability to rip away Crown City. Wait, I didn't move a card. Oh. Well. It's unfortunate. Otherwise, something like this, but Silk has the chance that it jumps over to the right. We could also try to push heavy into the right in case they rip away the left Crown City location. Back from training and TLSG is still online. Yeah, we're still online. We haven't done the ad segment yet. So we're building up into Marvel Strike Force. I would like to be able to find a deck out of some of the ones that I brewed to get a highlight video scraped together to upload tomorrow on the video on demand channel on YouTube. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it's possible for us. But Ook, hopefully training went well. We're glad that you're back with us. So Shang-Chi in the left, yeah, okay. I was thinking too much about the Nocturne ripping away the left, that the Shang-Chi didn't even cross my mind. Had we popped Silk back over there, it would have taken away 4 here and 4 here. Like, had we played Silk before the Miles, I think we had a chance to push it over here and tie for the left. Man, Deadpool Diner, I think got us in a funk. We're gonna try something other than the Silk Thena, I think, because that's 4 games. Even though they were relatively close, we just didn't find that we had the resources in most of those games to be able to pull it home. And so 1 out of 3, we'll put it back in the cooker for a little bit. We're still below ice cream, so I'm not even gonna bother with it for now. Let's look for. And then we have this one as an option, which I think is interesting as well. But with all of the Kitty Pride stuff instead of the junk, I'd be curious to see how this one performs. We're going to launch it up, see how it does. Try Phoenix Force. Snap if you have it, retreat by 4 if you don't. That might not be a bad way to go about it. So you're talking about like if you have multiple man Phoenix in hand. Shang-Chi's absolutely everywhere. You're right. You said you'd pump me 8. I should have pumped you more, Bean Man. I apologize. We'll get you next time. If you really want us to pump, next time we'll pump for you. Zero Youth over on the YouTube. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Raptor on YouTube, he said, how often do you shave? It depends. When I'm working in office or I'm expecting like video calls, it's maybe once every other week. This right here is probably a little over a month though, because I was off for the 4th of July week. The next week was the hurricane, and so we were out for that. So it's been growing for a little while now. All right. So next up we have, I guess first up we have Lyra. Hopefully they don't make us a Lyra at telling people that we're gonna win this one. Nor Dimension, I think is okay for this deck because we do have the Elsa Bloodstone in hand. We can potentially use that to buff up a Captain Marvel, which can be that mobile source, the Nocturne. And just the mobile resources make it really hard for an opponent to judge your last turn play potential. And then a deco, just making sure that you you know that means that you get timed out, right? They had one person that wasn't aware and then redeemed it and said no. So you'll be timed out for 2 minutes. You have a couple of minutes to think about what you did. We do have the Jin in hand now. We have Elsa Bloodstone to start scaling a little bit earlier. Maybe we do something like Elsa Bloodstone, Jin. For the horrible pun, I might have to do this. Yeah, yeah, you might have to. We could do 1 Jin in the Nord Dimension. Emote only chat? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We have the 2 minutes of emote only chat going off. We will catch you guys. There's nothing wrong with the puns. As long as they're not repetitive. I did have somebody that was upset that it was the same pun multiple times in a video. I guess it was wrong of me to say it too many times. So with Nord Dimension, we can get Vision down. Vision can be that mobile source. And then Bottom My Biscuits, thank you so much for the Prime resub for the 2nd month. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And so I do like the vision not being bumped up by Elsa Bloodstone because that puts it within Shang-Chi range. We're going to be able to start scaling our Kitty Pryde just about every turn. We can also maybe do Captain Marvel next turn so that it's a 7 power unit instead of the 5. And then Ranger Smurf, welcome in. I see you popping in with the emotes. Always good games whenever I face you on the ladder. So we can go ahead and move our vision. We have a Kitty Pryde, Captain Marvel, and we might as well throw Nightcrawler as well. Not as many emotes going around as we had earlier, but nonetheless, I do still enjoy them. The Togepi one I think is one I haven't seen before. And as a Pokemon enjoyer, I appreciate it. And Zero Youth, are you loaded on 2 as well? Both in YouTube and TikTok? Because I saw that you chatted over there. Or did you just make your way over to the Twitch side? Oh, I guess you can't respond to me. My bad. My bad. You can't respond. Yes. Yet. All right. It does look like our emote-only chat is just about over, so you guys are now free. The Hazmat Ironheart, Luke Cage. With the Magic line, are they looking to do like Absorbing Man, Odin? Maybe both of those into the vault on the last turn? Oof. Dude, we should have played Nocturne before to turn off Limbo. And then Null. It bans your link, but I'm pasting it forward. We should have played Nocturne to turn off Limbo because like Absorbing Man Odin is super scary. I think I hold the Miles for now. Would you say Namora or White Widow to get first? I really enjoy White Widow. Namora is pretty strong. But White Widow, I think, is more flexible. She fits into more decks. The Wong Mystique. Hazmat's already been played, though. Ironheart's already been played. Do they ever go Grandmaster in the left lane? Something crazy? Might go super crazy with like a Grandmaster. Be an odd one, but maybe there's some line where they do it. We'll go this. We have the Captain Marvel that can move here or here, or unless Silk moves over, she'll be that 7 power resource. But for 1 extra cube, I'm curious what Lyra's cooking. It may end up making us a Lyra after all. Gambit? Gambit can discard 4 cards unless they had a way to generate it, so like a swarm. So they avoided the Wong Mystique lane? Odin, okay. Odin makes sense. I tracked that one. The Rogue steals away the Mobius, that's fine. We lose mid. Do we ever have enough power to win left? With a Jhin, we do.
Victory.
Lyra didn't end up making us a Lyra. But an interesting cook nonetheless. I do like Hazmat stuff, but I never felt that it was consistent enough, especially with like the Odin. When it pops, it's like negative power all across the board. But it doesn't feel ever consistent enough. The Exodia deck, yeah. They may have not drawn the Wong or the Swarm or both. So maybe. You might be right. We will take a win where we can, though. We're not in a state where we can be picky with our wins. What cards are top 3 must buy? I have 18,000 tokens. I was saving for Shaw, Blob, and Loki. If you like Arsham stuff, then Blob for sure. Outside of that, you don't see him a lot. Maybe in Thanos, but those are really the only 2 decks you see Blob. Shaw, if you like Silver Surfer, he's great. Outside of that, same thing. You don't see him a whole lot. And then Loki is one of those cards. He's always been good. He's always been viable, but he's a little bit higher seal cap of a card. And so it really depends on what your collection is and what archetypes you enjoy. But with the Raft in the left lane, next up we are going against Jimmy Dinkins. With the Raft in the left lane, this deck has a couple of easy ways to kind of play cards out early, curve them out early, so we can usually capitalize on the Raft and then move them out later. And then Lito, you said Twitch keeps freezing, no audio? Moving to YouTube? Well, I appreciate you still hanging out, even if you move over to the YouTube side. So we have the Elsa Bloodstone. And then next turn we can do like a Captain Marvel. We can do a Silk, and that opens up that play possibility. Depending on Electro Ramp in the current meta. I think Electro Ramp's okay, especially the Sandman stuff. But, let's see. They just Nico'd their Cassandra Nova. They're just flexing at this point. This looks like maybe a Nova bounce, and they turned it into a demon because we're not running Arisham. Interesting. All right, we'll snap into it. I think they get the free Raft resource here as well, because I think it's a pretty low curved deck. Ooh, Kenny Cooks. I didn't catch your timeout. It's like 5 minutes ago. Do you still want the timeout? If so, then we can grant it to you. All right, so the Rocket and then Werewolf. Okay. Kenny Cooks, you want to be banned? All right, we can make that happen. Now we do have Mobius, so like a Falcon or Beast or a Black Swan. We're gonna be able to counter that with our Mobius line. And so I kind of like the idea of almost doing something like this. They can't play into the left lane, and we play last, so Silk will bounce out, but it will give our Mobius extra power. They've been playing like crazy to have Cassandra, or they use the ultimate card, credit card. Orca in the right lane is big. We do have Shang-Chi to try and counter that side. We have Captain Marvel as our mobile source, and then they have Werewolf that can bounce around. So something like Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's Thanos mid, that will get a buff here, a buff here. Silk moves over to the right, so if they play there, it'll push it back somewhere else. Our only worry is that they flood a lot of things on this last turn. We're going to lock it in and see, though. So the singular card in the left lane. What did they end up dropping over there? Oh, the Ajax. They have the Ajax line, which is huge, but we do have the Thanos coming in, stealing away mid. We'll take the 4 cubes. If only we could do that in Diner. That'd be great. It is a giant Ajax. He solo kills the lane for sure. We are going to take a really quick ad break. It looks like they're about to queue up. We're not going anywhere this time, but just giving you guys a heads up. An ad is about to run. All right, let's go ahead and jump back in. So Explorer Horizons, you said, why did they change the diner to 8 bubs instead of 80? So the entry one, a lot of people were frustrated that if you lost your first match, you couldn't play for another hour. And so they wanted to make it more accessible for that early curve so that more people can engage with the event and not get completely locked out. Ajax would have been broken. And then the Kenny Loggins, you said, finally managed to make a stream for Marvel Snap's own boss, Ross. Thank you so much for being here, the Kenny Loggins. Wait, oh no, I thought the ad ran a second ago, but it just now started running. That's my bad. I'll slow play this one. But that's my bad. He said, if I all in right now, I'll get Cassandra with 50% odds and cry myself to sleep with the other 50. Hopefully it goes well for you. All right, next up we have Gaudius. Gaudius? The first location is Central Park. We do have Elsa Bloodstone in hand. And so something like that on 3, a Nocturne on 4, or Captain Marvel. Fill up your water. That's true. We needed to fill up our water. Big oof. All right. We're going to go ahead and skip here. It is an Arsham deck. They do have Quinjet. Super unfortunate. But maybe we can still squeeze out a win. We have Shang-Chi in hand, which can help us win one lane. And then we have a lot of mobile power to try and win another. No ads for the subbers. I appreciate the subbers and the support so much. So we could... I think we Mobius here. We stop their Quinjet from discounting. If they go Loki, that's unfortunate. Okay, so the Doc Ock. What an interesting Doc Ock variant. I haven't seen that one. We have the Captain Marvel, which is that mobile power. Silk, also the mobile power. And then Shang-Chi coming in right away, stealing away the Doc Ock Crown City lane. Now, the only bad thing is that we don't control the lever of any of these moves. McKinney Loggins not subscribed and no ads. Sometimes, depending on availability, you don't get hit with them. All right, so we have Nocturne. The Spider-Man comes in, but that's not going to do much for them. We have a lot of decent power in Crown City. So it might be that they can't... Nothing within Shang-Chi range. They have to put at least 10, which is a decent investment. This would make sure that our Silk can't bounce out. But if they won the 4, that would put them up to 7 and we'd be below it. So we'd have to do something like move Nocturne over to the right. Use Kitty Pryde in the left, use Rock in the right. Would be the line that we would have to end up going with. That way, if they won Crown City, we had a chance to compete for both left and right. We will take the 1 cube retreat. Any win against Narsham is a win in my books. We'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. What total bubs are you up to? We're up to 4 million in the rewards so far. And I mean, we still have a decent amount of bubs. Like, we could still grind it, but I really didn't think the grind was going to take as long as it has. And I have an answer. We have a sponsored segment for Marvel Strike Force coming up here in a little bit, and so I want to get some gameplay for like a stream highlight tomorrow. And Deadpool Diner is definitely like a different approach, and so I don't know that it makes good highlight video unless you're doing more of like a high level like montage almost. Why not switch Onslaught Citadel? Yeah, I think that was probably the line. He said I had 2 million and just lost it all. Now I can't play for an hour. Grits and gravy. That's one of the risks, unfortunately. I always try to stay like a room below, but it always hurts regardless. You have a takeover, Dan? No, we don't have a takeover, Dan. It always hurts regardless. It makes those losses sting so much more, especially whenever it's like those big cube games. Or if you had like a good shot at winning it and it just was a coin flip, those hurt the most. I'm still having nightmares of our game against Dara. There were several ways that I could have won that one, and I just fumbled it at the end. Yeah, I have a lot of spotlights in mind. So the spotlights that were previously Spotlight exclusive variants, it's been a year since they were released, and so now they're getting injected into the shop. All right, I'm gonna hold the Nightcrawler for now, so that we have the Angela, we can start pumping up the Angela lane. We are going against another Arsham deck, which is becoming like the old Thanos, where it used to be some videos that I ran. It was every single match was Thanos because I couldn't find any other match against anything but it. And this is probably the closest we've come since Thanos was at his biggest reign. $75 for 6,000 tokens and 4,000 gold. And I think the conversion on that's not awful. I think that's pretty standard for what they've offered before. If we can draw Kitty Pryde, Shuri's Lab is phenomenal for us. Going to go Nocturne left. They went multiple man in mid, so I'm thinking they probably don't have anything huge. Shuri's Lab is also good at getting their cards into Shang-Chi range. So with the Nocturne, we could always turn it off if we thought we needed to, but I think we do Silk to the right. We'll do a Nightcrawler to the left so we continue scaling Angela. And we'll see from there. So the Cable steals one of our cards. Worst case scenario, it steals Kitty Pryde. Best case, I don't know, maybe Jeff, because we don't want Mobius. That would stop our Miles. Definitely becomes tough. So I think we go Vision here. That's going to push the Silk out of the right lane. We have these two cards that are the mobile resources. We have the Vision that we can position across the board. Shang-Chi, I think, is going to be good for us in Shuri's Lab. I think we'll snap into it. You can get her for free. Yeah, you can get her for free, especially if you get out ahead of that curve and you get some good games going early. So they have our Elsa Bloodstone, which is a little unfortunate in Shuri's Lab. That does give them another pretty decently high-powered resource over there, but we'll see. We have our 16-power Vision. We have the cheap Miles Morales, so something like Shang-Chi Miles isn't an awful line. Shang-Chi takes out the 12. This becomes 12 of its own. Then we have an extra 6 in the Shang-Chi play. Kind of like this. They'll have to invest in a lot of the different lanes. Arsham, it is within their capability to be able to win this one. But I think we're going to lock it in and see. Am I still in timeout? No, Kenny Cooks, you're back. Welcome back, Kenny. Danny, you said I've been losing so much lately to Chi. Oh, Shang-Chi? Thinking I'm putting Cosmo and everything. May not be a bad shout. So the Miles Morales, so they know we have a Miles Morales. They don't know we have Shang-Chi, I guess. And so mid lane is a big Gilgamesh, but the right lane is going to be a big mesh of their cards getting obliterated by Shang-Chi. We take out the two big beefy units. We have Miles Morales to follow it up to win that one. And then the left lane sits very heavily and handily at 22 power. We'll take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. If we could do this in Diner, we would have Nova in no time. Yeah, definitely a big win. I just put one of the new red border variants on nullified Shang-Chi with gold split. So one of the red borders or the distressed red borders? Because I've heard the distressed borders don't look great. Wait, I thought I had a distressed red. Maybe not? I also have my silvers, but I can't use them. Oh, here we go. What are we thinking? All right. So we have quite a few borders that we can use. The blue distressed, I think, is what I have. Oh yeah, it looks kind of underwhelming. Like I'd almost prefer just the rare over the distressed, honestly. The red matte, I think, does look pretty good. It's pretty, I think it stands out enough. Anyways, I was just curious what it looked like. I hadn't seen a distressed on any of them. Definitely not one that stands out that makes you go, ooh, that's impressive. And for those being on the higher end, it's unfortunate. Quite gone, Jin. He said suggestions for a Daredevil deck or Devil Dino. Oh, a Deadpool's Diner. Oh my goodness. Without Thena, Sage, or Namora, Arisham is always. No, you're fine. Quite gone. Arisham is always really strong. It's in a good spot. And then junk decks are okay. Anything that you can. I've also heard some people have success with combo decks. Something that you typically know if you have your strong hand within your first like 3 turns, so that you can snap or stay accordingly. Otherwise, if it's like a late game like counter, a lot of times you're going to overstay and you lose more cubes on those games that you don't necessarily win. But next up, we do have Dr. Wheeze. The first location is the Nexus, and so I think Angela goes over there. Silk probably ends up bouncing out of that location, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and see if we can. We may even want to fight to not have initiative, depending on what kind of deck the opponent's running. Junk is good, but too many retreats on Diner to get big blowouts. Yeah, but sometimes with Junk, you'll be able to at least get like the double, triple up, which add up over time. Let's go ahead and play the Silk into the left lane as we get a feel for what they're running. Ooh, Shanna is interesting. Rocket Raccoon scales over there. Our Miles is now a pig. He was very hungry and just didn't stop. And then Rocket in the left lane is unfortunate that's the one that landed over there. Let's go Captain Marvel. Unless we get Nocturne, we can't turn off the Nexus, and I assume they don't want to. Anyone had Mount Vesuvius in Deadpool's Diner? Yeah. Yeah, me and good old Dara. Me and good old Dara definitely had Mount Vesuvius. And I lost. I had several ways that I could win that one, but I definitely lost it. That match will haunt me. But we have Nocturne. We can use that as a kind of some mind games on the opponent to, are we going to turn off Nexus? Should they invest somewhere else? Which may not be as big for them since it looks like a zoo deck. But I do like having it out. You said, oh, I remember that? I remember it ever too well, unfortunately.
Opponent snapped.
So the snap coming in from Dr. Wheeze. We do have Shang-Chi to help us in the left lane. We could even turn off the Nexus. Blue Marvel's big. So if they have a big Gilgamesh in the left. Actually, I've seen a lot of versions start running Alioth in this, believe it or not. This would be 5, 6, 7, 10. And then 3 if we turned off the Nexus. So we don't have a way to necessarily fight for this one anyways. Unless we got lucky with where Silk ended up dropping at. This would probably be the play if we end up turning the Nexus off. But if we think they're going... If we think they're going Gilgamesh, we could do Shang-Chi Pride. That would give us the scaling we would need. We would overpower the Gilgamesh. But it becomes a kind of a toss-up of which direction they're going between Gilgamesh or Alioth. Or just looking to go, maybe they just do like some mid-range value stuff instead. We're going to lock in the Captain Marvel Shang-Chi and see what happens. The onslaught in the right is big. Oh, everything below Shang-Chi range is unfortunate. And we are most definitely not going to be able to make up enough ground there.
Higher, further, faster.
They will get the 4 cubes. Captain Marvel can't go that fast. She can't go that high, that far, or that fast. I'm tired of Arisham decks. Me and you both, Freddy. And it really didn't like hit me until Deadpool's Diner. Whenever it was like almost facing them every single game, that's when it started feeling really, really rough. But otherwise, I don't. He did the math. Definitely did the math. He did the math. He played it well. The onslaught is something that, unfortunately, I didn't account for. And in that deck, maybe we need to start accounting for it. I hate Loki. Got 5 cards from me. Got my free death null, and he, of course, emoted after his easy win. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I don't necessarily like playing Loki, but I don't have a huge problem when people do play it. But anytime you play a deck and you are kind of braggy about it, at that point, it definitely feels bad. Next up, we have O-Chunks. The first location is Central Park, so that clogs up some of our starting space. We have Nocturne, we have Nightcrawler, Kitty Pryde to start, which is big. And then seeing that they have Brood tells me it's much more in line with like Silver Surfer. And I think the lack of board space is a lot worse for them than it is for us. Do you think a Black Knight deck is okay? I think it might be okay, but we also see a lot of Shang-Chi. And so maybe it's not as good as it once was. Because there was a point in time where Shang-Chi kind of dropped off the map. Versus now there's a lot of Doc Ock, which could ruin your Black Knight line. And so I think it probably still does fine. But I definitely don't think it's the perfect meta for it either. All right, let's go ahead and go Captain Marvel in the left. And you said I regularly play a garbage tier deck that's all location changing cards. I've run into Loki about 20 times and gotten him to auto retreat. Yeah. Yep, Loki is there's a skill level to it in knowing when to you want to drop Loki or when you just retreat. But it's never fun to play along. So they do go ahead and drop the Killmonger. That clears up all of the junk that was on the board. Our Kitty Pryde along with it? No. So we can get... We have to play. We have to play into the Avengers compound. We can't get Elsa the Bloodstone to trigger here. Nocturne replacement. Nocturne's biggest asset here is that it's a mobile card, so you can scale up Angela and then move it out later. So I don't think there's necessarily like a direct replacement. You could do another good value 3 cost, Copycat, any other value there, but I think we've reached our limit on those mobile cards. Because normally I would say just sub in Jeff in its place, but we already have Jeff in this one too. So Sebastian Shaw gets really big. They can move the Nocturne. They have some decent range here at the very least. I think we focus on left and mid. We have the Captain Marvel. That's our kind of trigger to be able to push a little bit more into the Daily Bugle if we need to. Silk coming out is why we dropped Miles Morales last, but it may not matter because it really depends on Chunk's play here. But we are leaving that space open for the potential. So the Nocturne comes into mid. We have Tinker's Workshop. I'm assuming we see Silver Surfer here. It's just a matter of can we outscale what else they have with the Nocturne. Silk goes into the right lane, which is unfortunate. Brood in the left, Miles Morales, and the Surfer. And so, can our Captain Marvel leave? No.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
I mean, it can. It'll just cause it to be a loss. So with the Silk being soloed into Avengers Compound, we weren't able to get enough going. Unfortunate. I was playing this list before Diner came out, but with Thena instead of Nightcrawler. I'm sure it probably would be okay. When is the sponsor segment? I've been interested in Strike Force for a while, but haven't checked it out. It'll be probably about 30 minutes from now or so. I'd like to at least get some kind of spotlight set up. So I could do maybe a stream highlight video for tomorrow. But we have a few games that have logged for it, and we started off really strong with it. Actually, no, I don't know what I'm complaining about. We're 4-2, so we're 66% win rate with it. For some reason, I was feeling like we've lost several in a row, but we just lost 2. Never mind. I'm missing Cannonball for the true junk list. So I actually, if you have Ajax, I took Cannonball out of my most recent junk deck. And I think I like it the most out of any junk deck I've played. Next up we have Sehod. Sehod? The first location is Lake Hellas. So our Nightcrawler maybe gets bonus over their Kitty Pryde. And then Elysium comes in, which I think may be more of a problem for us than it is for Arsham. I think they can flood out a lot of things regardless, and it makes it increases that possibility or that capability. So I almost want to do Nocturne on turn 1, but maybe I'll wait a turn. Maybe it's something like Angela, Jeff. We'll do Nocturne next turn. I don't have Ajax. I regretted not getting him. I think in the builds that we had, I guess I thought of, or the ones that I brewed first, he was awful in. The junk deck is that like last turn power engine. I think is pretty cool, especially with Cassandra Nova coming out. I think he gets definitely a little bit better over time or with age. The snap comes in, and it's probably a bad stay here, but we're going to do it nonetheless. They have Loki, and so the double discount with Elysium, with the Loki, they can flood just about everything out. The good thing is a lot of our cards are scalers. They're scaling cards. They don't necessarily offer like incredible value just by themselves. Now, if we can compete in Crown City, maybe a Luke Cage, a Shang-Chi, what are we talking about? Maybe a Shang-Chi. Maybe we can end up getting like an Elsa Bloodstone so we get a little bit more reach there. Might be nice. Otherwise, we may just have to forego the extra 4 from Crown City and focus really hard onto Elysium. And so the full fill in the left lane is crazy. The Angela, Elsa Bloodstone is great. Quinjet, and then is this Kitty Pryde? No, Kitty Pryde to the right. What do they have to the left? The Nightcrawler. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for sure. Angela scales a lot. They have the Elsa Bloodstone, so they get that scaling, and unfortunately, we haven't drawn our Elsa. So, we could always do Captain Marvel. Maybe we play it into the lake. Do something like Vision over to the right. Captain Marvel. And we'll go ahead and play Miles Morales. Maybe over to the right as well. But if we do that, I want to move Vision into mid. We don't necessarily mind if we have priority or not. So the Nightcrawler move, the Kitty Pryde, I assume, is now here. So they are able to scale that one. They're going to get a pretty big surge on the last turn. They do get the Miles Morales down for cheap. We still have initiative, unfortunately. Even with losing Crown City, we have initiative. So our Shang-Chi never comes into play. I don't think we win this one. We're going to send it anyways. And hope that they don't go really, really big in the left. If they go Shang-Chi over there, it is unfortunate, but... Kitty Pryde? Yeah, Kitty Pryde scales past what we can do. Priority. Yeah, I knew we had priority, that we wouldn't hit anything with Shang-Chi, but we were just kind of hoping that they would stack in a different way that didn't allow them to scale enough. I forgot how big Kitty Pryde had gotten. Let's see. I think this one is decently fine. Against Arsham, we probably should have backed out there instead of getting greedy. I guess gambling. We didn't necessarily get greedy. We gambled. Razor, you said the 8 bubs is not a glitch? No. And then Modox, did I lose all my bubs? No. I wanted to be able to get a stream highlight, and it was really slow going. And so it was very much, we stayed around Kebab, we played a couple of games in Ice Cream and then dropped down. So I wanted to test out a Silk deck, and I didn't necessarily have enough confidence in it to jump straight into Diner. So next up we have Great Bob Umber. The first location is Stark Tower, which is really good for our mobile cards. We can go ahead and play out the Silk. It's not going to stay in Stark Tower, but I think that's probably fine. Next turn looks like maybe Mobius in the left. Mirage. So they copy our Nightcrawler. I know that Binks hit us with a Mirage the other day. I haven't seen the deck that he was brewing, but I could maybe assume that they're running something similar. I see very few people ever run Mirage. So let's drop the Mobius in the left. I think that's fine. We have several turns to re-enable Miles Morales. Is Deadpool's Diner working? It should be. I'm not in it right now, but it should be. And so they have the copy of the Nightcrawler that they throw into Crown City. Let's go the full Send in the left. We have Angela, Nightcrawler, Kitty Pryde, which is all great. How's Copycat? I think Copycat is fine. It doesn't break the game. It's a decent value card. I think as Arshan becomes less consistent, we'll see a lot more Copycat. But this one copied Nocturne's ability, and so it ended up being the same thing as Nocturne. Let's do... Vision, and I'm going to move Nightcrawler into mid. That way we enable a cheap Miles Morales on the last turn. We'd have the ability to do Shang-Chi, Miles, and Kitty Pryde. Not that Shang-Chi's going to hit anything, or we could maybe draw Captain Marvel. Or they move their Copycat Nocturne and they turn off that left location. Into Strange Academy is kind of crazy. And then they drop an Agent Coulson on us, which doesn't look like it's going to be fantastic. The Mirage, the rare case of a Series 5 being outclassed by its Series 2 counterpart? Yeah, I agree. And so with Silk in the right lane, super unfortunate, especially with that Widow's Kiss. And so I think we have to just give up that location. We do go last, so we could always... We could always do something like this. If they bounce the Silk out, we guarantee that we bounce it back into Crown City for that last play. We also put a pretty big investment into mid. So I think we're okay launching this in. I think they try to force our Silk out. The Devil Dino is big. And that does give them a really big surge back in Crown City. So we'll see what it ends up being once Silk bounces back. But I don't think we'll be able to match it necessarily. Kitty Pryde does come in close. It does at least tie at the very least. We're pushing Silk over, and we lose that one by 3. We tie in mid. We win left by 6, so we are able to win the tiebreaker there. By having those flexible, low-cost cards, we're able to find our out for 2. But I think that's the Binks special. I think that was Binks' deck from yesterday. Said 1-800K, guy smashed Miss Marvel pretty hard. Drain, I would imagine. I would too. Probably not. But I would probably drop maybe a fist bump. Maybe I would just stealth drop out of it and not even say anything. I like the idea of Mirage, but in practice, it just doesn't pay off enough most of the time. We're going to run to a really quick ad break. I'm going to grab some water finally so that I can hydrate again, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Someone say I can't imagine you BM. I can't imagine you BMing. I did one time with someone that was smashing Miss Marvel. So I started smashing it back, and then it was just a Miss Marvel middle finger off. And then with the hydrate, you were waiting. We will get the hydration. I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and send a couple more games with this. Then I think maybe we jump into Deadpool's Diner and we full send every single game. We don't back out until we end up losing, and then we switch over to our sponsored segment. So next up we have Bean Man, who did beat us earlier, donated some cubes. Let's see if we can find our way to winning this one. Why did they change cereal from 80 to 8? They sent it from 80 to 8 because of, like, if you lost your first game at 80, you ended up not being able to play again for like an hour. And so it felt really bad if that was your first experience with it. And it just kind of gave you the Miss Marvel middle finger. I would like to Elsa Bloodstone copy and cloning vats, but at the same time, Atilin is in play. And so I think we go Nocturne instead, and we just see what Atilin pulls back into. The Rock Slide is unfortunate. I can't wait till Arsham play rates go down so I can take Hawk out of the decks that he doesn't belong in. I agree. That is a hard agree from me, my friend. So we could double up on Angela. It does get a little bit congested in our hand. Or we play it out to the side, maybe even over to the right. We know that this deck that they're running typically runs a Shang-Chi, so we have to look out for making sure our cards are below that Shang-Chi range. It's crazy how I have never played a streamer knowingly, and here Bean gets you 3 times in one day. Once you hit like within like that relative same like MMR bracket as a streamer, it can happen quite frequently. So we have the Mobius, we have Kitty Pryde. We can enable a cheap Miles Morales next turn, potentially. As long as they don't have a Mobius as well, I guess. They did snap on us. I do think we stick this one out, at least for now. Luke's Bar. It's unfortunate. We do have mobile cards, so like Silk could maybe bounce over there. But we'd have to get lucky with what, our Shang-Chi top deck? Is this the one that runs Cosmo? He may finesse us with Cosmo or Eliath here. But I still feel like we gotta try it. So then maybe it's Shang-Chi here to swing this one back. Did you not get the Elsa Season Pass, or do you prefer the base variant? I don't remember what the other variant looks like. I played against Nina a few times, lost both times. We're gonna do the Silk and Prage. Now, if it's Eliath, we instant lose, but I think that's a risk we're willing to take here. Juggernaut is unfortunate as well, my friend. Cassandra Nova pumping up. The Shang-Chi does stick, but since we didn't necessarily play those in Luke's Bar, it's not going to move the Silk. They're not going to bounce in. So the Juggernaut last turn was too strong. Beating us with our own deck feels bad. Maybe I should have run the highlight on that one. We played it long enough. All right, let's do. We're itching. Jug is so underrated still. Yeah, that and mixed with the like Eliath threat. Sorry, I snapped. Oh, Bean Man, no, you're fine. You're okay. We're gonna full send in Deadpool's Diner. before moving into any kind of like ad segment or anything. I'm gonna wait the 19 seconds here because that'll give us enough to queue into ice cream. And we're gonna full send. No doubt in our mind. We're gonna full send and we're gonna win. Do we want the Hawk Thena deck? Or would we rather run like the Ajax junk? I'll leave it up to you guys. If we're choosing a full send. Ajax junk is more fun. Got the junk? Alright. Ajax and junk? Alright. We'll launch into the Ajax junk. We're gonna full send it. Until I guess full send until we break. Let's see what happens. Alright. So first up we have Arisham. Not a big surprise, but an unfortunate one nonetheless. Teach us the ways of the junk. It was a lot better whenever it was more of a like surprise deck. So now Arisham is able to play around it. TLS Pumper. we got our new persona going on. We are the Pumper. Now they could do a turn 3 leech, turn 3 Doc Ock. A lot of turn 3 unfortunate plays here. But if they don't, we do have a Doc Ock to throw their way pretty soon. So we have the Hazmat line. We do have Ajax. I'm going to skip on 3, see what they play. Leech is unfortunate. No, we have the combo. We're just always afraid of like the Leech stuff. Doc Ock stuff. All of the sadness. We have no way to stop a Shang-Chi. Right now we have no way to full clutter him. I did say full send, right? Zero youth. Zero youth, you know what you've done. Wait, it said it didn't exist. Zero. Four. There we go. We'll see you in just a second, my friend. Alright, so the blob mid is scary, but Viper left, top deck into Shang-Chi Prophet, maybe? I really like this this split. So the debris, the rocks. Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate with the full send. Well, wait, we scale in the left lane. Hold on. We scale by 2 in the left lane. That puts us up to 18. We don't have initiative, so we know that we fall to Eliath. Is this it? I don't know, you guys. It could be it. The higher you go, the numbers matter less. Less? Yeah. Yep, I agree. So either that, or we could throw our big card over to the right. Eliath mid is crazy. Which one's crazier? Red Hulk to the right, Shang-Chi mid. They need to win Machine World 2. It would come down to a point differential. Wait, hold on. What if we... Strum's right? with Elias canceling the ability. Wait, Atuma right? Or even Atuma mid with Elias canceling the ability might be okay. Ah, the blue Marvel gets us. The blue Marvel gets us. Our Atuma does not stand a chance. We actually get casseroled off of it. Well, we said we were going to full send, and we full sent it, and that's unfortunate. The Scar in the left lane was definitely well-timed, knowing that they probably had the follow-up of the blue Marvel. Just unfortunate, but we'll take it. We'll regenerate over time. I'll have enough by the time I pick up my daughter, spend some time during the day. We'll be able to jump back into another one. Maybe we full send again tonight, see how far we get, but I think it's part of it. I would have liked to win that one. It always feels bad to go down to 0, but I still encourage people to do it. Like if you're about to take a break. So like we're about to switch over to 2 hours of like the sponsored ad segment, and then I'll go pick up my daughter. And so I'll easily have 150, 200 before I even have a chance to play again. So I always encourage people to do that once you hit those regeneration rates, because you get much more benefit out of gaining the bubs than letting them sit and not getting anything. But yeah, the mode can be really stressful. It is unfortunately part of it. I like it. I like the grind, but it does elevate the feel bad of your losses for sure. All right, but let's switch over to the sponsored segment. I'm going to switch the title, the category. And so if you haven't heard of Marvel Strike Force, we're still within the Marvel universe, the Marvel realm. And you get to interact with the characters from that IP, which I think is really cool. And I played it a little bit over the summer, and I think it's a pretty fun one. So let me launch my BlueStacks, and we'll switch the scene for you guys. Arsham is a fair deck to play against. Agreed. Agreed. It's an unfortunate one for sure. But all right, let's go ahead and switch our scene over into. We have the Marvel Strike Force. Let me make sure I have all of my important stuff. We'll adjust the screen setting around as we need to. But if you guys want to play along, exclamation point Marvel in the chat, and you can jump in. You can recruit your own characters by creating a Scopely account. You can unlock a Deadpool and Wolverine right off the jump, which can help you make some early progress. And I'm looking forward to jumping back into this. It's a fun one. There are several in-app purchases, but if you go into it with the mindset of like playing free-to-play, know that you're not going to be like the upper end of any of the competitive levels, but it can still be fun if you enjoy it. And so the reason that we're launching into this this sponsor, why they're sponsoring, is they're running a special for the Deadpool versus Wolverine movie. And so they're celebrating it with the very first, they're bringing a pool party into the game. So you can unlock Deadpool, Wolverine, and some of their costumes, which are a lot of times only available through like paid methods. And so it's nice to be able to unlock some of the cool cosmetic stuff as well. And that's also cool because we get to interact with some of the other Marvel IP that we see, but don't necessarily, I personally didn't know much about prior to this. And it feels like that's very, very loud. At least in my headset it is. Let me see if I can adjust the sound of it. Shindig, are you a new user? Go ahead and skip. It's very loud in my ear. I wish I could adjust the settings right off the bat. Yeah, just started today. Are you on mobile, or did you use an emulator? Because I know sometimes the emulators they kind of weed through those, and sometimes it goes through an extra layer of validation. So just because it's not showing right now may not mean that it's not going to show up eventually. Is it super loud on your end? Because I want to turn it down, but it looks like we have to get through this first tutorial fight. Okay, so the basic ability, it is like it's kind of like a tactical fighter. Yeah, very loud. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute it. We're gonna mute it for right now, for you guys, and then once I can get to the tutorial, I'll turn it down. Oh wow, is this Deadpool Dinner? What an update from Second Dinner. I'm sure a lot of people will play this awesome new mode. I mean, honestly, this may have been a lot of people were complaining about Deadpool's Diner. But no, this is Marvel Strike Force. This is our sponsored ad segment for the day. And I thought it was kind of fitting because it does intertwine with the Marvel IP. And so you get to unlock characters along the way. So I've been able to, when I played before, you create team synergies. So teams that like team up in the comic books, they have better synergy, better cohesion that levels up their abilities and stats. And so you get to learn a little bit more about like the characters and what kind of typical teams they run with outside of just having the card in Snap, which I thought was really cool. As a kind of new blossoming outside of just the Marvel Cinematic Universe fan, I thought this was a really cool way to see some more, get experience and exposure to some more characters outside of like the primary ones. And then we are running this for, it'll be for the next 2 hours. And so this is the ad segment portion. I appreciate anybody here that wants to hang out, check out Marvel Strike Force. Maybe you want to use my code, download it. You can use it doing TLSG !Marvel. And then each milestone that you reach gives me quite a bit of progress. Same thing if you end up doing any kind of like purchases, that's a couple of milestones as well, and it gives a really big surge as well. All right, so with this one, it does have the gotcha elements in being able to pull your different characters. But what I enjoyed about it when I was playing was that you have so many different ways to pull those characters or those shards that it never felt like I just didn't have anything that I could do. What is the game about? So it's about team building. Can I get Wolverine? Yeah, so you can get Wolverine. It's actually one of the starting codes, which I think is maybe it's MF pool. One of the starting codes for a Scopely account. And so I'll create one here in a second and I'll claim it. And that will let us like instantly unlock Deadpool and Wolverine. And so the main game is about like team building. You're leveling up the power of your heroes so that you can like either take on opponents in like PvP. You can join alliances, do different raids where you're fighting those really big bad bosses. And otherwise, you're making progress on your campaign track, which is pretty lengthy as well. Do the characters have different styles of combats? Yes. So the characters have different styles of combat. So some serve as more of like a supporting role, which have like heals. Some have like more of like a control aspect. So Luke Cage is a tank. He's meant to taunt the opponent. They have to attack him. And then your other ones can end up focusing fire with damaging abilities after that. And so they all have different strengths and different abilities that they unlock as you level them up. And so once we unlock more characters, we can assign them into our squad. Right now, we start with the tutorial of Luke Cage. We have, I forgot what this one's name. I think it's just Shield Agent. And then we have Spider-Man, which Spider-Man has a little bit of control, if I remember correctly. And then Luke Cage has the tankiness, and then the Shield Agent is our healer, at least for the early game. I love X-Men, so I'll need every X-Men. And it's really cool because you get to interact with a lot of different characters. So there's a very lengthy roster. Not all of them are necessarily like the best meta teams, but it's okay. Like if you're playing it and you just enjoy interacting with like X-Men, you're going to be able to do most of the content with it. It just may take a little bit longer if it's not like the most optimal line. And so I do like how much variety you have in like your different teams that you can build, and different characters you can unlock. And so whenever this one came through, since I have played it before in the past, I was really excited to be able to share it with you guys. And so the like overarching goal of it, I guess, since it's taking a long time to load here, the overarching goal of it is to like power up your favorite characters to be able to complete different missions, whether those be like PvP, like Alliance Wars, or there's real timed arena. So depending on how like into it you get, those are all different things, and they all offer different rewards to unlock further characters, progress them. You strengthen them by unlocking different gear and other resources. And so it can get pretty fun. I froze on this screen and had to restart it. All right. We'll restart it, especially with it being through the emulator. Whenever I was playing it, it was on my phone. This one is through BlueStacks, which if you guys are downloading it, BlueStacks I don't think counts towards the progression or the help. So it has to be on mobile because there's a lot of, I guess, like fraudulent people trying to do multiple accounts through through like emulators and those sort of resources. And there are different campaign trails. I'll be able to show you guys in a second. There are different campaign trails, and so you'll have to build a couple of different teams. You can't just use one to blow through the entire game. One of the paths is like a hero's path, and so you have to have only hero characters. One is villain. There's like mystic and other different ones. So you always have like a different strategy in building out the teams given whatever characters you have to use. Looks like we might be making some progress. And last time I played, they were releasing Red Goblin and I think it was Black Knight. And so those were the new ones. But as they cycle through, at the time, it was really primarily available to unlock through like paid methods. And then similar to Snap in that a couple of months later, you can get them as like a free to play player. A lot of times they'll have different events and things going on. I wish I could show you my X-Men comic collection. I'm sure you have a really good one. I've read House of X and I've started dabbling in some other ones, but I haven't made it as far as I'd like necessarily. All right, so the next one is going to be the campaign mission. You have energy that restores over time. You can restore this with either items or you can use your power cores. And typically, what I was doing was refreshing it a couple of times a day with the power cores, which are your paid currency. But energy is directly linked to how quickly you level up. And so using your energy is how you're going to get experience in the game, which can further your potential progress and unlock like those raids, the arena, blitz battles, all sorts of fun stuff. This is Marvel's version of Galaxy of Heroes. I haven't played Galaxy of Heroes, but I think it is very similar. I think there are probably obviously differences, but it is like a team builder. So you're unlocking those different characters, you're building your teams, and so I think it comes down to which IP you enjoy. And so for me, I like Marvel, and so I got a really good kick out of this one. Need Cyclops on my account before. I had Cyclops, and he was part of. I had Cyclops, Nightcrawler, Sunspot, and he was one of the strongest teams I had. And so your different abilities do different things. You can hover over them to get a better idea of it. But for Web Slinger, for Spider-Man, we're going to attack. It chains to multiple targets. And so then they're not going to be able to counterattack as well. So we can get some decent, and then it's going to take 3 rounds of combat before that restores. And so with our agent, the second ability is going to be a heal. And so we want to save that for now. You can eventually unlock like an auto battle or two, which lets you kind of mindlessly go through some lower levels, and then you push for like the real-time control for whenever you're fighting like those harder challenges. And so with Luke Cage, you have that taunt, and so now the opponent has to attack him. So your weaker characters aren't as susceptible or at risk. And then Wheaton, we have the timeout coming in for Wheaton once again. I don't know if you'll ever change your ways, Wheaton, and I don't know that we would ever want you to. Luke Cage taunting and making your heroes not lose power every step of the way. They can't be impacted by things like Hazmat now, Ajax, and so all good stuff. And so now the taunt has gone away. They can freely choose who they want to attack after that. But the Bloodhunt arc, is that one that so if I'm a comic novice and I'm new to the genre of like the comic lines, would the Bloodhunt arc be one that you would recommend going to next? Calibrex, it has been a while since I've seen your fantastic message. Yeah, Francis does not enjoy Luke Cage. And so we get different resources at the end of each level. And a lot of the early ones can end up becoming a little more autopilot. But as you get those resources, you can use those to level up your character. And so these are training or experience for the character themselves. And as you get higher level, that increases your character's level cap. It's great, but I don't think it's good entry level reading. Huge crossover event. Ooh, gotcha, Kenny. And so as you level them up, they get stronger. But the biggest part about the game is finding those synergies as you unlock more characters. And so we have the different campaign lines. So you get a kind of quick look at it. You have the heroes, villains, which will have to use a team of villains. We have the Nexus. Which one is the Wolverine code? And so it should be in the border just below. So it's MSF pool. And you have to use that on the Scopely account. So if you created one, you can use that over there. So that should get you what you need. We're going to blow through some of the tutorial here so that we can maybe unlock some of the stuff, like the new characters, and we can kind of dive into like the team building aspects of it. Floaty potato, you said just got Cassandra Nova, time to stun on the peasants. I mean, I'm sure someone would appreciate it if you went in and donated as well. We're not answering Snap questions? Yeah. So Hayes, I didn't see yours. I can answer Snap questions though. He said, have you made a video on Copycat on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, I made one on, it was a Copycat counter deck. No, Hayes, you're okay. It didn't come off rude. I do wish I could control this sound so that I could turn it back on for you guys so you have some like background music, but it's super loud in my ears. And then if you guys hit the different levels or metrics as we're playing, those will pop up on the screen. And if you maybe don't have time today and you don't hit them, it is running for the next 8 days. You can download, I think it's 8. Let me double check. Yeah, the next 8 days you can download and participate in the game, and it helps out the channel quite a bit. So at a certain point, we'll be able to autopilot the early ones whenever our strengths aren't necessarily needed. And so as you complete, you have daily objectives, and so logging on and completing those each day can give you quite a few, quite a bit of surge in your resources, and then your level up gives you a decent surge as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if we have control yet. No, he said I'm leaving you in charge. Perfect. Continue the heroes assemble to recruit the Punisher. Perfect. So we're going to go home now that we have access. The streak bonus as you log in daily, you unlock certain things. Some aren't available until certain levels. And so like 64, 62 to have like auto dailies, raid sims, which give you a simulation of what your performance would be in a particular simulation battle before you actually queue into it. So you don't have to, you can kind of finesse your team around what you need to. And so with our rewards, we're getting some premium orbs, which we'll be able to use to unlock certain characters. It does look like there is a new recruits line. So you're able to get a lot of the X-Men. So you have Sunspot, which is part of the good team. You have a Forge, which is another one. I don't see Nightcrawler on here. But some of the newer characters like Gwynnum, Carnage, those should be enough tokens to unlock them at the very least. So you at least get them into your team. But now that we have access to this, let's see if we can control the... No, it's just an on or off. Okay. Right now it's -7. Let's bring this down a touch. Is that better? Is that better for you guys? I had to drop it way down drastically. All right, I'm going to sign in with Scope. I think that'll be on a separate screen. If not, so I'm going to create an account real quick. So we're going to take away... Oh, actually, the blue stack screen isn't showing up. I'm going to create a quick Scopely account, and then I'll switch over to a different view so that you guys can see utilizing those codes. So we'll be able to unlock Deadpool, Wolverine, and a couple of characters a little bit earlier. Not forget to get the free Loki. Yeah, Loki is another one that you can unlock as well from using Scopely. And there's a couple of codes which I need to double check to make sure we have all the codes, because one was cards before. I don't know if that's still active. But we're signing into our Scopely account. I don't want to leak my my email address to you guys because it's my burner one. I don't want anyone to have that and spam it up. The page can't be reached. Try it one more time. Then Headshot MS, you said, hey, TLSG, this is the game I came over to Snap from early last year. Yeah, and so it's one that I played a little bit, so I've dabbled in it before, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. All right, so we have the sign out of Scopely now. I don't think I can redeem the code directly through here. Maybe. But I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's a little bit overwhelming to start, but from there you can pick it up pretty quickly, and it gets really interesting really fast. I'm going to turn off the blue stacks real fast. We're going to make sure we're logged in with Scopely before we do it, because it looks like maybe the screen we were in didn't stay. And so the cool thing with the Scopely accounts is it's just your email address, and then you confirm it. It's like a two-factor with your email, but you never have to put in any passwords or anything. And then Headshot, how far did you get in the game? Because before, whenever I played, I played pretty consistently for a couple of months as free to play, and I enjoyed it. And eventually dropped it because other things came up. I missed a couple of grinds, and I just felt like I wasn't keeping pace like I wanted. Got your Wolverine, huge. All right, let's turn this back on. The blue stacks. It's not showing. So we're gonna switch over to this one real fast. This one is just my screen, so you'll be able to see whatever pops up here. And so MSF pool is gonna allow us to redeem enough shards for Deadpool, enough for Wolverine, and then some premium orbs, which we can use to pull other characters. We're gonna do that one. We'll see if cards is available. That one used to be. Oh, not CADs. What was the one for Loki, or is that just from like the store here? We won't spend too much time on it. But from the store, you can get free claims each day. So if you do create an account, you get some free power cores or free energy just from logging in and claiming it if it refreshes. And we may have to get to a certain point too. Yeah, we may not be at a point where we can do that yet, maybe. So the Gambit one still worked. I don't remember the one for Loki, but great game, but total opposite end of the spectrum from Snap in terms of what it demands. Yeah, I can see that, and I can agree. Let's switch back over into Marvel Strike Force. We'll switch back over to this screen. But I did find it really fun to be able to engage with those different characters that I didn't previously see before. I didn't get incredibly deep into it. I got several months in. I think I was level 70 or 80. But at least for like the early game, you make enough progression that it's never stale. You always have new teams that you're finding and building. I was an in-game player, like top 500 collection power. Oof. And so that's where I think I would end up feeling pressured to spend, is if I was really pushing to try to stay on the high end of like competing with other people. If I was just playing it super passively, I didn't need to be like the highest level. It was just something that I was playing for fun. If I was trying to compete on the upper end, I feel like it would be easy to spend a lot of money in the game. So we have the Wolverine, we have Deadpool that we're going to rank both of those up. And then as we get more currency, we'll be able to star them up again for each of them. I used to play this game, but it was too demanding. Felt like I had homework, and the homework took too long. It can get to that point with all of like the dailies, the raids, especially if you're in like one that's progressing quickly. But I do think it's definitely fun to at least dabble in. So if you're interested in like the Marvel world, I got to see a lot more characters, and now I can kind of make that connection when I see them in like the different cinematic movies that end up coming out eventually. Wait, is BlueStack, is it not showing anything on the screen? How long has it been a black screen? There we go. Zero Youth, you got Mockingbird? Huge. All right, so with the supplies, as you get further in, there's a lot of different ways that you get those supplies. And so you can recruit different characters, so you can really focus and pinpoint like different ones that you might need to use for either, like if you need certain equipment, you can use that with your gold. And then you have orbs. And there's so many different orbs that you collect as you're doing your different like dailies, or as some people said, homework. And so you're always able to pull something. The premium ones are going to be your best shot at some of the like newer characters, but they're much harder to come by. And so it's here to give you a good surge or a start. We have the bestest of boys Cosmo that we'll be able to utilize. Let's see what else we can pull here. Miss Marvel is, I think, good in a couple teams, and 15 is enough to at least unlock her base hero. And so to blow through the early levels, claiming some of those free redemptions using your orbs that you get can give you a really good early surge. And some of these we'll be able to unlock just on, like, as we play through the game naturally. But so we have Scream, which I think later on ends up getting dropped out. We get Nico. I'm not sure what team Nico serves on, or like what her synergies are. Because I don't think I had Nico unlocked before. Taskmaster, we don't quite have the full scale of them yet. Hulkbuster, we get a few upgrade gears so we can level them up as well. Crossbones, that's one that we unlock naturally from missions, so that's not great. And let's do our one more pull here. We get a little bit of gold, Okoye, nothing else big. So Nico is, it looks like Hero, City, Mystic, Controller, and A-Force. And so as you continue leveling them up, you'll unlock different sets of abilities. And so you can tier them up to unlock the different, like the gear, to unlock different abilities, strengthen their abilities, that sort of thing. So we're going to go ahead and unlock her. And I think by just having these base ones, we should have a good start to our early game. Any of these with plus symbols you can equip different gear to strengthen them up. And that's how you tier them up and unlock their different abilities over time. So we have the Ms. Marvel. We have the bestest of boys Cosmo. And early on, you're not going to have a whole lot of synergy most of the time. Sometimes you're just going to be filling in your deck where you can. But always good to have the bestest of boys Cosmo on our team. All right, so we'll back out for now. And you usually want to make sure that this is below your max so that you're always generating something. So very similar to Deadpool's Diner. We may have a few more premium to log in. So we do have Deadpool now. We have the different achievements, which will help you unlock Hulk. Hulk is part of one of the like early synergistic teams. And then we can kind of start blowing through. Right now, we're kind of setting up for what we can do. And then once we finish unlocking all of the early stuff, we'll be able to kind of breeze through the early levels most of the time. And so we got Mockingbird as well. I'm not sure when we pulled the Mockingbird. And then Zero Youth. If you, on your Scopely codes, if you use the code Gambit, that will give you Gambit as well. We have quite a bit here, so I think we're going to tier her up. We can train these a bit, because being at level 3 will give us that early start. Let's go ahead and rank him up as well. Love me some Gambit. Venom free. That's the other one. I couldn't remember what the code was. So I think I still have it tabbed in here. So we'll do Venom free. What's the one for Loki? Or is that the new player bundle from the store once you hit a certain marker? But we do have the Venom now, so that helps our villain campaign, at least in the early game. And eventually, so when you are first starting out, looks like we froze. Oh, there we go. Especially when you're first starting out, you have a lot of resources. At a certain point, you have to be kind of choosy as like who gets what equipment, who you level up to max. But for the early game, you have so much of that going around that it gives you some kind of curve. It doesn't necessarily hurt to level most of them up most of the time. We have the Wolverine. Thank you for the shout out, Shindig. I appreciate the code. So then everyone else, we can probably level them all up to 3, but I'm not sure if we necessarily need to. Let's do Nico for sure, because I think she's one of the. I think she's maybe a little bit harder to pull, and she can form a Mystic team. So I think, especially early game, you don't have as many synergies, or as many synergy lines until you get somewhere along the lines of, like, the Avengers is one of your easy early teams that you can build before you start unlocking, like, some bigger different modes to engage with. So like Blitz is a good one to be able to engage with. You get different rotations of characters you can buy with those tokens, or you can go with an orb pool, and so it can really help deepen your roster pretty quickly. I think we're almost through recruiting characters. We'll be able to start into the actual game here in a second. But a big part of this game is like leveling up, powering up, training your heroes or villains, your characters. So the biggest part is team building and making sure that you like increase that power level. So by powering up, we're able to claim several of these. Let's see. And we do have orbs more for a couple more pulls. So I'm going to do that real fast, see if we get anyone exciting. Odds are with the premium, you don't get anything right away, but all of these eventually play in. And whenever I was playing before, I don't think the leader was part of the game, so it's nice to see him. I'd be interested to see what team he's a part of. I think that was Elsa Bloodstone. Then we have Crystal. The Venom code's not working for you? So Venom free, all one word. And I think I did it in lowercase. I'm not sure if that helped or not. All right, so I think we're finally ready to take on some of the early levels. And so since we did take some time, we unlocked some new characters. The game assumes that you still have the 2 that it gave you. And so your early campaign goes really quickly here. So you have a character with trait synergies, and so depending on what traits they have, you synergize more. And so you can tap the icon to see what they are. Right now we have the hero synergy, which is just kind of a very general one. But I think maybe, let's see what throwing in Wolverine does. Wolverine's the hero. Cosmo unfortunately doesn't have any synergies right now. Mockingbird. Nico. Feels like a pretty strong one. So after every use of this ability, after the first time during a match, randomly choose one of the following. I feel like she may be a decent one to have in. Let's see if we have any kind of like Miss Marvel synergy. No. All right, in the early ones, I think we can probably build just about whatever we need to. So we'll throw Deadpool and Wolverine. We have the Gambit, which does have some AoE. Then we'll do these other 2. And for anybody that may just be joining or is hanging in there, if you're bored, use my code. It helps support the channel. You can check out a pretty cool Marvel Strike Force, a pretty cool Marvel game, which can let you interact with your different Marvel IPs. And so we can honestly probably set it to auto, since we are vastly overpowered and over-leveled here. So we can breeze through some of those early missions. And so using your energies on these missions, after you 3-star it, you can auto-complete it. So you don't even have to go into like the simulation side of things. And then as we complete these, we'll learn about where do I use the code. And so if you, on your settings, so there's a cog in the top right, once you're on the home screen, if you click create Scopely account, you can use them on the Scopely website. I'm close to getting the, is it the symbiote Spider-Man or is it Miles? So we can put in our gear real fast, which helps strengthen our character. And if you get the gear on all of them, which you eventually will, that'll tier them up and it'll unlock your additional abilities and helps level those up as well. Samwise, yeah, no problem. This was a game that I was excited to be able to like showcase for you guys and have as a sponsor, because it's something that I've played before in the past, and it was something that I enjoyed, just being able to like build out the teams. I went into it with the knowledge or the assumption that I was not going to pay for anything. I wanted to play it just as strictly as a free to play and just enjoy the experience why I could. And so there are a lot of purchases that you can make. You can skip the levels. You can like skip straight to level like 80 with enough like, I think they're called time heist bundles. So you can skip straight to 80 if you wanted to, but the biggest part of the game is like leveling up, recruiting those teams and engaging with it. And so you're almost skipping a core part of the game. And since we are definitely over leveled here, we're just going to let it run on auto. And then if we get into any that we're struggling in, at that point, we'll switch off. But we did a lot of pre-prep in claiming the codes, which makes this first part pretty easy. We're not going to waste any energy by potentially not being able to beat one of the levels. And so in most of the waves, so if you've ever played other team builders, you'll have like waves of enemies, being able to kind of dissect which ones you should focus on. If you're pushing for progress, it ends up being really important. But if you are just kind of over leveled what you have access to, or if you've built a really solid team, a lot of times you can kind of burn through it on auto run. And so this one should let us unlock Punisher, I think, after we complete this one. And so this hero mission has shards in it even after this first win, so we could always go back to it to farm him up further. But typically the Punisher doesn't last in too many builds. Usually he gets outclassed pretty quickly. Mockingbird is sick? Do I need... Okay. Maybe I need to throw Mockingbird into the build. Is she pretty good at the early game or early levels that you're clearing through? Is using the download link still support the stream if I'm re-downloading the game? If you've already created the account, so it's new users. So if it's a new phone, it does. But if you've already played on that phone, then no, it doesn't. Which is okay. I still appreciate you hanging out in the stream. That supports the stream almost as much. But being able to hit the different metrics are the equivalent of like gifted subs. So it helps support me financially, and it helps me get other sponsors in the future. So if we have good engagement, then that looks better for sponsors, and so they're more likely to continue to sponsor us. downloaded the game a while ago. Can't remember if I played on this device or not. I gotcha. And if you wanted to try, you can. If not, I understand too. I'm gonna, since you said Mockingbird is slick, we'll make sure that she's in our build. And then one of the first milestones is 7. Once you start to where you're using that energy, you can really blow through the levels pretty quickly. So under the campaigns, we'll go back here. Let's blitz through a few. So she's shield, so she synergizes with the shield agent if I kept her in, but I don't think we ever do. Like Nico here. And some of the stuttering here is just because we're downloading the assets as we play. Once you're on a phone, it's not as bad. Like I didn't have any issues playing directly from my phone, but since this is an emulator, I've got Mockingbird and Cosmo unlocked. So not everyone gets the same. A lot of times it's random. There's some that are guaranteed. And so like the Punisher, everyone's going to be able to unlock Punisher. Looks like maybe we crashed. We're going to close out and relaunch. And so everyone will be able to unlock the Punisher with the codes. So like MSF pool will always give everybody the same heroes. But from the premium like orbs, those are a random roll. And so everyone's team eventually looks different. Unless you're like really pushing and like making those in-app purchases. In the time I've played, I don't have Nico. Yeah. So I was level, it was between 65 and like 70, somewhere around there. I didn't have Nico on my other account. And so that was definitely a random from the premium orb that I was able to pull. And so it's not one that I've seen given away anywhere else. Zero, you said $2 for Cyclops, worth it. Hopefully you're enjoying the game. Be very careful and don't get too caught up in, or don't get too caught up in purchasing too many too quickly. Because a lot of times you will eventually be able to unlock them if you have some patience. There are some like there's like a season pass, which is usually pretty good value, similar to like Snap, where it gives you better than everything else. And then I guess this is the one that you're talking about, is the 7-day calendar. Eventually, you'll also get an offer for Time Heist, which will let you jump levels and some other cool stuff in there. They have a lot of really cool tempting offers, but make sure that you like set yourself personal like spend limit. Otherwise, you can get caught up and accidentally spend too much too quickly. And so they do a very good job of making things very enticing. All right, we'll throw Mockingbird in, and since we already have the AoE from Nico, I think I'm going to put Wolverine back in as well. And if you do end up spending and you purchase a case of power cores, it's the same thing as gifting, I think it's approximately 10 to 15 subs. And so I think it's a $5 purchase. So if you're spending, the power cores help you either restore energy, which is usually the most efficient way to use them. You just use them slowly each day to kind of help your leveling progression. But you can also use it to unlock certain characters. So if you are feeling inclined to purchase, but there's absolutely no necessity to. And you're doing the Electra event? Yeah. We'll catch up here in just a second, I'm sure. Hopefully Cyclops does some really cool things for you. I know that you get a lot of the other X-Men team through your daily login. So you get Forge, you get Sunspot, and so you'll have some kind of, I think it's a I don't remember the synergy name, but it's a really good one if you can get all 5 for sure. So Nightcrawler also goes in there, and then I think there's one other that I'm missing. But you'll have 3 of the pieces for sure. And for you guys on the YouTube side, I'm actually going to go ahead and end that side of the stream. We're going to bring it all over to Twitch. Since this sponsored was for Twitch specifically, I don't know if we want to keep it on YouTube. But if you guys are over there and you wanted to be over here, definitely jump over twitch.tv/TLSG Snap. I appreciate each and every one of you guys.